Only with a deep understanding of cultivation can a master teacher accurately point out and correct the flaws and errors in his student. Otherwise, if theory is all he knows, he won't be able to guide his student correctly. Thus, the cultivation of a master teacher and his ability to see through a person's core is of utmost importance as well. As such, I've discussed with the other elders and we have decided to not follow the usual conventions for this comprehension of cultivation test. Instead, a new battle technique was designed just for this test. Later on, you will be given an incense's time, 15 minutes, to learn it, and your result will be judged based on how deep your comprehension of the battle technique is. Don't worry. This battle technique is completely new, so there's no need to worry about the test being leaked to any of the candidates beforehand, Pavilion Master Kong explained. There's no way the topic could have been leaked beforehand. Master teachers value fairness and equality. If an investigation were to be conducted and one is found to be guilty, one will be stripped of his license. How could anyone possibly do it knowing of such consequences? Even if it's unfair, given that Ruohuan Gongzi is the Pavilion Master student, the test should be biased to him, but it seems like he is on the verge of crumbling from the consecutive blows. Indeed, despite being the head of the four gentlemen, look at his current state. He looks like a defeated rooster. Right, Pavilion Master Kong, what battle technique will it be? If it's too easy, given the talents of the candidates, they will all surely be able to fully comprehend it within an incense's time. If that happens, how will we evaluate the results? Hearing the rules, some of the audience expressed their doubts. One's mastery of battle techniques could be divided into 5 main levels: novice, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. Novice meant that one has barely understood the battle technique and was able to forcibly execute it. At initiate level, one was able to harness some might in the technique, but one might still be a little restrained in its control. At minor accomplishment, one's understanding of the battle technique had already reached a profound level, could be utilized as an ace up one's sleeves. One must know that most fighters had only trained their battle techniques to this point. Beyond that were major accomplishment and consummation. However, without decades of effort, it was impossible to reach that. If this battle technique was easy, all of the candidates would definitely be able to reach minor accomplishment within an incense's time. Since everyone would be on the same level, it would be hard to determine who had fared better. Minor accomplishment? Knowing everyone's worry, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled. If you were to know who designed this battle technique, you wouldn't be thinking the same anymore. Who designed the battle technique? Could it be Elder Hong? Elder Hong is the person who has the deepest understanding of battle techniques in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion. In the past 50 years, he has created at least 30 battle techniques. Indeed, the overlapping illusory fist and rippleless consecutive palms originated from him. 3 of my battle techniques also came from him. Just that. Hasn't Elder Hong been in seclusion for the last 10 years? When did he return? I've no idea too. However, if the battle technique really originates from him, putting aside minor accomplishment, even achieving novice within that short period of time will be difficult. Hearing the Pavilion Master's words, the crowd suddenly remembered a legendary figure. That's right. The one who created the battle technique was Elder Hong. Pavilion Master Kong chuckled as he uncovered the mystery plaguing everyone's mind. For the past 10 years, Elder Hong has been in seclusion to develop this technique, and a few days ago, he finally succeeded in refining it. Given the length of time he spent on it, the complexity of it is imaginable. Based on the combined evaluation of me and the other elders, we've deemed it to have at least reached the top of Spirit Intermediate Tier. A battle technique at the top of Spirit Intermediate Tier? Impressive! Everyone gasped in shock. Even a transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle expert would find it hard to comprehend a battle technique of this level, let alone the candidates participating in the selection round. Alright, I've said all that has to be said. Now, allow me to invite Elder Hong up to explain the rules of the test. He will be assessing the candidates personally. Pavilion Master Kong smiled. Looking around the crowd, he suddenly froze. Ah? Elder Hong, hold it for a moment. You? Where are you intending to go? Tracing Pavilion Master Kang's gaze, everyone saw an elder who had unknowingly reached the entrance of the hall. He was just a step away from leaving the compound. Cough, cough. I'm just walking about. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, the elder hurriedly stopped and his face turned scarlet. The fourth test is about to begin. Pavilion Master Kong hurried over and pulled him back. I. Elder Hong had a very stifled expression on his face. Pavilion Master, why don't you conduct the test instead? He had agreed to conducting the test confidently previously, but after seeing the awful state the previous 3 elders were in, he hesitated. That lad was truly sinister. Who knew what kind of peculiarity would happen to him if he were to assess him? He didn't want the reputation he had accrued to collapse because of this single incident. How can I? You were the one who developed the battle technique, not to mention you have already achieved major accomplishment in it. Other than you, who else is qualified to assess them? Pavilion Master Kong said. This battle technique was developed from Elder Hong, and he had reached major accomplishment in it as well. Other than him, no one else was qualified to conduct the test. At the very least, Pavilion Master Kong didn't think he was. Ah! Elder Hong hesitated. Don't worry, it's just an incense's time. Even the most talented genius will only be able to reach novice in that period of time. There won't be any problem, so rest assured. Knowing what Elder Hong was worried about, Pavilion Master Kong attempted to console him via telepathy. Xianxia was indeed a disquieting. But battle techniques weren't things that could be mastered in a single breath. He didn't believe that the other party could reach major accomplishment in just an incense's time, thus surpassing the creator Elder Hong. Thus, there was nothing for Elder Hong to worry about. All right then. After a further moment of contemplation, Elder Hong felt that Pavilion Master Kang's words were logical and finally walked up the stage. Pavilion Master Kong has briefly introduced the content of the test to you all. I'll now announce the rules for the test. The battle technique that I'll be imparting is called 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus. The inspiration behind the technique came from observing the nature of red lotuses. The rules are simple. Later on, I'll impart you the formula for the sword art, and you will be given an incense's time to study and comprehend it, after which, I'll personally test you on your level of comprehension of the technique. Don't worry, your cultivation will not affect your comprehension of the technique. It's determined solely by your talent. As long as you have reached transcendent mortal realm, you will be able to learn and execute it. During the assessment, you'll be crossing blows with me. If you wish, we can compete solely on swordsmanship itself. If you can trade 3 blows with me using the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus, I'll take it as you have reached novice mastery. 6 swords will be taken as initiate mastery, and 9 swords would mean that you have achieved small accomplishment. And if you can trade 10 blows with me, you will be considered to have reached major accomplishment. Elder Hong explained the rules. In truth, it was a bit similar to the cultivation test in the second round. However, in this test, one could only use the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus. If one of the competitors used any other technique, they would be deemed to have failed. An incense's time was roughly 15 minutes, and in this short period of time, it would be difficult to even finish browsing through the battle technique, let alone comprehend and utilize it in a real battle. Compared to the previous 3, the difficulty of this test was truly immense. To ensure fairness, the examination will be held in another chamber. I'll head in right now, and you each can enter one by one. At which, Elder Hong paused for a moment before continuing. How about I decide on a sequence for you all to avoid contention? Du Hu will enter first, followed by Luo Shi, Feng Mashing, Fu Xiaochen, Jun Ruohuan, and finally, Zhang Shi. Given the peculiarity of Zhang Xian, it was best to put him last. Otherwise, if the other party were to run in first, what if he were to lose control of the situation and the test was unable to be carried on like before? All right, everyone nodded in agreement. Let's begin then. After deciding on the order, Elder Hong took the lead by walking into the room. Du Hu hurriedly followed behind him. An incense's time later, light flickered on the wall and a number appeared on it, To think that Du Hu would be able to comprehend to the level of a novice in such a short period of time. As expected of a genius nominated by the other elders, he was indeed extraordinary. After him was Luo Shi. Along with Du Hu, she was one of the weaker among the six. Knowing that there was no chance for her to be selected, she didn't feel any pressure anymore. After an incense's time, she managed to trade 3 blows, reaching novice as well. After her was Feng Mashing. As expected of Elder Feng's student, his comprehension of battle techniques had reached an extremely profound level. Luo Shi and Du Hu, having come from less privileged backgrounds, were no match for him. After an incense's time, he actually managed to trade 5 blows with Elder Hong. That was almost at the level of an initiate. Fu Shaoqian did well too, trading 5 blows as well. After those 4 were done, everyone's eyes gathered on Jun Ruohuan. He specialized in sword techniques, and not to mention, he was also the most popular contender for this selection round and Pavilion Master Kang's direct disciple. As such, there were high expectations for his result. Even though he had suffered consecutive blows in the last 3 rounds, he was still a full-fledged 4-star master teacher. He had already conditioned his state of mind by the time his turn came, and fortunately, he didn't let everyone down. An incense's time later, a massive 6 appeared conspicuously on the screen. This showed that his comprehension of battle technique was top-notch among his fellow peers. To be able to trade 6 blows with Elder Hong, this means that he has reached a mastery of initiate within a mere 15 minutes. If he were given some more time, reaching minor accomplishment might not even be a problem for him. He's indeed a genius. I wonder if Xianxia can break that record. Xianxia, in my view, the weapon he is the most proficient in is the spear. Given that the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus is a sword art, he might be in a disadvantageous position. That's true. Seeing Ruohuan Gongzi step out from the room, everyone's eyes gathered on the black horse of the selection round. Initially, no one thought well of him. However, after triumphing indisputably over the rest in 3 consecutive tests, no one dared to look down on his capability. Even so, they couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. After all, from the first test, it could be seen that the other party was skilled in spear arts. Learning a sword art all of a sudden should be rather tough for him. Amidst the discussion, Zhang Xian stepped into the room. Soon, an incense's time passed. Why is there no number at all? Indeed, going by the situation with the others, a number should have appeared by now. Regardless of whether he has reached novice or initiate, a result should at least appear. What's happening? The time was up, but not only was the result not reflected, the room was also bizarrely quiet. The master teachers in the hall stared at one another in bewilderment. Going by the precedence of this fellow, even if he were to subdue Elder Hong in a single blow, the crowd wouldn't find it too shocking. But, for there to be no results at all, not to mention no sign of movements in the chamber, what the heck? Could it be that Elder Hong had killed that fellow? Or perhaps, that fellow had killed Elder Hong? Really, what is going on? Seeing the young man walk in, Elder Hong's mouth twitched. He had witnessed the tragic experiences of the other elders before him, and it had truly left him frightened. The 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus is a technique that I devoted 10 years of my life to create. Even if Pavilion Master Kong were to cultivate it, he could only reach initiate within an incense's time. No matter how talented this fellow is, reaching minor accomplishment should be an impossibility. There's nothing I should be worried about. Elder Hong calmed himself down by consoling him before pointing to the table in front. The manual for the 9 Swords of Scarlet Lotus is there. You have an incense's time starting from now. After which, he immediately lit the incense beside him and smoke slowly drifted within the room. Zhang Xian walked up to the table, touched the manual, and an identical copy appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. He flipped through the book with his hands, but his consciousness was inside the Library of Heaven's Path. 9 Swords of Red Lotus, created by Elder Hong Qin, consists of a total of 9 movements. Flaws. After reading through the content, a bizarre expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. So many flaws? and they still dare to call it a profound sword art. The sword art before him had actually more than 100 flaws. With so much flaws, how could they dare to call it a profound sword art? Even trying to get him to learn it, it was truly a wonder where this fellow got his confidence from. But thinking about it, Xianxia soon realized that he might be underestimating the difficulty of creating a sword art. Most battle techniques had been passed down through innumerable generations and undergone the refinement of many predecessors, thus reducing the number of flaws in it. Given that this sword art had just been created, it was natural for there to be so many flaws. Heaven's Path Sword Art, fuse. With a thought, Heaven's Path Sword Art and the many sword art secret manuals that Xianxia had obtained before flew out and fused together with this book. Who? A new 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus appeared. Xianxia hurriedly flipped through it. Soon he shook his head. He had too few books on spirit intermediate tier sword arts. The sword arts he had gathered before were too basic to complement such a profound sword art. Making an analogy, no matter how good a lump of feces was, it could never match the value of gold. That was an innate difference in their nature. No matter how accurate the concepts contained within these basic sword art manuals were, they were still unable to make up for the qualitative difference with the spirit intermediate tier sword art. There are still more than 30 flaws. After fusing the book, Xianxia was in tears. Ever since his transmigration, he had never cultivated a cultivation technique or battle technique that had flaws. This had made him a perfectionist when it came to those. Even for the red dust heaven ascending steps which had 3 flaws, he'd had to muster up his courage before cultivating it. Yet, this sword art before him had more than 30 flaws. He really couldn't bring himself to cultivate it. It was just like how a person whose taste buds is accustomed to the delicacies of a 5-star chef couldn't possibly get used to roadside stalls. But, if he didn't cultivate this technique, he would fail the test. In a moment he fell into a dilemma. On the other hand, Elder Hong's face was gradually turning red, and it seemed as though left to be, he would explode soon. Even though he didn't wish to lose the reputation he had accrued in the earlier part of his life to this fellow, he was still determined to remain professional in this test. Thus, he had been secretly assessing the other party ever since he picked up the book. And the other party's actions made him tempted to rush forward and tear the other party apart. He created this 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus by observing the life cycle of a red lotus, and it spent him an entire 10 years to master the technique. He was proud to say that this was one of the strongest battle technique available in Myriad Kingdom City, and he knew that it would definitely be passed on from generation to generation for innumerable years to come. Yet, the other party simply flipped through it swiftly as soon as he picked it up. It was clear that the other party didn't have the intention to study it properly at all. Not only so, his face alternated between a frown and a conflicted expression. What the heck was that? You look as though you had met with a huge pile of feces and you are about to puke at any moment. The heck? Was the technique that I created so repulsive that you would barf? Infuriated by the other party's reaction, Elder Hong was about to blow up. He had imagined many possibilities. The other party might perhaps reach consummation within an incense's time, or perhaps refuse to cultivate it altogether. But one thing he had never dreamed of was the other party being on the verge of vomiting upon browsing through the manual. This is a top-notch technique among spirit intermediate tier battle techniques. Even Pavilion Master Kong and the other elders were filled with praises for it. What are you trying to say by those reaction? Just as he was seething with rage, the young man before him shut his eyes tightly and clenched his jaws. With an expression reminiscent of a soldier marching to his death, he said, "Forget it, if I have to die, so be it. At most, I'll just never use this technique after cultivating it." You! Elder Hong couldn't hold himself back anymore. He dashed up to the other party and bellowed, "Xianxia, what do you mean by that?" On the other hand, Xianxia was just about to cultivate when the elder suddenly rushed up to him and yelled furiously in his face. Bewildered, Xianxia stared at the other party doubtfully and asked, "What's wrong? Does the sword art I created disgust you so much?" Elder Hong immediately questioned the other party. Actually, it's not entirely disgust, but that there was simply too many flaws in them. I don't really want to cultivate it. Xianxia shook his head. You! Hearing those words, Elder Hong felt so enraged that he was about to go mad. If someone were to ask you such a question, no matter how much you hate the other party, in view of the other party's pride, you should at least deny it or compliment him a little. But this fellow actually just admitted to it straight. Not entirely disgust. In other words, my technique does disgust you. Too many flaws. Too many your head. Do you know how much effort I put into creating this battle technique? For 10 years, I skipped meals and barely rested, all in hopes of creating a mighty technique that would awe the world. Yet you said that there are too many flaws in my technique. May I know what flaws there are in my sword art? Harumphing coldly, Elder Hong suppressed his rage and fear that he might just kill the other party in a moment of rashness. You're seeking my guidance? Fine. I'll point them out to you then. Look carefully. I don't have much time, so I'll only say them once. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia nodded and strolled around the room slowly. I'll first talk about the first movement of your 9 swords, blooming of the scarlet lotus. This technique consists of a total of 81 transformations, and its might is indeed extraordinary. However, to stab one's sword out from one's waist while driving one's zhenqi through the huanggu and wangchang acupoints is a move that will inhibit one's flow of zhenqi in itself, thus severely limiting one's strength. If, at that moment, I were to use a weapon, say an ordinary stick, to strike your Huihai acupoint, how would you deal with it? Strike my Huihai acupoint? Upon hearing those words, the movements involved in the blooming of the scarlet lotus appeared in his mind, and he abruptly stiffened. The blooming of a scarlet lotus was a very beautiful phenomenon, as though reflecting that this move was particularly eye-catching. Using this move, one would attack one's opponent through a violent surge of sword qi. Indubitably, it was a powerful move. However, it had a few fatal flaws, and Huihai acupoint was one of them. Putting aside a wooden stick, if one were to just touch it with one's finger, the entire sword art would fall apart. One would find himself incapable of exerting any might at all. Even he had overlooked this flaw, and yet the other party noticed it just by flipping through it. But so what if you know that my Huihai acupoint is my weakness? A sword art prides itself on its speed. By the time you can react, I would have already released 5 strikes. How do you intend to cope with that? Elder Hong argued. There was no cultivation technique or sword art that was without flaws. While it is true that the blooming of the scarlet lotus had a fatal flaw, it would be impossible to exploit it under the barrage of attacks. Released 5 strikes? You're wrong. What if, at the very start, I were to move forward 3 steps to strike your Honghai, turn around to strike your Luoqiao, and take 3 side steps to strike your Fujiang? After striking these 3 of your acupoints, do you think you could dodge my attack on your Huihai? Xianxia said nonchalantly. If you were to strike my Honghai, I would twist my sword to block it and retreat a step backward. Then, when you stuck my Luoqiao, I would have to quickly withdraw my offense to defend myself, thus causing a sudden stoppage in my flow of zhenqi, making it impossible for me to launch any sword qi. Then, when you stuck my Fujiang, if I were to attempt to dodge it, my Huihai would surely be unguarded. Why you? Elder Hong analyzed the scenario, and initially, he didn't think much of it. However, the more he thought about, the paler his face became, and he started to tremble in shock. If it were a real battle, if his opponent were to strike at these 3 points consecutively, his blooming of the scarlet rose would immediately fall apart. Not only would he be unable to hurt the other party, he would even suffer severe damage from the backlash of his zhenqi. Just by stabbing at 3 perfectly ordinary locations, his zhenqi would be inhibited and he would suffer severe damage from his own sword art. This is only the first move. Your second move, Radiance of the Scarlet Lotus, is filled with innumerable flaws. Against this move, even without a weapon, I can charge straight toward your Zhonggong and strike your Ruohai. You would then be forced to retreat, and the rest would be easy, Xianxia continued. After learning of the flaws from the Library of Heaven's Path, along with Xianxia's deep knowledge of sword arts, finding a counter for them was quite an easy task. Elder Hong unconsciously took a step back. The second step, Radiance of the Scarlet Lotus, was a long-ranged attack. It looked powerful, but in truth, it would leave one vulnerable to close-range attacks. As long as an enemy were to charge in at this moment to strike one's Zhonggong and Ruohai, one's Jinqi would definitely be jolted, thus countering the sword art. In the first move, the enemy would at least still have to stab 4 locations, but for this, 2 moves were sufficient to render him completely powerless. How in the world was the sword art he created really that worthless? Wait a moment. Under the assault of my sword chi, how could you have the time to possibly get close to me and make so many moves? After contemplating over it for a moment, Elder Hong's eyebrows shot up. What the other party said was all theory. In a real battle, given how fast his sword art was, how could the other party possibly have the time and opportunity to strike him consecutively? No time. Zhang Xian shook his head. Take a good look then. Zhang Xian's body swayed, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled to the 3 locations and tapped on them with his fingers consecutively. The 3 fingers struck the acupoints that he had spoken of accurately. Upon seeing this move, Elder Hong's body convulsed, and he nearly fell to the floor. The other party's speed and offense were flawless. If he had really used the sword art previously and the other party launched such a counter, he would surely be defeated utterly in the blink of an eye, unless he abandoned the technique and dealt with the other party through his absolute might. Otherwise, with just swordsmanship alone, he would be defeated thoroughly, perhaps even suffering grievous wounds in the process. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Having created so many battle techniques, this 9 Swords of the Scarlet Lotus was actually the one he prided himself the most on. He thought that this technique would have him unrivaled in the Myriad Kingdom City. He never expected his 10 years of hard work to be so worthless. Zhang Shi, may I know if there's a way to complete this sword art of mine? Clasping his fist, Elder Hong bowed deeply, a bow that only a student would make to his teacher. While the duo was discussing about sword art, everyone outside was panicking. Pavilion Master Kong, Zhang Shi has already been inside for 2 hours now. Do you think it is possible that Elder Hong killed him due to a moment of rage? Su Shi asked anxiously. It had been 2 hours since Zhang Xian entered the chamber, but not only was there no result, there didn't seem to be any movement within as well. No one knew what was going on inside, and a tense atmosphere seemed to fill the room. There's no need to worry. Even if they were to quarrel, as long as one side makes a move, the number of blows should appear on the screen. Given that no number has appeared yet, it could only mean that they haven't come to blows yet. While consoling Su Shi, Pavilion Master Kong also frowned in confusion. Even if Zhang Xian were to fool about, Elder Hong should possess some self-restraint. After all, how could a person who has already lived for a century possibly lay his hands on a junior in front of so many master teachers? Besides, as long as one side made a move, a number would surely appear on the screen. Currently, there was no movement whatsoever, as though the duo had fallen into a deep sleep inside the chamber. What was going on? Pavilion Master, why don't you go in to take a look? Ling Shi turned to look at him and asked. It wasn't a solution to be waiting out here for them. If the Pavilion Master were to take a look, they would at least know what was going on inside. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Pavilion Master Kong thought that it was reasonable and nodded his head. You all remain here, I'll go in alone. This way, it'll be easier for me to deal with anything that occurs. Su Shi and Ling Shi nodded their heads. Pavilion Master Kong took in a deep breath, and just as he was about to push the door open and enter, Jia! The door opened, and Zhang Xian and Elder Hong walked out side by side. The attire of the both were still tidy, and the both of them had a smile on their faces. There didn't seem to be the slightest hostility between them. Dumbfounded, everyone stared at one another blankly. In the end, after an entire 2 hours, the two of you didn't fight at all. If you two aren't going to fight, why don't you all just come out? Aren't you two just wasting our time? Elder Wu, Elder Bai, and Elder Yun also stared at one another in bewilderment. Given their experience, they felt that even if the both of them didn't fight, Elder Hong would still be left in an unseemly state. They had never expected for the both of them to leave from chamber together with a bright smile on their face. Did Xianxia accidentally knock his head on something? After leaving them in such a tragic state, he actually spared Elder Hong. The trio felt a little doubtful at this situation. Elder Hong, this? Pavilion Master Kong started to ask with a doubtful expression. Oh, it's nothing. Elder Hong shook his head. He turned to glance at the young man before him, and even until now, the shock and admiration he felt for the latter hadn't faded yet. He thought that deciphering the flaws of two of his moves would be the limit of this fellow, but after a comprehensive discussion did he realize that the other party's comprehension of cultivation had already reached an unbelievable level. Just a casual pointer from him could induce a qualitative leap in one's strength. The 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus which he had prided himself on turned out to be full of flaws. It was a decent technique against ordinary cultivators of his level, but against true experts it would surely crumble swiftly. If he were to use this technique to challenge others, he would probably die from the backlash of his own sword art before injuring his opponent. To die from the backlash of a battle technique he created himself, if word were to spread out, he would become a laughingstock for innumerable years to come. His reputation that he had built up for himself with great difficulty would fall apart immediately. Knowing this, Elder Hong humbly sought the other party's guidance for 2 hours, and under the other party's pointers, his comprehension of the sword art improved greatly. If he were given some more time, he was confident he could create an even more perfect and powerful ultimate technique. Nothing? Then, what is the result of the selection round? Seeing that the other party wasn't willing to speak any further, Pavilion Master Kong could only turn the topic back to the selection round. I'll announce the results now. Nodding his head, Elder Hong smiled. These are the results of all of the candidates after my assessment. Luoxi and Du Hu, having dealt 3 blows, are in 5th place. Feng Mashing and Fu Shaoqian, having dealt 5 blows, are in 3rd place. Jun Ruohuan, having dealt 6 blows, is in 2nd place. And in 1st place is Xianxia. Xianxia is in 1st place? He's in 1st place again? I thought that they didn't even exchange blows. Hearing this conclusion, everyone was taken aback. The results of Jun Ruohuan and the other candidates were clear to the eye of everyone here. On the other hand, not a single number appeared in the midst of Xianxia's test. How did he ended up being placed first? I can't accept this. Ruohuan Gongzi stepped forward. If the other party had shown a result far above his, he would have conceded. But there was clearly no result at all. To declare the other party to be in 1st place without even competing at all, wasn't this a breach of fairness? It was just like he had scored 99 marks in an exam. If his rival had scored 100 marks, he would have conceded defeat. But the other party didn't even take the test at all. On what rights should he be placed first? You cannot accept it? Elder Hong frowned. That's right. I managed to comprehend the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to initiate mastery, trading 6 blows with Elder. I would like to ask that given that Elder has assessed him as the 1st place, how far has he reached in the comprehension of 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus? Has he reached minor accomplishment? At this point, Ruohuan Gongzi looked at the young man in the distance and gritted his teeth. I don't believe that you can reach minor accomplishment in that battle technique within an incense's time, unless you fight with me now and defeat me with your sword art. Defeat you? Zhang Xian shook his head. Forget it. I don't have the interest of bullying others. The heck? Isn't he being too arrogant? Hearing those words, the crowd stared at one another. No matter what, Ruohuan Gongzi was a 4-star master teacher, a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert. Not to mention, he specialized in swordsmanship as well. Yet, the other party actually said that he didn't want to bully him. As a fellow who specialized in wielding spears, aren't you afraid that your teeth might fall off from all that bragging? You! Ruohuan Gongzi's face reddened in anger. If you don't wish to compete with me, so be it. As long as you declare that you have comprehended the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus to minor accomplishment within an incense's time, I'll admit defeat immediately. Master teachers valued trust and honor a lot. If the other party were to lie in front of such a huge crowd, his reputation would definitely drop to the gutters. Minor accomplishment. Zhang Xian shook his head. I didn't even learn a single move from the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus, so how could I have possibly reached minor accomplishment? You didn't learn a single move? Not only was Ruohuan Gongzi stunned, the crowd was also dumbfounded. Didn't even learn a single move? Then on what rights was he declared to be in first place? Wasn't this bias a little too extreme and obvious? Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others were completely bewildered as well. They had known Elder Hong for so many years, so they knew very well how upright of a person he was. It was impossible for him to take sides for such a matter. But, since Zhang Shi didn't learn the technique at all, what right did he have to be in first place? This was a test that affected one's candidacy for the Master Teacher Tournament. Wasn't this making the matter too lightly? Could it be that Elder Hong has accepted Zhang Shi as his student? In order to allow the other party to join the tournament, he intentionally went easy on the latter. But Elder Hong isn't such a person. But if that isn't the case, why did the both of them remain in the room for more than 2 hours? And despite the fact that Zhang Shi hasn't even learned a single movement, he was declared first place? The crowd fell into an uproar. Zhang Shi and Elder Hong initially didn't know one another, but everyone saw the smile on their faces as they left the chamber side by side. No one would believe it if they were to claim that there was nothing between them. Pavilion Master Kong turned to Elder Hong and asked, Elder Hong, what's going on? All gazes also gathered on Elder Hong, curious to see how he would reply. Accept him as my student? Hearing everyone's conjecture, Elder Hong's lips twitched. All of your imaginations sure are wild. Even if I want to accept him as my student, I need to have the capability to back that up first. Shaking his head, Elder Hong came clean with everyone. There's no need for you all to guess any further. I'm the one who wants to acknowledge Zhang Shi as my teacher, but he won't agree to it. Acknowledge Zhang Shi as your teacher, and he didn't agree to it. Elder Hong, are you pulling our legs? Everyone's mouth was widened large, and a bizarre silence loomed in the hall. Elder Hong was known to be the #1 specialist in terms of battle techniques and cultivation techniques in Myriad Kingdom City. He had created innumerable ultimate techniques that many master teachers cultivate. In fact, it could be said that at least half of the master teachers at the hall now could be considered as half a student of his. Yet, such an influential figure actually wished to acknowledge that fellow as his teacher. If that was the case, then wasn't a half of the people in this hall that fellow's grand student? And what that shocked them more was that this fellow actually rejected it. Are you serious? Zhang Shi possesses outstanding talent, and his comprehension of cultivation has reached an astounding level that one can do nothing but simply look up to. Even though he didn't learn the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus that I created, his understanding of it is so deep that I can't even hope to match up to him. I've sought his guidance for the past 2 hours and benefited greatly from his teachings. Elder Hong replied gravely. Sought Zhang Shi's guidance? Everyone stared at one another, and for a moment, their brains were unable to process what was going on. Didn't you spend 10 years creating the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus and even reached major accomplishment in it? Yet, toward a fellow who only learned it for an incensus time, you sought the other party's guidance, and even benefited greatly from it, wanting to take him as your teacher. Why does it sound like a huge joke? Elder Wu, Elder Bai, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Initially, when they saw the two coming out with smiles, they thought that Zhang Xian had changed his nature. But from the looks of it now, they were being too naive. It was not that he didn't do anything, but he had captured Elder Hong's heart. At least they were only injured. On the other hand, Elder Hong, if he were to really acknowledge Zhang Shi as his teacher, his reputation and standing would vanish in an instant. This test assesses your comprehension of cultivation. Within an incensus time, Ruohuan Gongzi managed to trade 6 blows with me. On the other hand, in the same time period, Zhang Shi was able to offer me valuable guidance. Even if he didn't learn the 9 swords of Scarlet Lotus, my judgment of putting him in first place shouldn't be a problem at all, right? Elder Hong stared at Jun Ruohuan coldly. This? Ruohuan Gongzi's body twitched, and he felt like he would cry at any moment now. Given Elder Hong's standing, he wouldn't stoop down to the level of lying. In other words, there was a very good chance that what the other party was saying was the truth. He was gleeful at having reached initiate mastery, thinking that he was a great genius. On the other hand, the other party had managed to understand the technique thoroughly and even became a teacher for the creator of the battle technique. The heck? Where did this monster pop out from? Could that monster still be considered as a human like that? It was no wonder the other party said that he didn't want to bully him. For him, who he could only withstand 6 blows from Elder Hong, to go up against someone who could become a teacher for Elder Hong. That would indeed be a terribly one-sided match. Since the results are out, let's proceed on to the next test then. Seeing that his student was on the verge of going insane from the mental blows he was suffering, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly interjected and changed the topic. This is the last test for the selection round. It'll be on pointing out flaws in others' cultivation process and offering pointers for improvement. But halfway through Pavilion Master Kang's words, a voice suddenly echoed. Turning around, he saw Xianxia looking at him. I'll forfeit this round. Forfeit? Everyone turned to look at Xianxia. As the person who had managed to take first place in the first 4 rounds, he was truly the black horse of the selection round. Why did he suddenly forfeit at the last moment? You've already participated in the first 4 tests. This is the last one. Su Shi hurriedly advised him anxiously. The purpose of this selection round is to pick out 2 candidates with the best results to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. Given my previous results, even if I don't participate in the 5th round, I'll still be in first place. Since there's no reason for me to continue on, I might as well forfeit, Xianxia said impassively. Besides, there's not much point in me getting the first place all the time. Not much point in getting the first place all the time? It must be exhilarating to say those words. But what Zhang Shi said makes sense. Having taken first place in the previous 4 rounds, he has 24 points at present. On the other hand, the current second place, Ruohuan Gongzi, only has 18 points. After which is Fu Shaochen with 15 points, Feng Mashing with 13 points, Luo Su with 10 and Du Hu with 7. Even if Zhang Shi were to forfeit this round and end up in the last place, he would still have 25 points. There is no one who can catch up to him already. So, it shouldn't be a problem for him to forfeit at this point. To be able to be the overall champion despite skipping the final round. Incredible! Hearing the explanation, everyone understood his reasoning. Since his position was already stable, there was indeed no need for him to waste time on the last test. Coming to a realization, Pavilion Master Kong traded glances with Su Shi and smiled bitterly. As expected of Zhang Shi, he sure was imposing. Other people had to give their all for every single test, whereas this fellow's victory was already decided in the 4th round. Men are indeed not born equal. Since that's the case, then so be it. Sweeping past the other candidates with his gaze, Pavilion Master Kong saw that they were reluctant to compete with such a monster as well. Thus, he shook his head and continued, However, Zhang Shi, you should remain in the hall for now. After the last test, we'll explain the details regarding the Master Teacher Tournament to you. Zhang Zan nodded his head. It didn't take long for the results of the round to emerge. Ruohuan Gongzi managed to clinch first place in the last round, thus winning the other slot for the Master Teacher Tournament. Alright, now that the selection round is over, I'll officially declare that Zhang Shi and Jun Ruohuan shall represent the Myriad Kingdom Alliance to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. Since the results were clear, Pavilion Master Kong began declaring the final verdict. Pavilion Master, hold on for a moment. But halfway through his words, Fu Shaochen stepped forward. I don't deny Zhang Shi's capability. However, if my memory doesn't fail me, the minimum requirement for participating in the Master Teacher Tournament is to be a 3-star Master Teacher. Given that Zhang Shi is only a 2-star Master Teacher, I fear that he won't even pass the qualification check if he were to participate in the tournament. Pavilion Master Kong frowned. The other party was right. There was indeed a prerequisite for one's master teacher rank to participate in the master teacher tournament. And 3-star was the minimum requirement. If one couldn't even reach such a level, how could he possibly triumph over the others in the tournament? Even though Xianxia had displayed an outstanding performance in the selection round, in the end, he was only a 2-star master teacher. He was still a way off from meeting the minimum participation requirement. Given how Xianxia passed all of the tests so easily, it wouldn't be a problem even if he were to apply for the rank of a 4-star master teacher straight away. Su Shi interjected. Even Ruohuan Gongzi, a 4-star master teacher, wasn't a match for Xianxia at all. There should be no difficulty for the latter to apply for a 4-star master teacher rank at all. Xianxia's capability is indeed on par with 4-star master teachers. Even without undergoing a 4-star master teacher examination, it wouldn't be a problem for his promotion application to pass straight. However, the requirements to becoming a 4-star master teacher dictates that one has to have at least 4 4-star supporting occupations. I'm afraid that, with such a requirement, he isn't qualified as a 4-star master teacher, Fu Shaoqin said. If Xianxia hadn't appeared, he and Ruohuan Gongzi would definitely have been the candidates for the tournament. Given that his slot was being snatched away from him, he had to at least do something to vie it back. And the other party's supporting occupations was a huge flaw he could pick at. In his view, no matter how skilled Xianxia was, given his age, there should be a limit to what he was capable of. After all, he couldn't possibly be skilled in everything. That's true. Supporting occupations also require a long duration of studying to accrue knowledge and advance. Everyone fell silent. Even Su Shi was unable to say a single word about it. That was true. Xianxia's talent and capability was clear to everyone's eyes. There was nothing that could dispute it, but to become a 4-star master teacher was far more difficult than that. Supporting occupations were of vital importance as well. Even a 3-star master teacher would require 3 3-star supporting occupation. Just like with soul depth, this was a fundamental requirement. Xianxia's proficiency regarding painting has definitely reached a minimum of 4-star. It won't be a problem for me to apply the rank for him at the Painter Guild. Elder Yun stepped forward. Given how the other party was able to easily produce a 6th-level painting, his proficiency in painting was definitely higher than him. Applying for the position of a 4-star painter wasn't a problem at all. But that's only one occupation, Fu Shaoqin said. Even if he were to be assessed as a 4-star painter, that would only make one occupation. He was still lacking in 2. By no means was it easy to pick up a supporting occupation, not to mention, they had to reach 3-star for him to qualify for the 3-star master teacher rank. Xianxia, do you have any occupations that have reached a minimum of 3-star? Pavilion Master Kong asked. Aye. Xianxia was just about to speak when an apprentice suddenly barged in. Pavilion Master. Hall Master Han from the Beast Hall requests to enter. Hall Master Han? What is here for? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. The head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Beast Hall, Han Chong, wasn't really on close terms with him. Why would he suddenly visit the Master Teacher Pavilion? Invite him in. Even though he was doubtful, he chose to invite the other party in for the time being. Although the Master Teacher Pavilion wielded greater authority than the Beast Hall, the might of the Beast Hall wasn't to be underestimated. In any case, even if he didn't intend to maintain friendly relations with the other party, it would still be wise to avoid making such an enemy. Yes, the apprentice departed, and a moment later, 2 elders entered the room. Turning his head around, Xianxia saw 2 people entering. One of them was Hall Master Han, whom he met at Coke's Ridge, while the other one was Hall Master Sai from the Appraiser Hall. Greetings to Pavilion Master Kong and the elders of Master Teacher Pavilion. They were surprised to see that there were so many people in the hall. However, as influential people themselves, they had braved through many storms, so they managed to maintain their grace as they clasped their fists in greeting. After trading a few pleasantries, Hall Master Kong asked doubtfully, May I know the reason behind Hall Master Han and Hall Master Sai's visit? In truth, I've come here to look for Xianxia. Hall Master Han chuckled. I heard from Hall Master Sai that he was heading here, so I rushed all the way here. Xianxia. Pavilion Master Kong blinked in surprise. The others also turned their gazes over. Is there a reason why you're looking for me? Zhang Xian was also perplexed by the situation before him. He had only met the other party once, and there wasn't too deep of a relationship between them. Why would the other party come to find him? Oh, it's actually like that. I've reported Zhang Shi's feat of taming the demon sink beast to the headquarters, and they decided to make an exception to promote Zhang Shi as a 4-star beast tamer. Thus, I've come here to deliver your emblem to you. Hall Master Han smiled. Judging by how Zhang Shi was able to tame the demon sink beast with just a single word, his capability in beast taming had already far surpassed him. As such, he informed the headquarters of the matter as soon as he returned. After receiving the reply earlier today, he immediately rushed over to look for Zhang Shi. Under normal circumstances, beast tamer, as an occupation of the upper 9 paths, had strict requirements of one's cultivation. To reach 4-star, one's cultivation had to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan at minimum. This was truly a rare exception. For Star Beast Tamer? Zhang Shi is actually a 4-star beast tamer? Hearing Hall Master Han's words, everyone broke into an uproar. It was right after someone remarked that Zhang Shi was lacking in supporting occupations when the other party had a 4-star beast tamer emblem delivered to him. Along with the painter occupation, he had 2 occupations down already. Thank you. Not expecting the other party to request for a 4-star beast tamer emblem for him, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Right when he received the emblem, the same apprentice from before rushed in and reported, Hallmaster, Guild Leader Zhang and Guild Leader Meng from Honghai City's Formation Guild and Physician Guild request to enter. Invite them in. Pavilion Master Kong waved his hands. Soon the duo appeared in the hall. Formation Master and Physician were another 2 of the most prestigious occupations of the upper 9 paths that were inferior in no way to Beast Tamer. The simultaneous arrival of the 2 guild leaders had left all of the other master teachers staring at one another in bewilderment. May I know why the 2 of you are here? Pavilion Master Kong clasped his fist and asked doubtfully. I'm here to look for Zhang Shi, Guild Leader Zhang said. You're here to look for Zhang Shi as well? Pavilion Master Kong widened his eyes in shock. That's right. Guild Leader Zhang chuckled. Turning to Zhang Xian, he said, Zhang Shi, I've only given you a quasi-4-star Formation Master emblem previously. After you left, I reported this matter to the headquarters, and they decided to make an exception to approve you as a 4-star Formation Master. That day, Zhang Xian had used a sword, saber, and spear to inscribe a grade 5 formation plate. It was only due to his lacking cultivation that he didn't qualify as a true 4-star Formation Master. As such, he was given a quasi-4-star Formation Master emblem instead. After the matter, Guild Leader Zhang reported the matter to the headquarter, and just a few days before, he received the reply from the headquarter they had decided to make an exception to promote Zhang Xian as an official 4-star Formation Master. A 4-star Formation Master as well? Everyone blinked their eyes in disbelief. Another occupation now? But before they could recover from their shock, the elder standing beside Guild Leader Zhang clasped his fist and smiled. Zhang Shi might not recognize me. I am Guild Leader Meng Qi from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Physician Guild. My greetings to Guild Leader Meng. Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Shi challenged Tianwu Kingdom's Wall of Dilemma and solved the second princess's innate muscle deficiency affliction. Hall Master Han was also treated by you a while ago. Your mastery in medicine is indeed miraculous. As such, I also made a request to the headquarters and received their approval. Here is your 4-star physician emblem. Guild Master Meng chuckled. Back then, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had made Zhang Xian an elder of their guild for having solved the Wall of Dilemma. But it was only today that they finally met the person in question. He was indeed young and valiant. There was an extraordinary aura shrouding him. That makes 4 occupations. Hearing Guild Leader Meng's words, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This was especially so for Fu Shaoqian. He nearly knocked his head on a wall to kill himself. He had just said that the other party was lacking in supporting occupation when Hall Master Han, Guild Leader Zhang, and Guild Leader Meng walked in personally to deliver his 4-star emblems themselves. Did it need to be so exaggerated? Even if you wanted to slap my face, surely you don't have to do it so quickly. Tears streamed down Fu Xiaoqian's face. If only he'd known that the other party was so capable, he would have kept his mouth shut. Just as he was about to suffer a mental breakdown from all those blows, Hall Master Sai's voice sounded. Upper 9 paths occupations sure are troublesome. You all still need to go through so much trouble request from the headquarter and waiting for a reply before a ranking can be decided. Look at our appraiser hall. We gave Xianxia his 5-star appraiser emblem immediately after he passed the examination. There's no need to go through so much fuss at all. He's a 5-star appraiser on top of that? Put on. Fu Xiaoqian really collapsed onto the floor this time around. Occupations of the upper 9 paths are strict on their rankings, and those that they are willing to make an exception for are all, without a doubt, top-notch geniuses. I thought that Xianxia's capability as a master teacher was already impressive, but to think that he was equally amazing in other occupations as well. Indeed, 3 of the top upper 9 paths occupation actually made an exception and promoted him to 4-star. His talent is no longer something that can be summarized with just genius anymore. That's too formidable. Everyone in the room was stunned. If one were to achieve proficiency far beyond ordinary men in an occupation, one could already be considered as a genius. But the person before them, not only was he young, he actually managed to achieve such astounding proficiency in 5 occupations. Truly, it was a wonder how he studied so much. The crowd couldn't help but feel despair when comparing their achievement to the young man before them. Since the other occupations have made an exception, why can't our master teacher pavilion? Xianxia's performance should make him more than qualified as a 4-star master teacher. Su Shi couldn't help but say. Indeed, Ling Shi agreed. Given that Xianxia already had more than 5 4-star occupations, even though his cultivation is lacking, I believe that he is still more than qualified as a 4-star master teacher. Not only must a 4-star master teacher possess 4 4-star supporting occupation, more importantly, one had to possess the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 2 Dan. Even though Xianxia's cultivation was lacking at the moment, given how the other upper 9 paths occupations were willing to make an exception to grant him a 4-star emblem, how couldn't the respected master teacher pavilion do so as well? This Pavilion Master Kong hesitated. Indeed, since the other occupations were willing to go to such extents, why couldn't the master teacher pavilion do so as well? After a momentary pause, Pavilion Master Kong said, "All right, I'll send a request to the headquarters immediately." Before Pavilion Master Kong could finish his words, Zhang Xian abruptly asked, "Hold on a moment. The reason why you can't give me a 4-star master teacher emblem straight despite the supporting occupations I have, is it due to my cultivation?" Pavilion Master Kong nodded. "There's no need to go through so much trouble for that. I'll just make a breakthrough on the spot," Zhang Xian said. "Make a breakthrough on the spot?" Cough cough. Su Shi and Ling Shi were dumbfounded. Even if you were at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Prolonged Longevity Realm Pinnacle, it shouldn't be that easy for you to make a breakthrough. After all, to achieve a breakthrough, you have to convert the Jinqi in your body into origin energy to harmonize better with the environment. Zhang Shi, there's no need to rush. You must be careful when making a breakthrough into origin energy realm so as to not affect the quality of your origin energy. A higher quality origin energy will prove to be beneficial to your future cultivation. It would be best if you can accumulate some more experience first, Pavilion Master Kong advised. However, before he could finish his words, the young man before him suddenly frowned. Hong Long. A sound reminiscent of an egg cracking sounded from his body. In an instant, the bottleneck which had restrained him suddenly gave way, and a majestic aura gradually emerged from within. Origin Energy Realm. Pavilion Master Kang's body trembled as he swallowed his words. He could clearly feel that the other party had managed to achieve a breakthrough. Others would need to find a quiet and safe place to condition their state before attempting a breakthrough. Yet, this fellow simply did it right after saying he would do so. Do you need to be so savage? After successfully making a breakthrough, Xianxia said nonchalantly, "All right, there's no need to feel conflicted about it anymore. Since I'm already an origin energy realm cultivator, I've already met the conditions." He was already ready to make a breakthrough to the next realm by the time he was at the Soul Oracle tomb. Back at Pavilion Master Kang's room, he had gathered sufficient Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan cultivation technique manuals for him to compile the correct Heaven's Path divine art. Under such circumstances, achieving a breakthrough hinged on just a single thought. All right. Seeing that the other party achieved a breakthrough so easily without any hiccups, the entire hall fell silent. Fu Shaochen trembled violently, unable to utter a single word. Right after he doubted the other party's supporting occupation, heads of the Upper Nine Paths guilds rushed into the hall to present him his emblem. And after which, when he doubted the other party's cultivation, the other party immediately achieved a breakthrough for him. It was truly impossible to speak to someone like that. Otherwise, he would slap your face once every few minutes, and not to mention, it was the type that would leave you tongue-tied and stifled. When everything else was done, the remaining portion was simple. Not too long later, an emblem representing Zhang Xian's identity was presented to him. The current him was an official 4-star master teacher recognized by the Master Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia and Ruohuan, follow me. I'll tell you too the details of the Master Teacher Tournament. When all was done, Pavilion Master Kong beckoned them over. Leaving the hall, the trio entered a room. I believe you all should more or less know some details regarding the Master Teacher Tournament, Pavilion Master Kong said. The duo nodded their heads. The Master Teacher Tournament is an event supported by the Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. The content of the tournament changes each time, and if one were to get into the top 10, not only would one earn middle-tier spirit stones as a reward, one will even be given an opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Pavilion Master Kong said. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Jun Ruohuan's breathing hastened. Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. Seeing the agitation on the expression of the other two, Xianxia was perplexed. Is that academy famous? Famous. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head with a bitter smile. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is established in joint by Hongyuan Empire and the 100 or so Tier 2 Empire Master Teacher Pavilions under them. It's a cradle for 4-star Master Teachers, and its purpose is to accept and groom talented Master Teachers. 6-star Master Teachers conduct lessons personally there to answer their queries. If only I could study in there, I would have long become a 5-star Master Teacher already. A place to groom talented Master Teachers? Xianxia was astounded. His alternate identity, Xianxia, was mistaken by others as a 6-star Master Teacher. In truth, he had never seen a Master Teacher of that tier before. But even so, he knew how fearsome a person who had reached such level would be. If one were to receive the guidance from such a person, one's cultivation and fighting prowess would surely rise by leaps and bounds. Putting everything aside, Mo Hunxing, who was trapped in the Lotus, was just a 6-star Soul Oracle, but he already possessed such incredible means, so one could only imagine the strength of a Master Teacher at that level. Originally, I only hoped for our Master Teacher Pavilion to not rank in the bottom few. However, with Xianxia on our side this time, I hope that you can try to vie for the top 10, Pavilion Master Kong said with a serious expression. Xianxia's performance today had awed him. His expectations couldn't help but rise, and a ray of hope emerged within him. It no longer seemed like a dream for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance to get into the top 10. If they were to really get into top 10, then as the Pavilion Master his name would go down into history. Perhaps he might even get the opportunity to be dispatched to the Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, thus receiving even better cultivation resources to reach higher realms. Top 10. Ruohuan Gongzi clenched his fists tightly together. However, top 10 won't be easy at all. Even though the other powers participating in the Master Teacher Tournament have already arrived in the city, they have done well concealing the identity of their participants. Thus, even I haven't managed to gather too much information. Even so, Pavilion Master Kong knew the immense difficulty in doing so. Based on the records in the previous tournaments, one's cultivation will be tested in the tournament as well. It is nearly impossible to get into the top 10 without reaching a cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Intermediate Stage. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Intermediate Stage? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. This is why I hope that you can use the next 2 months to work hard on your cultivation. Pavilion Master Kong looked at the duo with glowing eyes. As such, I've decided to bring you two to the Inyang Lake to cultivate tomorrow. Inyang Lake? Teacher, do you mean the Inyang Lake of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain? Ruohuan Gongzi hurriedly turned to look at his teacher. That's right. Where else can one find the Inyang Lake other than in the Origin Flame Glacier Plain? Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head. But, isn't the Origin Flame Glacier Plain on bad terms with our Myriad Kingdom City? Would they really allow us to use your Inyang Lake? Ruohuan Gongzi asked doubtfully. There's no need to worry about that. I've already negotiated the matter with their old ancestor. And as long as you can pass their selection test, you will be allowed to cultivate in the Inyang Lake. The Inyang Lake harnesses the two attributes of yin and yang. On one end is bone-piercing chill, whereas on the other end is searing heat. One will be able to control the energy in one's body by cultivating in it. This makes it easier for one to comprehend higher realms, thus hastening one's rate of cultivation. This is exceptionally useful for those who possess unique constitutions like pure yin and pure yang body. Pavilion Master Kong said. Pure yin and pure yang body. Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, the Inyang Lake is divided into yin and yang. It has the effect of stimulating and thus awakening the constitution of those possessing a pure yin or pure yang body, inducing a huge rise in their cultivation. However, it is a pity that those who possess these two constitutions are truly rare. Pavilion Master Kong lamented. This? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Pure yin and pure yang bodies are indeed rare, but Xiaoya's happen to be the former. Despite only awakening her unique constitution by 20%, she already possessed such formidable might. Since this Inyang Lake was useful to her, perhaps he could bring her along to vie for an opportunity for her? Otherwise, if it came down to it, Xianxia was willing to give up his own slot for the latter as well. Honestly speaking, Xianxia didn't really think the Inyang Lake would make much of a difference to him. After all, as long as he was able to form the Heaven's Path divine art and had sufficient spirit stones in his possession, cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking to him. Putting aside Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, as long as he had sufficient quantities of the two, reaching Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan in a day wasn't a problem at all. However, the Inyang Lake is located at the utmost south of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It's a long distance away, and even riding on a 4-Dan pinnacle aerial spirit beast, just the journey there in itself would take almost a dozen days. If we were to factor in the time required for you to cultivate, the entire trip would take at least 40 days. As such, if you don't have any issue, we'll set off tomorrow morning. After all, we have to make it back here before the Master-Teacher Tournament. Pavilion Master Kong said with a grim expression. No problem. Xianxia and Ruohuan Gongzi nodded their heads. After hearing the mystical effects of the Inyang Lake, Xianxia was actually rather curious to see it for himself. Also, since it was extremely useful to awakening Zhao Ye's unique constitution, as long as he could vie for an opportunity for her to enter the Inyang Lake, her cultivation might soar by leaps and bounds. All right then, the two of you should return for now to make preparations. We'll meet here tomorrow morning. After Pavilion Master Kong was done with the briefing, he dismissed the two. All right, the duo nodded their heads. Leaving the room, Xianxia immediately returned back to his residence and called Xiaoya over. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a place that would be useful in awakening your constitution, so prepare yourself. After which Xianxia returned to his room. Given that the trip would take more than a month, the urgent matter at hand for him was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. For the time being, he should at least try to reach Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle first. Thus, activating the Spirit Gathering formation, he sat down. Flicking his wrist, a middle-tier spirit stone appeared before him. Goo 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 goo. Pure Jinqi seeped through Xianxia's entire body along his meridians, through his acupoints, headed straight toward his dantian. Driving the transcendent mortal to Dan heaven's path divine art, Xianxia fell into a tranquil state, and his aura slowly hiked up. Origin Energy Realm Primary Stage. Origin Energy Realm Intermediate Stage. If someone else were to see his pace of cultivation, they would immediately fall into a frenzy. They had spent innumerable years of hard work just to raise their cultivation, but Xianxia seemed to do the same as easily as eating and drinking. The concept of difficult and bottleneck didn't seem to apply to him at all. In a luxurious mansion in the Myriad Kingdom City, a young man stood at the entrance of the courtyard, loitering around anxiously. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the other party as the wealthy customer who often bought from him, Song Chao. After loitering to and fro for several times, Song Chao couldn't help but turn to the guard at the entrance and ask, "When will Elder come out of his seclusion?" "I've no idea as well." After meeting with Song Shi the previous time, Elder immediately went into seclusion. "Since then, he hasn't come out at all," the guard replied. "All right." After obtaining the Great 7 metal coffin, Song Chao immediately rushed to this courtyard to look for the Elder, only to learn that the latter was currently in seclusion. Thus, he could only wait for the latter to return. Who knew that this wait would have taken him several days? In any case, he did expect the Elder to immerse himself in the research of the soulless metal humanoid after obtaining it. "Forget it. I'll return for now first." Since the other party was in seclusion, it wasn't good for him to simply barge in. Helpless, he decided to leave for now. However, before he barely took a few steps, Jia, the door behind him opened. "Ha!" Turning around, Song Chao saw an old man walking out of the room with a bright smile. He hurried forward and bowed to the latter with clasped fists. "Paying respects to Elder Hu." Stroking his beard, Elder Hu said with a smile, "You came at the right time. The soulless metal humanoid you gave me is indeed not bad. After studying for numerous days, I've benefited greatly from it. If I can reach consonant spirit realm because of this, I'll make sure to reward you greatly." Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Consonant Spirit Realm was a difficult hurdle of the Transcendent Mortal Realm due to how intricately it was tied with the study of souls. He had been trapped in Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle for a very long time already. He had tried many ways to achieve a breakthrough, but all of them turned out to be futile. Thus, when Song Chao delivered a soulless metal humanoid to him just a period ago, he immediately studied it intensely as though it was his only lifeline. Soulless metal humanoids were the personal bodyguards of the ancient soul oracles, and the secret behind souls could be uncovered from them. Even though he was still unable to comprehend how these soulless metal humanoids could be formed, he was able to gain a deeper insight into the concept of souls. This would prove to be greatly beneficial to his future breakthrough into the consonant spirit realm. "Elder, you're being too courteous. I'm glad that this artifact is useful to you." Song Chao hurriedly nodded. Hearing the other party's humble words, Elder Hu nodded his head in satisfaction. "For you to pay me so many visits in the past few days, did something happen?" Even though he was in seclusion, he still maintained some basic awareness of his surroundings. Song Chao hurriedly nodded his head. "I met that person who sold me the soulless metal humanoid just a few days ago. This time, he offered me the Grade 7 metal coffin which is used to store soulless metal humanoids. Thinking that it might be beneficial for Elder's study, I bought it down." "Grade 7 metal coffin? A coffin used to house soulless metal humanoid? Where is it? Show me." Elder Hu's eyes lit up and his breathing hastened. As he was unable to achieve a breakthrough for such a long period of time, he chose to turn his attention to the study of souls. After years of research, he had learnt quite a bit about the subject. In his research, he had stumbled by the subject of soul oracles and thus, he understood the significance of this coffin. If he had obtained these items earlier, he would have enjoyed a much greater improvement in the past few days. Even if he was still unable to reach consonant spirit realm, his soul would at least become much stronger than before. Yes! Flicking his wrist, a massive coffin appeared before them. It was the coffin that Xianxia sold to him for 1 middle-tier spirit stone back at the herb garden. To think that it's a grade 7 metal coffin in perfect condition. Seeing the inscriptions on the coffin, Elder whose eyes slowly grew brighter and brighter. The soul oracles had entrusted blacksmiths to forge these coffins specially for their soulless metal humanoid, and they had the effect of maintaining a soulless metal humanoid in its peak condition for millenniums to come. Based on the words of the seller, this coffin was the one used to house the soulless metal humanoid in Elder's hands. Song Chao continued. Oh! Elder who nodded his head. After assessing the coffin carefully, he raised his head and said, "The person who sold those things to you, where is he? Did you ask him where he obtained those items from?" "That, I didn't." Song Chao shook his head. Under the other party's importation of heaven's will, he would lose all basic critical thinking ability. Every single meeting would only end with him forking out spirit stones. Under such circumstances, how was he supposed to ask anything at all? "You didn't ask?" Elder who frowned. Recalling the words that the young man said that day, Song Chao hurriedly replied, "Even though I didn't ask, I know that there are at least 3 more of such soulless metal humanoids and grade 7 metal coffins in his possession. In fact, it seems like he even has the higher tier. Crimson metal coffin. Do you mean that, shattered by none the lock of crimson metal, undisturbed a rest for 10 millenniums, the coffin that even transcendent mortal 9Dan experts are unable break open, and is used to store a soul oracle's physical body?" Elder whose breathing hastened as his eyes lit up. A grade 7 metal coffin was only a tool used to store soulless metal humanoid. On the other hand, the crimson metal coffin was something that was used to store the body of the soul oracle himself. Even though they were both coffins, the value of the latter was definitely much greater than the former. That fellow actually had such good stuff? Yes. Song Chao nodded his head. Great. Where is he? Is he selling that crimson metal coffin? What does he want for it? Elder who hurriedly asked. That? He intends to sell the crimson metal coffin, just that. I didn't have sufficient money on me then, so I couldn't afford it. Putting everything aside, just this grade 7 metal coffin is already worth an entire middle-tier spirit stone. Song Chao said. The grade 7 metal coffin is the work of a 4-star craftsman, and it has the effect of maintaining the physical condition of a soulless metal humanoid for millenniums to come. Not only is it not expensive, it is in fact rather cheap. Not bad. Elder who nodded his head. Given that it was the work of a 4-star craftsman, and considering the precious materials involved and the secret of soul oracles hidden within it, a middle-tier spirit stone was indeed relatively cheap in comparison. This was an extremely fair price. Hearing that he made a fair trade, Song Chao heaved a sigh of relief before asking, "So, does Elder who intend to buy it? This is a rare opportunity, we have to obtain it. However, you should also know that even though I am an elder, my stipends are limited. Since a grade 7 metal coffin is worth a middle-tier spirit stones, nothing needs to be said about the crimson metal coffin. Even I am unable to fork out such a price." Even though Elder who was excited, he didn't allow it to get ahead of himself. The annual stipends of an elder wasn't unlimited. The number of middle-tier spirit stones he had at hand was extremely limited. The elder couldn't help but ask, "Right, have you tried buying it with tutelage jade tokens?" Tutelage jade token? The person selling it is a master teacher himself, and his rank can only be higher than mine. He won't want the jade tokens. Song Chao smiled bitterly. Back then, when he intended to buy the rousing from the drunken dreams on the auction, the other party refused to sell the work for anything other than spirit stones. After learning that Xianxia was the seller, he immediately understood the reason. The other party was a master teacher himself, and chances were that he had an even more formidable teacher above him. While tutelage jade tokens were incomparably valuable to ordinary cultivators, to master teachers like them, their value was negligible. It was just like how an owner of a gold mine wouldn't want to trade his possessions just to earn back gold. Master teacher? Elder who was taken back. If the other party wasn't a master teacher, there was a variety of means they could use guiding the other party or accepting the other party as his student. However, given that the other party was a master teacher like them, The things that they could do both on the surface and beneath the surface would become terribly limited. The Master Teacher Pavilion was an organization to govern and protect master teachers. If they were to be caught doing harm on the other party for greed, their entire sect would suffer the wrath of the headquarters. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Hu said, "Never mind. Where is he now? I'll talk to him and ask him for the price of the crimson metal coffin. This way I can make preparations." The safest and only viable method available was to buy it. It was fortunate that the other party had the intentions to sell it. "He's currently in the guest residence of Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Alliance Head Residence," Song Chao said. While he had been visiting Elder Hu the past few days, he had been keeping a lookout for Xianxia's whereabouts. After leaving the herb garden, Xianxia didn't hide his whereabouts. Given how even Su Shi and the others were able to easily hear of the other party's whereabouts, it wasn't too difficult for him to do so as well. "All right then, prepare the mounts, we'll head over." Elder Hu nodded his head. "Who?" Xianxia finally came to a stop. "There isn't sufficient spiritual energy." Xianxia thought that a middle-tier spirit stone should be more than sufficient for him to reach Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. But from the looks of it now, he was still underestimating his spiritual energy consumption rate. Along with the rise in his cultivation, the spiritual energy he needed to make a breakthrough was increasing exponentially. A middle-tier spirit stone only could fuel him up to Origin Energy Realm Advanced Stage. He was still quite a distance away from reaching Pinnacle. "I'll need at least 2 more middle-tier spirit stone before reaching Pinnacle." Making a rough calculation, Xianxia shook his head. The spirit stone he had obtained from Hallmaster Han was used up in the midst of cultivating his soul, and this spirit stone turned out to be insufficient to raise his Jinchi cultivation as well. Where was he supposed to find more middle-tier spirit stones? He thought that he could be considered wealthy already. In the end, as soon as he started cultivating, he ended up being plagued by the issue of lack of spirit stones once again. On top of that, the Soul Rouse grass also requires huge amount of energy to bloom as well. Based on Zhang Xian's estimations, the energy required was much greater than the amount needed for him to reach Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. "I really have to find some way to earn some money." Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian stood up. Earning money, it was easier said than done. What was he supposed to do about it? There were only a few middle-tier spirit stones in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Alliance Head Residence. Needless to say, other powers with the Myriad Kingdom Alliance wouldn't have as much. "Forget it, I should head to the Inyang Lake first." Based on what Pavilion Master Kong said, the area is rich in spiritual energy, making it extremely apt for one's cultivation. "Perhaps, I might be able to raise my cultivation even without using spirit stones," Xianxia thought. Since it was a precious ground that enhanced one's rate of cultivation, perhaps he would be able to raise his cultivation even without using spirit stones. But before that, I should try to obtain the Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan Cultivation Manual of Heaven's Path Divine Art first. Only with a cultivation technique could he raise his cultivation to higher heights. It would be a tragedy if the conditions there turned to be really beneficial to his cultivation, but he didn't have the required cultivation technique to raise his cultivation. There are many of such cultivation techniques in the Master Teacher Pavilion. As a 4-star Master Teacher, I have the qualifications to browse through them now. In terms of quantity of cultivation technique manuals and battle technique manuals, there was nowhere that could surpass the Master Teacher Pavilion's library. In any case, Zhang Xian was already a 4-star Master Teacher, so he had the qualifications to browse through all of the books. Since he had time now, he decided to head over to take a look. Thinking so, he stood up and walked out. Right after Zhang Xian left, Song Chao and Elder Hu arrived at the residence. After waiting for several hours, they could only leave regretfully. Right when the duo was waiting, Zhang Xian arrived at the Master Teacher Pavilion's library. As the center of the entire alliance, Myriad Kingdom City was both an economic powerhouse and a martial arts hub. Secret manuals were something that was never and would never be in short supply here. Upon entering the library, Zhang Xian immediately saw rows and rows of bookshelves extending beyond the limit of his sight. In terms of quantity, even the humongous library he had visited in Honghai City was far from a match with this. With so many books, I won't be able to duplicate all of them without several days of effort, even if I were to go full throttle. Xianxia contemplated. Given that he was heading to the Inyang Lake with Pavilion Master Kong the next day, even if he were to give it his all, it was clearly impractical for him to duplicate everything in his library of Heaven's Path within the limited time he had. Forget it. I should just focus on cultivation techniques for now. Knowing the impossibility of the matter, he decided to focus on the bookshelves relating to cultivation techniques and battle techniques. As a 4-star master teacher, he had access to all of the resources in the Master Teacher Pavilion. Soon, he found the area where transcendent mortal 3-dan cultivation techniques were placed. With just a glance, Xianxia could tell there was more than 1,000 books here. Flaws! Muttering beneath his breath, he placed his finger on the first book and started collecting the books. Compile. Soon, a complete transcendent mortal 3-dan Heaven's Path divine art appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Without sufficient spirit stones, he was still unable to cultivate it at the moment. Thus, he proceeded forward, hoping to find transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivation technique manuals. But after looking around, he couldn't help but shake his head. There were indeed transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivation technique manuals here, but there were only 100 books or so. He was still a long way from compiling a complete Heaven's Path divine art. But considering that the strongest expert in Myriad Kingdom Alliance was only at transcendent mortal 4-dan, such books were likely to be carefully hoarded by the various powers in the Alliance. As such, it was already rather impressive that the Master Teacher Pavilion had 100 of such books. Now to see whether there are any books on soul here. Even so, Xianxia didn't wallow in his disappointment. He quickly moved on to look for soul secret manuals. Having received Mo Huanxing's inheritance, Xianxia had learned the cultivation technique of soul oracles. However, as there were flaws in the manuals from Transcendent Mortal 3-dan and onward, he only cultivated his soul until Transcendent Mortal 2-dan. Since there were all kinds of books here, there just might be some manual on souls that might be useful to him here. If he were to compile it along with his existing knowledge, he just might be able to form higher-level Heaven's Path soul art. The rise in the cultivation of a soul also boosted his strength as well. Xianxia looked around as he walked between the shelves, and a long period of time later he finally stopped. Ways of strengthening your soul. What you have to know about consonant spirit realm. How to cultivate your soul in clarifying turbidity realm. These are notes from master teachers of previous generations. Xianxia's hands brushed across the books. The soul oracle inheritance had been terminated, so it was impossible to find their cultivation techniques anywhere. However, many experts had left behind notes regarding the tempering of one's soul, as it was a fundamental condition for reaching consonant spirit realm. Even though the noted had little to do with soul oracles, they detailed the profound secret of souls. As such, they could be used to fill up the gaps in the soul oracle's cultivation techniques. Thus, Xianxia began collecting all of these books, and around 11 hours later, he finally managed to collect several thousand of books on the introduction and tempering of souls. Having overexerted himself in the process, Xianxia's body felt heavy, and he was on the verge of sleeping already. Even so, his eyes were glowing in excitement. Compile! After conditioning his state for a moment, he immersed his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path and fused the knowledge in the books along with the inheritance of the soul oracles. I have the Heaven's Path soul art for both Transcendent Mortal 3-dan and 4-dan. After double-checking the results, Xianxia's eyes glowed in agitation. He was only giving it a try since there was no better method he could think of. In truth, he hadn't thought it was likely to succeed. Yet, the effects exceeded his expectations. He had managed to complete the Transcendent Mortal 3-dan and 4-dan of Heaven's Path soul art in a single go. In other words, as long as he had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, his soul cultivation could easily reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan. Not bad. Xianxia's lips curled up into a smile. Even though it was a disappointment that he couldn't compile the perfect Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Heaven's Path divine art, the results weren't too bad since he'd managed to complete Transcendent Mortal 3-dan and 4-dan of the Heaven's Path soul art. To think that a night has already passed. Unknowingly, While looking for the cultivation technique manuals, a night had already passed. Walking out of the library, the sun was already high up in the sky, glaring down at him. Xianxia, you're finally out. The pavilion master is waiting for you at the backyard. An apprentice walked up to inform Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head before walking over to the backyard. It seemed like Pavilion Master Kong and Rohuan Gongzi had already been waiting for him already. All right, let's head off. Seeing Xianxia walking over, Pavilion Master Kong raised his hand and a massive beast slowly landed on the ground. It was a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle aerial spirit beast. Most probably, it was the private of Pavilion Master Kong or the Master Teacher Pavilion. Hold on for a moment. I would like to bring a student along with me, Xianxia said. A student? Pavilion Master Kong frowned. The Origin Flame Glacier Plane isn't under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It's an independent power, and I had to pay a heavy price before I could obtain these 2 slots for you too. If he could bring people to the Origin Flame Glacier Plane freely, he would have surely brought Fu Shaochen and the others over long ago. There would be no need for him to waste time on a selection beforehand, cutting it so close for the Master-Teacher tournament. It was due to the limit that he'd had to go through so much trouble. Only 2 slots? It's impossible to add another person in. Xianxia frowned. That won't do. In fact, the 2 slots are not guaranteed. You all have to undergo the tests of the Origin Flame Glacier Plane first. If it was that easy to negotiate with the Origin Flame Glacier Plane, the Master Teachers of our Master Teacher Pavilion would be much stronger than they are now. At the very least, we wouldn't be ranking at the bottom in nearly every tournament. Pavilion Master Kong smiled bitterly. If that's the case, I'll pass on my opportunity to my student then, Xianxia said. As long as he had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, it didn't make a difference to him whether he entered the Yinyang Lake or not. Since there were only 2 slots, he would rather pass the chance on to Xiaoya. After all, this was a rare opportunity for her to further awaken her unique constitution. This won't do. Your Myriad Kingdom Alliance's greatest hope in the Master Teacher Tournament. How can you pass on such an opportunity? Upon hearing the decision Xianxia made, Pavilion Master Kong quickly refuted his words. Are you joking? I'm still waiting for you to break the records in the Master Teacher Tournament. If you don't go to the Yinyang Lake, wouldn't the heavy price I paid for this opportunity go to waste? My student has to come along, Xianxia said resolutely. How about this? If the other party make things difficult for you, I can negotiate with him on your behalf. This? Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. You're underestimating the men of the Origin Flame Glacier Plane. If it's that easy to negotiate with them, I would have surely tried to obtain more slots. But actually, they aren't to be blamed for this. There's a fundamental limit to the number of the people who can enter the Yinyang Lake every time it opens. It isn't even enough for their own use, let alone outsiders like us. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Having read many books, he knew that many of such natural blessed lands had a fundamental limit to them. If too many people were to cultivate on such lands, it was very easy for the place to dry up. As such, a limit was imposed in view of its long-term sustainability. Forget it, you should bring your student along with you for now. I'll negotiate with them later. We'll think of another solution if that fails. Seeing the resolute attitude of the young man, Pavilion Master Kong rubbed his glabella and said, let's give it try first. Perhaps we might really be able to get an additional slot. Xianxia nodded his head. While walking there, Xianxia had seen many different things. He had also realized many things that others deemed to be impossible. Even if the men of the Origin Flame Glacier Plains were to be difficult, Xianxia was confident that he could find a flaw in the other party and exploit that to resolve the situation. Having come to a decision, Xianxia sent an apprentice to call Xiaoya over. After which, the 4 of them got onto the back of a spirit beast and flew toward Myriad Kingdom City. Yesterday, when he returned to the residence, he had entrusted the Demon Sink beast with the responsibility of overlooking the safety of the others. Given its immense strength and Xianxia's identity as a 4-star master teacher, there shouldn't be anyone so blind as to harm his students. Not to mention Zhao Feiwu, the princess of the alliance, was looking after them as well. Thus, there was no need for Zhang Xian to worry for the safety of Zhengyang and the others. As for the soul-rouse grass, as it couldn't be placed in his storage ring, he didn't bring it along with him. Instead, he had Wang Ying and Sun Chang take care of it. Given their meticulous personality, it should be in safe hands. This departure was, in truth, a secret of sorts. Even the other master teachers in the Master Teacher Pavilion didn't know about this. Otherwise, if news were to leak out and the other powers tried to hinder them, things might turn out to be disastrous. But of course, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had always fared badly in the tournament. The other powers probably had their hands busy with tripping over the potential top 10 contenders instead. White clouds flitted past them as the spirit beast soared through the skies. The four of them were seated in the room on the back of the spirit beast. At this moment, Pavilion Master Kong was staring at Xiaoya, and the perplexed expression on his face was gradually deepening. After a moment, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhang Shi, the physical constitution of your student doesn't seem to be ordinary. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, he possessed outstanding eye of discernment." Even though Zhang Xian had Xiaoya conceal the true nature of her pure body to avoid trouble, it still wasn't sufficient to escape from Pavilion Master Kang's sharp eyes. Pavilion Master Shore has an incredible eye of discernment. Xiaoya possesses the pure body. That's why I wish to bring her along, so that she could cultivate at the Inyang Lake, Zhang Xian admitted. Indeed. Pavilion Master Kang's breathing hastened. As the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he understood how fearsome such a unique constitution was. Cultivators possessing a pure body became insanely strong once their unique constitution was unlocked. And from the looks of it, this young lady seemed to have awakened a portion of it already. It was no wonder Zhang Shi insisted on bringing the latter to the Inyang Lake, even offering to give up this opportunity to her. For the future of such a talented student, the sacrifice was indeed worthy. The pure body is one of the rare innate unique constitutions. Once it awakens entirely, one's body would become completely flawless. With such a constitution, one's rate of cultivation would reach an insane speed. Pavilion Master Kong recited the unique properties of the pure body, and the more he spoke, the brighter his eyes glowed. A moment later, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Turning around to look at Ruohuan Gongzi, he said, "All right, I've decided. Ruohuan, you shall pass your slot on to her." Ah! Ruohuan Gongzi's body swayed, and his eyes widened in shock. "Talk all you want, but why did you have to involve me in this? It wasn't easy for me to get this slot. Do you know how hard I worked? Upon hearing that I was going to the Inyang Lake yesterday, I spent the entire day preparing everything I would need. And yet, due to him bringing along his student, you're going to deprive me of my slot? Teacher." Ruohuan Gongzi immediately looked at his teacher with a panicked expression. "Say no more, this matter is decided. Don't worry, I will definitely make it up to you for this." Pavilion Master Kong waved his hands to signify that this matter wasn't up for debate. Zhang Shi was the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's greatest hope in the Master Teacher Tournament, so he had to raise his cultivation as fast as possible. Without sufficient strength, he would be at a disadvantage for many of the tests. On the other hand, his student possessed the pure body, so the opportunity at Inyang Lake was incomparably important to her. After pondering over the matter, the only option was to abandon his own student. Ruohuan Gongzi burst into tears. Ignoring the crying Ruohuan Gongzi, Zhang Xian asked, "Who are those Origin Flame Glacier Plain men you spoke of?" It wasn't that he was without sympathy, but that he thought there was definitely a chance at turning the situation around here. Besides, even if they were to end up being stuck with only 2 slots, Zhang Xian could simply compensate the other party by providing some pointers to his cultivation. In any case, Zhang Xian's guidance would definitely be much more effective than training in that Inyang Lake. Origin Flame Glacier Plain is the name of an extremely powerful influence. Just like the Apothecary Guild and Blacksmith Guild, they wield a sizable number of spirit veins and blessed lands. As such, even though I am the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, I dare not offend them easily. Thus, The most I could do was to propose a fair trade with them, Pavilion Master Kong explained. Spirit veins and blessed lands? Xianxia was astonished. Just this in itself was sufficient to show that the power was anything but ordinary. After all, given the innumerable formidable powers in the world, how could they possibly allow a small fry hog onto such precious resources? Indeed, every branch of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain has a court chief, and I happen to be acquainted with the current generation of court chief. That was how I managed to obtain the 2 slots to undergo the trial. Honestly speaking, it'll rely heavily on your abilities whether you can enter or not later on, Pavilion Master Kong said. Acquainted? She was once injured, and I saved her. Stroking his beard, Pavilion Master Kong said, Do you remember the case study on the person who cultivated the great ancient incursion art, the one whose chest was wounded by searing sword chi? Oh! Xianxia nodded his head. When he first met Pavilion Master Kong, the latter had once posed a test to him. The test was based on a real-life case study of a severely wounded cultivator attempting to achieve a breakthrough to transcendent mortal realm. That situation was extremely complex, and given the difficulty in the level of treatment, it was natural that Pavilion Master Kong would win the other party's gratitude after the matter. After chatting a while longer, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. This power controlled a significant portion of blessed lands all over the world, and one thing that they didn't lack was resources. As such, wealth meant nothing much to them. Only a master teacher could possibly make them willingly fork out 2 slots. After chatting for a while longer, the group started on their cultivation. Due to a lack of spirit stones, Xianxia didn't focus on attempting breakthroughs in his cultivation. Instead, he spent his time reinforcing his cultivation and enhancing his maximum Jinchi capacity. After his cultivation reached Origin Energy Realm Advanced Stage, his strength had increased tremendously once more. His strength of 200,000 ding had increased by 2-fold to 400,000 ding. A normal Origin Energy Realm Primary Stage expert would only wield a might of 150,000 ding, Intermediate Stage 200,000 ding, Advanced Stage 250,000 ding, and Pinnacle 300,000 ding. On the other hand, Inyang Realm was divided by a difference of 100,000 ding between each tier. Primary Stage 500,000 ding, Intermediate Stage 600,000 ding, Advanced Stage 700,000 ding, Pinnacle 800,000 ding. Despite being only at Origin Energy Realm Advanced Stage, Xianxia already wielded power much greater than that of an Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle cultivator. If he were to complement it with his Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan Pinnacle Soul cultivation, his total might would exceed 700,000 ding. With such strength, he would be able to stand toe-to-toe with even Inyang Realm Advanced Stage cultivators. But of course, this was all just theory. Strength wasn't the determining factor of one's fighting prowess. More important than that was one's battle instinct and abilities. If it was that easy to challenge those of higher cultivation realms, master teachers would truly be too overpowered. But even so, a Inyang Realm Intermediate Stage expert should still be a piece of cake. Along with Xianxia's rise in strength, his reaction speed and physical prowess had improved significantly. While the change wasn't as obvious as that when he first stepped into Transcendent Mortal Realm, there was still a clear growth in his overall fighting prowess. It just happens that I still have some time. I should study Heaven's Path Sword Art, Heaven's Path Spear Art, and Heaven's Path Saber Art once more. Reinforcing his cultivation had increased his Jinchi capacity significantly. Pleased with the results, Xianxia decided to turn his attention to battle techniques instead. The current level of Heaven's Path Sword Art and Heaven's Path Movement Art was mainly compiled from the books in Tianxian Kingdom. Even though he had augmented it several times with more books, the current Heaven's Path Sword Art was already insufficient to meet his requirements. Thus, he had to reorganize everything and compile even stronger moves. Along his way here, Xianxia had gathered quite a few battle techniques, not to mention, he even collected all of the battle technique books from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. As such, all he had to do was to reorganize the books for compilation. Thus, he first worked on Heaven's Path Sword Art. Sword is the emperor of all weapons. There was nearly no cultivator who would be ignorant of swordsmanship. As such, there were innumerable secret manuals on swordsmanship, thus making it convenient to find them. Not too long later, Xianxia managed to reorganize the entire set of Heaven's Path sword art. Due to the narrow space on the back of the beast, Xianxia was unable to execute it. Thus, he simply played out the skill in his head. It didn't take him too long to master the technique. After that, he turned his attention to saber art, spear art, fist art, leg art, and movement art. With the enhanced Heaven's Path battle techniques, Xianxia's fighting prowess rose tremendously. If Xianxia could only match up to an Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle Cultivator with just his Jinchi cultivation only previously, at this moment, he could easily match up to a Yinyang Realm Primary Stage Cultivator. Factoring in his Soul Cultivation as well, probably even a Transcendent Mortal 3-Dan Yinyang Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator could be easily destroyed by him. But of course, his greatest trump card at the moment wasn't his battle techniques, it was the Eye of Insight and Impartation of Heaven's Will. The former allowed him to see through flaws, whereas the latter allowed him to beguile the minds of others. With these two trump cards, he could beguile even Pavilion Master Kong easily. While Xianxia was cultivating, Xiaoya had been working hard too. After the last few days of hard work, she finally surpassed the bottleneck of Jizuan Realm and advanced into the Half-Transcension Realm. In just a short few months, she'd advanced from a Fighter 1-Dan to such a realm. This rate of progress was sufficient to leave innumerable people dumbfounded. Sometime later, while Xianxia was in the midst of cultivating, Pavilion Master Kong announced, "The Yinyang Lake is just right ahead." Hearing those words, Xianxia calmed his cultivation and stood up. Through the windows, he saw a towering mountain not too far away. Amidst the peak piled with a thick layer of white snow, a conspicuous dark green court stood. This is the Glacier Plain Court. The Yinyang Lake is inside the court. Pavilion Master Kong pointed. Taking a closer look, one could see a plaque on the entrance of the court, and the 3 words Glacier Plain Court was exceptionally eye-catching. Silent but dignified. Standing by the window, Pavilion Master Kong stared at the snowing mountain peak not too far away as he said, "Just by looking at the thick layer of snow here, you probably can't imagine that this place used to be a volcano before the Glacier Plain Court was built. Back then, the searing heat was so unbearable that even a transcendent mortal cultivator would suffer grievous burns if he attempted to cross the volcano." Volcano? Not only was Xianxia stunned, even Ruohuan Gongzi seemed to be bewildered by those words. This towering mountain was completely cloaked in white snow. Just the sight was enough to leave one shuddering in coldness. How could such a place have been a volcano before that? Honestly speaking, when I first heard of this news, I shared your reactions as well. Seeing through everyone's bewilderment, Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. This is strength of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. Not only do they possess the strength to claim blessed lands, they are also capable of changing the geomancy of a land to nurture the blessed land. Under their hands, many treacherous environments had turned into a spiritual energy haven that many looked forward to. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, could it be that the men of Origin Flame Glacier Plain could be considered to be of a unique occupation, to be capable of turning the unusable into a treasure, converting a feared volcano into a snow mountain? Unless it was a unique occupation, Xianxia found it hard to imagine that there was any power capable of such a formidable feat. Your way of putting it can't be said to be wrong, but it isn't entirely correct either. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, Pavilion Master Kong chuckled. Whether a certain heritage is considered as a unique occupation or not is decided by the Master-Teacher Pavilion. One of the factors the Master-Teacher Pavilion uses for making such decision is whether the heritage has a complete system of knowledge and a strict progressive ability ranking system. But there are simply some occupations whose members are unable to be judged under a hierarchical structure, such as herbologists. The capability of a herbologist depends heavily on their knowledge. Often, medicinal herbs required very specific knowledge to cultivate them, and it was possible for a highly skilled herbologist to be unable to cultivate a basic medicinal herb. Thus, a progressive ability ranking system couldn't really work in this case. An occupation without a strict progressive ranking system cannot be considered as a unique occupation. While it is true that the men of Origin Flame Glacier Plain possess mysterious means to turn a volcano into a snow mountain, a marsh into a plain, but they had no true heritage or a specific way of doing so. Rather, their abilities seem to be more closely related to their talent and ability. Besides, there are very few members of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain alive in the world. Even in the area of jurisdiction of Myriad Kingdom Alliance or even the entire Huanyu Empire, there is only one of such branch. Given such, how could it possibly be proclaimed as an occupation? But at the same time, they did indeed possess a unique ability, a characteristic that only occupations have. Thus, even the Master-Teacher Pavilion was a little troubled and was unable to come to a verdict over this matter. Xianxia nodded his head. An occupation must have a unique heritage that everyone could take on, and it must have a lot of branches across the world. But the Origin Flame Glacier Plain men were sorely lacking in their number of members, and their heritage was slightly chaotic. Not to mention, their ability relied heavily on their innate talent as well. As such, they had yet to be proclaimed as an occupation. To turn a searing volcano into a frigid snow mountain, how did they do it? Xiaoya asked curiously. I'm not sure about the details, but it is certain that this place was a volcano 1,000 years ago. It was said that the men of Origin Flame Glacier Plain traveled here and reshaped this place over the course of a century to turn it into its current state. On top of that, they even created the Yin-Yang Lake where the power of Yin and Yang amalgamate with one another, creating a paradoxical combination of clarity and turbidity. It is said that any cultivator that has yet to reach Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan will benefit greatly from cultivating in it. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head. However, the slots for the Yin-Yang Lake are very limited every year. It is insufficient for even their internal consumption, let alone to offer it to outsiders. Throughout the years, there were many influential powers who approached them, only to leave in disappointment. The ability to reshape the environment was a secret of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain men. Even as a powerful 4-star master teacher, he had no access to such secrets. Perhaps, it might be a powerful formation created via the terrain such as the mountain pulse and such. Ruhuan Gongzi interjected. One common method used to change one's environment was via formations. Thus, Ruhuan Gongzi immediately thought of the use of formation. It isn't a formation. The mountain range extends for several hundred kilometers. How huge of a formation would be required to encompass the area? Not to mention, the spiritual energy required to sustain its activation over so many years. Pavilion Master Kong said. Even though formations had the power to alter an environment, its area of effect tended to be limited. While it was theoretically possible to create a formation that extended over several hundred kilometers and modify an entire mountain, it was nearly completely unfeasible to implement it. Even a transcendent Mortal 9 Dan expert would be unable to accomplish such a task. Perhaps only the legendary beings surpassing the 9 Dawn would be capable of doing so. Indeed, it's not a formation. Xianxia shook his head too. When Pavilion Master Kong raised the topic earlier, Xianxia used the Eye of Insight to look into the matter as well. There wasn't the slightest trace of a formation across the entire mountain range, so that definitely wasn't the case. Otherwise, given his eye of discernment, it was impossible for him to see through something so basic. Chuckling, Pavilion Master Kong interjected the conversation and said, "Forget it. Let's not bother about that anymore. Our motive here is to enter the Yin-Yang Lake, not to deduce its origin. Later on, when we're in, do not act on your own whim. Follow my lead. I'll try to vie for 3 slots, and even if that fails, we have to try to secure our 2 slots at the very least." Everyone nodded. Good. Let's descend then. Hearing the voice, the aerial spirit beast flapped its wings and began gliding toward the Glacier Plain court. The group of 4 alighted from the aerial spirit beast as soon as it landed on the solid ground. Bits of snow were falling from the sky. It was cold, but given that even the weakest of them, Xiaoya, was at the half-transcension realm, the frigid weather didn't affect them much. After tidying himself up, Xianxia looked at the Glacier Plain court before him. From a distance, he could already sense majesty and grandness from the court. But even so, The true extent of its scale didn't hit him until he was right before it. From the front, it extended for more than 1,000 meters, and it was around 50 to 60 meters high. It seemed as though it was a residence made for giants. The entrance gate was nearly a dozen meters tall, and it looked extremely heavy. Walking up, Pavilion Master Kong took in a deep breath and announced, "Kong Gon of Myriad Kingdom City has come as per our agreement. I seek Court Chief Wu's audience." A moment later, the huge gate opened, and several figures came out. They were all ladies dressed in white robe. The one leading the group walked up and said, "Pavilion Master Kong, our court chief invites you in." The white robe of the ladies put against the snowing landscape created quite a beautiful yet desolate sight. "Thank you." Nodding his head, Pavilion Master Kong led the group in. Xianxia observed the white-robed female disciples while walking into the court. They were young, probably only in their 20s, but their cultivation was astounding. They were all around transcendent mortal 3 Dan at the minimum. They could be considered as geniuses to possess such cultivation levels at their age. The lady who had welcomed Pavilion Master Kong in previously had even reached transcendent mortal 3 Dan pinnacle. Walking into the Glacier Plain court, the first thing Xianxia noticed was that the spiritual energy in the air seemed to have gotten even more lively. It seemed as though it would dive through his pores at any moment, making it much easier to cultivate. What lively spiritual energy! Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though the concentration of spiritual energy was no different from how it was outside, the spiritual energy was exceptionally lively. Even if one didn't intentionally attempt to guide the spiritual energy into their body, it would still seep in on their own accord to temper one's body and nourish one's cultivation, thus enhancing one's rate of cultivation. It was just like a high-pressured hose against a lake of stagnant water. It was clear which one would flow faster through a stream. The high cultivation of these young ladies proved testimony to that fact. This place was definitely a blessed land for cultivating. The further they walked in, the greater the liveliness of spiritual energy. It created a compelling urge that motivated one to sit down on the spot to cultivate. And this wasn't even the Inyang Lake yet. It was no wonder why Pavilion Master Kong would go through so much effort to bring them here. It was indeed worth the effort. Other than white-robed ladies, there were red-robed ladies in the court as well. In contrast to the cold disposition of the former, the latter felt fiery as though compressed flames were threatening to burst out at any moment. Sensing Xianxia's doubts, Pavilion Master Kong said, "The cultivation technique of the Glacier Plain Court is the purest attribute cultivation technique, and they can be divided into yin and yang." Xianxia nodded. Actually, even without the other's explanation, he could tell as much via the eye of insight. Harnessing the attribute of flame, the yang cultivation technique granted a searing edge to the jinqi of the red-robed ladies, thus building a fiery disposition. On the other hand, the white-robed ladies who guided them were austere, and it seemed as though they rejected all that tried to approach them. A difference in cultivation technique would also cause a difference in one's disposition. Pavilion Master Kong continued, "The Inyang Lake is divided into the Yang Lake, Yin Lake, and the Amalgamation Lake. One would have to enter the segment compatible with one's cultivation technique to benefit from the effects of Inyang Lake." Xianxia was surprised upon hearing those words. When he first heard of Inyang Lake, he thought that it was just the name of a blessed land. But from the looks of it now, it wasn't as simple as he thought. After walking around for a bit longer, the lady guiding them around stopped. "The court chief is inside. Please proceed in." Pavilion Master Kong and group walked in. It was an extremely vast hall. Unlike the extravagance that Xianxia expected, the ornaments that filled the room were relatively simple. A lady was seated at the topmost center seat, and she was looking down at the group with an impassive expression. Xianxia assessed the lady before him. She seemed to be in her 30s, but perhaps due to her beautiful features, time didn't seem to leave much of a mark on her face. Her black hair complemented perfectly with her white clothes, and she looked as though she had come out from a painting. But of course, while she was pretty, she was still unable to compare up to Xiaoya. Thus, after taking a brief look, Xianxia began assessing her cultivation. Her cultivation seemed to be deeply concealed, making it hard to detect. Even so, Xianxia still felt danger from her. The other party's soul seemed to exert an immense pressure on his soul, as though the true nature of his soul would be easily seen through. Is this consonant spirit realm? Xianxia thought. Xianxia felt even greater pressure from her than from Alliance Head Zhao, Shui Yao, and Pavilion Master Kong. Given that the latter three were all transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle experts, most likely this court chief had already surpassed that level. At transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm, one's soul would be significantly augmented, granting one greater control over the environment. Such an expert could wield immense might with the slightest of movements, and their fighting prowess was extraordinary. Eye of Insight. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia took a look at the other party and frowned. In the midst of his observation, Pavilion Master Kong stepped forward and clasped his fist. Court Chief Wu, pleased to meet you once again. Knowing that the other party's cultivation was above his, even Pavilion Master Kong, as a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, didn't dare to pull his weight. Thus, his attitude was extremely respectful. Same here. Are these the ones taking on the Inyang Lake trial? Court Chief Wu asked as her gaze fell on the trio standing behind Pavilion Master Kong. Then, a frown appeared on her forehead. Why are there 3 of them? It's like these 3 are the most outstanding youths of my generation. I truly find myself unable to choose among them, so I decided to bring them all along. I hope that Court Chief can make an exception and allow them all to challenge the trial for an opportunity to enter the Inyang Lake. Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly explained. Pavilion Master, you should know the rules of our Inyang Lake. 2 slots means 2 slots. No exceptions can be made. Court Chief Wu shook her hands grandly. She felt like a block of ice, as though nothing in the world could change her will. This? All right then. Seeing the other party's determined expression, Pavilion Master Kong knew that it would be futile even if he were to push on. Thus, with a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, May I know in what form the trial will be presented? I would like to allow my juniors to prepare themselves. The trial is simple. They just have to walk out from my room of fire and ice. Court Chief Wu said nonchalantly. Room of fire and ice? Pavilion Master Kong frowned in confusion. The Room of Fire and Ice is a tool our Glacier Plain Court uses to test one's capability. Similar to the Heart Inquisition crystal, by dripping a drop of fresh blood on it, one's mind will be put under the agony of blazing flames and frigid ice. If one can endure the torture and find the exit within 2 hours, one would be deemed to have passed the test. Otherwise, it would be deemed as a failure, and they will be unqualified to enter the Inyang Lake. Court Chief Wu explained. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. In truth, they didn't expect for the trial to be a test on their mental fortitude. Such a test was more related to one's will rather than one's cultivation. After explaining, Court Chief Wu said, You should hurry up and select the 2 who are taking the trial. There's no need for that. Ruohuan, you'll sit out of this one. Pavilion Master Kong instructed. Yes. Ruohuan Gongzi's face couldn't be any more bitter. But even though he felt indignant, this was a decision made by his teacher. Thus, he could only nod his head in agreement. The fundamental principle of a master teacher was to respect one's teacher. The commands of a teacher mustn't be disobeyed. Just as he was depressed at having lost such a good opportunity, Zhang Shi's voice sounded, Wait a moment! After which, he lifted his head to look at the lady in the center and said, Court Chief Wu, may I know under what conditions can the 3 of us take on the trial? Hearing the interjection, Court Chief Wu frowned in displeasure. Pavilion Master Kong, is this the junior that you brought here? How can a junior interrupt a conversation between seniors? Zhang Shi, not expecting the latter to suddenly speak up, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly turned to the latter anxiously. Even though it was a pity that not everyone would gain the opportunity to take on the trial, it was better than nothing. If they were to enrage the other party, it was likely that the opportunity could be taken away from them. While Pavilion Master Kong held immense prestige in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, there was only one Glacier Plain Court throughout the entire Huanyu Empire. Before the head of the only Glacier Plain Court, not to mention a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert, his position had indeed become insignificant. Disregarding Pavilion Master Kang's anxious gaze, Xianxia continued speaking nonchalantly. Age isn't what that determines one's position. Just because one is young, that doesn't mean he must be a junior. Similarly, an old person could have simply wasted his time away. How about this, Court Chief Wu? I'll grant you an opportunity. I'll provide you guidance personally in exchange of an additional slot for the trial. What do you think of it? What? Pavilion Master Kong and Ruohuan Gongzi staggered. They nearly spurted blood. It was clearly conveyed to them during the journey that they shouldn't utter anything unnecessary. Court Chief Wu wasn't an easy person to get along with. Can't you see that even the Pavilion Master himself is treading very carefully around the other party? To grant the other party an opportunity of your guidance. The heck? Let's put aside the fact that you've only just received your 4-star Master Teacher emblem. Even Pavilion Master Kong, a 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, is unqualified for such a matter. After all, the other party was a true blue transcendent mortal 5-dan expert. Regardless of whether it was her knowledge or experience, she was far superior to the rest of them here. For a fellow like you who have just barely reached transcendent mortal 2-dan to speak like that, aren't you afraid of being pummeled to death? Guide me. As expected, after hearing those words, Court Chief Wu's eyebrows shot up and a powerful aura emanated from her, leaving all existences trembling before her presence. You wish to guide me? And you call that giving me an opportunity? Ignoring the other party's fiery aura, Xianxia nodded his head. Indeed, this opportunity will only come once, so I advise you to grasp it firmly. Seeing how Xianxia was getting more and more overboard, Ruohuan Gongzi's lips twitched. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Xiaoya in hopes that she could stop her teacher. Xiaoya, you should mediate the situation. He knew that Xianxia valued this student of his a lot, and perhaps her words might be effective against him. All right. Nodding her head, Xiaoya stepped forward. Court Chief Wu, my teacher is right. This is a good opportunity that you shouldn't miss. Otherwise, you'll surely regret for life. The heck? Ruohuan Gongzi nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Big sis, by mediation, I meant that you should stop your teacher. Why in the world are you persuading Court Chief Wu instead? Not to mention to say that the other party would regret for life. Isn't your confidence in your teacher way off the charts? For a transcendent mortal 2-dan master teacher to speak to a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert in such a manner, not to mention that complete lack of embarrassment when speaking those words, how in the world are you teacher and disciple be so confident? You! Court Chief Wu was also about to explode from hearing those words. Pavilion Master Kong, take your people and leave. Our Glacier Plain Court doesn't welcome such arrogant people. Court Chief Wu, Xianxia isn't as reckless as you think he is. Not expecting Xianxia to drive the usually composed Court Chief Wu to the point that she was chasing them away, Pavilion Master Kang's lips twitched violently, and he was about to go insane. Only he himself knew how far he had worked for these 2 slots. Yet, this fellow actually offended the other party as soon as he arrived. Ignoring Pavilion Master Kang's explanation, Court Chief Wu bellowed loudly, "Send our guests off." Voila! The few white-robed ladies who had brought them in walked forward, and with menacing gazes, they said, "This way, please." Court Chief Wu. Pavilion Master Kong was still trying to salvage the situation when Xianxia interrupted him. All right, Pavilion Master Kong, why should you waste your time with this fellow who God knows what her gender is? Let's just leave. Jia. Ruohuan Gongzi's legs suddenly caved in, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Pavilion Master Kong also stood petrified on the spot. He had known this Court Chief Wu for many years. Beautiful and elegant, the latter could leave many ladies embarrassed over their form. To actually say that God knows what her gender is to such a person, even if the other party disagreed to giving them another slot, 2 was actually fine as well. And even if the other party chased them away, at the very least they could still leave peacefully. Yet Xianxia just had to insult the other party. It would be a miracle if the other party didn't kill you on the spot. Pavilion Master Kong quickly drove his Xianxia and stepped in front of Xianxia. If Court Chief Wu were to make a move, even if it meant that he would sustain grievous wounds, he would ensure that the others could leave safely. What did you say? Not beyond expectations. Court Chief Wu's face turned livid as though steel, and rage seethed in her eyes. If looks could kill, Xianxia would have been torn apart countless times. Stop feigning ignorance. Shouldn't you understand what I am saying the clearest? Do you really need me to point it out? Even before this impending crisis, Xianxia didn't panic at all. If I'm not mistaken, the hair on certain parts of your body grow at a very rapid pace. Pooh! That comment dealt the final blow to Ruohuan Gongzi. He nearly failed to catch his breath and died on the spot. The heck? Big brother, are you doing this intentionally? It was already shameless of you to scold the other party for being neither a man nor a woman. And now you are even talking about the other party's hair. No matter how long the other party's hair is, it is hidden beneath her clothes. How the heck does that concern you? To speak such words in public? Are you a hoodlum? Besides, even if her hair grows at a rapid pace, how in the world can you tell? What in the world are you using a master teacher's discernment ability for? Pavilion Master Kong was currently undergoing the same shock as his student was going through. Thunder seemed to rumble ceaselessly in his head, and the Xianxia that he had just gathered nearly dissipated due to his shock. He was the head of a master teacher pavilion, one of the most esteemed experts in the Myriad Kingdom City. Yet now, it seemed as though he had accompanied this hoodlum here to provoke the head of the Glacier Field Court. Ah! His dignity and his honor. His face warped in conflict, and at this moment, even the thought of suicide flashed across his mind. But regardless, he was the one who brought Xianxia here. No matter how absurd the other party's behavior was, he was still a member of the Master Teacher Pavilion. He couldn't simply give up on the other party just like that. Gritting his teeth, Pavilion Master Kong was just preparing himself for the storm-like wrath of a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert when the raging Court Chief Wu's face suddenly paled. How did you know? Ah! Pavilion Master Kang's Xianxia really dissipated this time, and his entire body slackened weakly. Xianxia was actually spot on. He said that Court Chief Wu was neither male nor female, and that her hair was growing rapidly on certain places. But not only did the other party didn't lash out, she even admitted to it? Are my ears playing tricks on me, or has Court Chief Wu gone mad? Simple. Despite the overwhelming nature of your body, many of your acupoints are exuding yang energy. Your gestures are that of a demure maiden, but your words are full of might. As though knowing the other party would admit to it, there wasn't the slightest surprise in Xianxia's expression. If I'm not mistaken, you must be suffering from a conflict of yin and yang in your body, and you are unable to balance the both of them. That is precisely the reason why you grew a mustache and beard, and your pores are getting thicker. This. Court Chief Wu's body jolted. The other party's words were spot on. She was indeed suffering from a clash of yin and yang in her body. Over the past 2 years, she'd even begun growing a beard. If not for her shaving it diligently every day to retain your honor, she would have long died from embarrassment from the mocking of others. She thought that as long as she mediated the yin and yang energy within her carefully, she would be able to solve the problem. But who could have known that, as time passed, her condition only continued to worsen. In fact, her pores were even starting to become thicker. This matter involved a lady's pride. Embarrassed, she didn't dare to find anyone to take a look at it. Never in the world did she expect this fellow to see through her affliction in a single glance. How in the world did he manage to see through it? By hair growing rapidly on certain parts of the body. You mean the beard? Seeing the trembling, shocked Court Chief Wu, Pavilion Master Kong and Ruohuan Gongzi widened their mouths in astonishment. At the same time, they wiped the sweat off their reddened faces. When they heard about hair growing in certain parts of the body, their minds immediately thought of indecent stuff. After all, how could they have possibly imagined that a female would grow a beard? After being injured by searing sword chi, you thought that you are unable to bring out the fullest extent of the might of the great ancient incursion art. Thus, you decided to switch to a in-nature cultivation technique instead. In the end, you failed to control the energies in your body properly and ended up in such a state. Even though you are still able to suppress it with brute force at the moment, that will be unfeasible in the long run. Within 3 years, the situation will spiral beyond your control, Xianxia said. If the other party didn't execute a battle technique, he would be unable to utilize the library of Heaven's Path and determine the exact specifics of the other party's condition. Even so, through the sharp discernment ability of the Eye of Insight, he was able to see that this court chief Wu shaved her beard on a daily basis. As such, he was able to deduce that the other party was suffering from a conflict of yin and yang. Factoring in the previous problem that Pavilion Master Kong spoke of, it wasn't too difficult for him to deduce the cause of the affliction. The great ancient incursion art centered around the concept of sharpness and burst power. It only allowed its user to launch 3 extremely powerful strikes before drying out. This was the reason why Xianxia thought the patient was a male back then when he looked at the case study. Therefore, he was rather surprised upon hearing Pavilion Master Kong calling the patient a she then. Upon seeing Court Chief Wu at this moment, it wasn't too hard for him to tie things together. She must have switched from the great ancient incursion art to a yin attribute technique, thus resulting in a clash of energy that she was unable to mediate between. The best way to solve such a matter was to destroy one's foundation and start afresh. But as the strongest expert and the chief of the Glacier Plain Court, how could she bear to do so? Thus, she tried to suppress the energy in hopes that the problem would die down soon. However, as time passed, the situation only worsened, and she found herself slowly losing control. As for why Court Chief Wu, despite being a female, would choose to cultivate a yang attribute technique that was more suited for males, Xianxia wasn't too sure either. However, he felt that it might be related to the yin-yang lake. After all, the red-robed ladies that he had seen previously were all cultivating yang attribute cultivation techniques as well. After hearing those words, while Pavilion Master Kong and Rohuan Gongzi felt that it was a little far-fetched, Court Chief Wu's face turned ghastly white. The other party's analysis was spot on. Back then, even though she was treated by Pavilion Master Kong, there were some side effects to the treatment. For one, she found herself unable to fully unleash the might of the great ancient incursion art anymore. Thus, she changed to a yin nature cultivation technique instead in hopes of using it to achieve a breakthrough, as well as to neutralize the lingering searing sword chi in her body. And due to that, she improved swiftly. It didn't take her long to neutralize the sword chi and recover fully from her wounds. But that also left behind a trauma in her, thus resulting in the current situation. May I know if there is any treatment method for it? Since the other party could see through it, perhaps he would be able to solve it. Thus, Court Chief Wu couldn't help but look at the other party expectantly. There's indeed some ways to treat your affliction. The most direct method is to dissipate your cultivation and start anew, Xianxia said. Dissipate my cultivation? That won't work. My lifespan is already beyond 100 now. If I were to dissipate my cultivation, I'd surely die from old age instantly, Court Chief Wu hurriedly said. It was not that she had never thought of this method before, but given her current age, without her cultivation sustaining her bodily functions, she would immediately age swiftly and die in less than 3 days. What was the use of treating her affliction if she were to die because of it? If so, she might as well just persevere on with the current situation. Xianxia nodded his head. The other party's words were indeed true. The extended lifespan of a transcendent mortal came from the augmentation of their cultivation. If their cultivation were to disappear, they would immediately revert back to ordinary lifespan of a human. Is there any other solution? Court Chief Wu asked. How about this? You execute a punching routine for me so that I can analyze your condition. However, I can't guarantee you that I'll be able to find a solution. Xianxia shook his hands. While he had a rough idea of what the other party's affliction was, without the Library of Heaven's Path accurately pointing out the specific causes resulting in the other party's current condition, he wasn't too sure how the problem could be treated. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to guarantee whether he could treat the other party's affliction either. After hesitating for a moment, Court Chief Wu nodded her head. All right. Regardless of whether Xianxia is able to treat my affliction or not, I promise to grant you a third slot for the trial. She was about to go insane being tortured by her current condition as she saw more and more characteristics of a male appearing on her every day. If the person before her could really treat her affliction, she would be willing to pay anything without hesitation, let alone a single slot for the trial. Zhang Xian nodded his head. In the end, the reason why he went through so much trouble was to obtain that additional slot. Since the other party had given him her word, naturally, he had to give his all in his treatment as well. Just like that, he succeeded. It was just a moment ago that Court Chief Wu seemed as though she would tear all of them apart. Yet, at this very instant, not only did her rage fade completely, she even promised to give them the slot. Pavilion Master Kong was dumbfounded. Wasn't he way too formidable? Even though he was seeing this for himself, he still found the situation hard to believe. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi was about to be driven insane from shock. All along, he felt that luck had been a huge factor in why he lost to the other party in the selection round. He thought that as long as he cultivated hard, it wouldn't be impossible for him to turn the situation around 2 months later, thus reclaiming the title of the #1 genius of Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It was only after this incident that he realized that the other party's eye of discernment and meticulousness toward details weren't things that he could compete with. In fact, even his own teacher seemed to be unable to match up to Xianxia. This fellow, was he really a person who had just qualified as a 4-star master teacher? Unaware of the doubts in Ruohuan Gongzi's mind, Zhang Xian turned to Court Chief Wu and waved his hands. Let's begin then. All right. Nodding her head, Court Chief Wu whipped out her arm and executed a powerful punch. Zhang Xian's eyes were fixated on the other party's movements. But in truth, his consciousness was in the library of Heaven's Path. He was busy flipping through the book to look through the details of the other party's affliction. Soon, Court Chief Wu finished her display and turned her gaze to Zhang Xian. Are there other ways to treat my affliction? As she spoke those words, her breathing couldn't help but hasten. If even the young man before her was unable to treat her affliction, she really couldn't imagine what kind of terrors awaited her in the future and how she could endure them. There's indeed a solution to your problem. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian looked at Court Chief Wu with a bizarre expression and asked, What do you think of our Pavilion Master Kong? Court Chief Wu was stunned. I asked you for a solution to my problem. Why are you suddenly asking me about Pavilion Master Kong? But even though Court Chief Wu was perplexed, knowing that this was probably related to the treatment, she replied earnestly, I've known Pavilion Master Kong for many years, so I guess we can be considered to be familiar with one another. Standing by the side, Kong Gon was already bewildered. He had no idea what Xianxia was thinking of. Since you are familiar with him, that should make things simple. With a bright smile on his face, Zhang Xian continued, Our Pavilion Master is a righteous and honest person. On top of that, he's a master teacher, so he has a bright future ahead of him. More importantly, his looks are above average as well. The more Zhang Xian spoke, the more confused Court Chief Wu became. Bewildered, she asked, Pavilion Master Kong is indeed a fine man. For the welfare of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he was willing to pay a heavy price just to obtain the slots to enter the Yinyang Lake for his juniors. Just that, what does this have to do with treating my conflict of yin and yang? This had everything to do with it. Zhang Xian's eyes rotated between the two parties involved and said, Why don't the both of you get married? Pavilion Master Kong choked on his own saliva and nearly fainted over. Ruohuan Gongzi also widened his eyes in shock. Aren't you trying to treat Court Chief Wu? Why does it seem like you're matchmaking instead? To dare to propose a matrimony between Pavilion Master Kong and Court Chief Wu, you sure are brave. Marry? Court Chief Wu's body shook, and her vision went dark. She had only asked this fellow to treat her. How in the world did it turn into a talk about marriage instead? What the heck does the other party mean by trying to get me to marry Pavilion Master Kong? That's right. There is no problem with you cultivating a forceful yang cultivation technique. The main issue lies in you changing your cultivation technique halfway through, resulting in a collision between yin and yang. The best way to completely cure you of your affliction is to find a spouse whose cultivation is around your level and possesses outstanding control over Xianxia to mediate the yin and yang within your body. Xianxia continued. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, Pavilion Master Kong is just a step away from reaching consonant spirit realm. On top of that, he is a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, and his knowledge and control over Xianxia is superior even when compared to yours. Thus, he is the most ideal candidate in mind. If the two of you get together, in just 3 to 6 months, you will be able to completely neutralize the yin and yang energy in your body and make a complete recovery. This, Court Chief Wu was stunned. She didn't expect for her situation to be able to be solved in such a manner. Ever since she started cultivating, she had been guarding her purity closely. She never tried to get close to any men, and she didn't allow any men to get close to her either. For her to marry someone so abruptly, even if it was to treat her physical affliction, she still found it hard to accept. While she was still hesitating, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly said, "Are there no other solutions? This won't work." Even though he was still single, how could he accept marrying a bearded beauty? Just the thought of the other party's beard growing even more diligently than his made his goosebumps stand on ends. Of course there are other solutions, but this is the simplest one, Xianxia said. Let's use the other solutions then. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely give my all, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly said. However, before he could finish his words, a vicious glare fell on him and a cold voice sounded. Konggon, what do you mean? For you to turn down a marriage with me so hurriedly? Are you hinting that I am unworthy of you? Even if it was to treat her affliction, she didn't want to marry this old man either. But, even if the marriage didn't go through, she should be the one rejecting the other party. For this old man to quickly reject her as though he had stepped on something disgusting, what the heck did he mean by that? Am I that repulsive? In terms of cultivation, as a transcendent mortal 5-dan, I am way superior to you. In terms of standing, as the only head of Glacier Plain Court throughout the entire Huanyu Empire, there are countless pavilion masters wanting to fawn over me. In terms of appearance, even though there are others that are more beautiful than me, I am at least a 1 in 10,000 beauty. Even though I'm no longer in my youth, my beauty still lingers on. I haven't even agreed to the marriage yet. What rights do you have to be rejecting me so anxiously? Court Chief Wu, you must be jesting. How could I dare to harbor such thoughts? I just think that. Not expecting the other party to fault him over this matter, Pavilion Master Kang's lips twitched. I am unworthy of you. I am the one who is unworthy of you. It's good that you have some self-awareness. Hearing those words, Court Chief Wu's expression finally softened. Turning to the young man before her once more, she said, "What other ways are there? As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely give my all." Pavilion Master Kong was rendered speechless. Wasn't that exactly what I said? If not for you interrupting the conversation, we could have progressed much faster than that. There's another way to do so. That's to find an expert with pure yin body whose cultivation is on par with you. You can make use of her blood to neutralize the remaining yang energy within your body. You don't need too much of it. Just 1 drop is sufficient, Xianxia said. Pure yin body? Court Chief Wu smiled bitterly. Unique constitutions were like a grain of sand amidst a gigantic ocean. If it was that easy to possess a unique constitution, everyone would have been an expert by now. The reason why their origin Flame Glacier Plain had been training their members in yang attribute and yin attribute cultivation techniques, even going to the extent of creating the yin-yang lake, was just so to groom a cultivator with the pure yang body or pure yin body. But after so many years, there hadn't been a single success yet. Besides, even if they were successful, that person would surely have been taken away by the headquarters already. To find such a person to cure her affliction was nigh impossible. Since it won't work, why don't Pavilion Master Kong and I get married? Court Chief Wu proposed hesitantly with an awful complexion. Hearing the bearded lady's intention to marry her, Pavilion Master Kong nearly fainted on the spot. He hurriedly shouted, "And no need for that. Isn't there a person with pure body here?" "There is." Court Chief Wu was taken aback. "Where?" "There might not even be the birth of a person with this unique constitution over the span of a millennia, so how could such an expert be found so easily?" Xianxia's student, Xiaoya, is a person possessing the pure body. On top of that, she has even awakened it by 20% already, afraid that the other party would lay her thoughts on him. Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly said, "You possess the pure body." Narrowing her eyes, Court Chief Wu hurriedly assessed the girl before her. Yes, she possesses the pure body. There's no mistake about it. After saying so, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, "Since your student possesses the pure body and a single droplet of her blood can solve the court chief's affliction, why would you propose for the both of us to get married?" This Xianxia was truly, since the second method was that simple, why would he propose for the both of them to get married? "Xiaoya is my student. I have the responsibility to protect her from any harm. Naturally, I've no choice but to sacrifice you. Besides, I'm doing you a huge favor by helping you find a wife. TSK. For my goodwill to go unreciprocated." Xianxia replied. Pavilion Master Kong staggered. "To protect your student, you actually decided to sacrifice me, and you still dare to say that you are doing me a favor? Goodwill your head. Why don't you try marrying a bearded lady yourself?" While the duo was arguing, Court Chief Wu was slowly walking to Xiaoya with a body trembling in disbelief. "You really possess the pure body?" "Yes." Xiaoya's eyebrows shot up. Driving the Jinqi in her body, the characteristics of her constitution immediately appeared. A surge of cold air blew into the hall, gushing toward the skies. As her cultivation reached half-transcension, the powers of her unique constitution were gradually drawn out. With her current strength, there was no one of equal cultivation realm as her that could defeat her, not even master teachers. Most probably only a monster like Xianxia could match her on equal grounds. Indeed, she possesses the pure body. There's hope for our origin flame glacier plane. Feeling the powerful aura exuded from Xiaoya, Court Chief Wu's eyes reddened. She rushed forward to grab Xiaoya's arm and asked, "What's your name?" "Xiaoya." Seeing the normal Court Chief Wu suddenly behaving so frenziedly, Xiaoya frowned and pushed her hand aside. "Xiaoya Xiaojia, do you want to go to the headquarters with me? As long as you agree to it, you'll be granted the best cultivation resource immediately. You'll be able to awaken your pure body completely in the shortest time possible, thus becoming the strongest expert across the entire continent swiftly." Court Chief Wu said in agitation. "There's no need for it. I wish to follow behind my teacher." Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. It was due to Xianxia's guidance that she had been able to come so far. The other party's position in her heart was already comparable to that of her own father, and he was the person she respected the most in the world. It was impossible for her to leave him on her own accord. "Teacher? Who is your teacher?" Due to her agitation, Court Chief Wu was a little muddle-headed at the moment. "It is Xianxia," Xiaoya said proudly. "Xianxia." Only then did Court Chief Wu finally come to a realization. She hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, "Xianxia, can you lend your student to our origin flame glacier plane? We truly require a pure body expert." "Lend?" Xianxia shook his head. "My students are thinking humans. They can decide on their own. If they wish to follow you, I'll support them with all my heart. If they are unwilling to do so, no one will be able to force them into a decision." Even though Xianxia's voice was calm, it carried immense confidence. As the owner of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was destined to walk a path different from the others. Even though he might be weak at the moment, he had the confidence to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. As long as Xiaoya was unwilling to accept the other party's request, Xianxia would not allow anyone to force her into it. Hearing the other party's confident words, Court Chief Wu recovered from her agitation and hurriedly shook her head. "That is not what I mean." Xianxia, please don't misunderstand my intentions. Why don't you tell us what is going on? Xianxia asked. Through his eye of discernment, he could tell that Court Chief Wu's agitation was for real. She didn't even react so intensely when she heard that there was a cure for her affliction. Most probably, there was something much deeper to the matter. On top of that, she even said something along the lines of, there was hope for the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. This, I apologize, but it concerns the utmost secret of our Origin Flame Glacier field, so I'm unable to tell you anything further than this. With a conflicted expression, Court Chief Wu hesitated for a moment before saying, how about this? I'll consult with the headquarters about this matter while you enter the Inyang Lake. Regardless of the reply of the headquarters, I'll give you an explanation for this matter. Xianxia nodded his head. Every single occupation had their secrets and privacy. It was normal for the other party to have some things she was unwilling to reveal. Changing the subject, Court Chief Wu asked, just to confirm, the 3 slots should refer to the 3 of you, right? Yes. Me, Ruohuan Gongzi, and Zhao Ye. Xianxia nodded. Good. The Room of Ice and Fire is right ahead. Only after passing the trial can you enter the Inyang Lake. Court Chief Wu explained, the reason why we have the trial is due to the bizarre nature of the Inyang Lake. The amalgamation of yin and yang can create huge stress on one's body, putting them in immense pain. If one couldn't even endure the Room of Ice and Fire, one might end up being seared to ash by the flow of yang energy or frozen into an ice block by the flow of yin energy in the Inyang Lake. I see. Xianxia nodded. He was wondering why they still had to undergo the trial despite everything that had happened. This seemed to be the true reason behind it all. It was just like how one had to be administered suspect penicillin before the real injection. Otherwise, one might die from the inability to adapt in the Inyang Lake. As such, the trial was, in truth, a preventive measure to assess one's ability beforehand. Walking up to the entrance of the Room of Ice and Fire, Xianxia assessed the interior of the room. It was somewhat similar to the House of Trust he had entered during the Master-Teacher examination in Tianwu Kingdom. Who wants to give it a try first? Court Chief Wu asked with a smile. Me. Hearing those words, Ruohuan Gongzi quickly rushed forward anxiously. After several rounds of competing with Xianxia, he had finally understood a fact. If he were to allow the latter go first, putting aside how all of his glory would be stolen from him, he might even wreck the entire area. After all, his history with Elder Wu, Elder Yun, and Elder Bai spoke a lot. Regardless, one thing was for sure, Xianxia shouldn't be allowed to go first. This was a safety precaution. Rather than dealing with the possible problems in his aftermath, he might as well be the first to clear the trial. At the very least, he could still retain a little bit of confidence. Seeing the other party volunteering so actively, Court Chief Wu nodded her head and instructed, drip of a droplet of blood on the crystal outside the door before entering. Yes. Walking up to the crystal, Ruohuan Gongzi bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood on it, before walking into the room. As soon as he walked in, rumbling sounds reminiscent of thunder began echoing ceaselessly. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrors were occurring inside. Court Chief Wu seemed to have known this would happen, and she was standing quietly by the side with her hands behind her back. Jia. After an unknown period of time, a charred figure walked out of the room. His hair was standing at ends, and black smoke was rising from his body. Who else could this be other than Ruohuan Gongzi? At the current moment, Jun Ruohuan bore no resemblance to the dashing gentleman he usually was. Instead, he seemed like a beggar who had just climbed out from a rubbish dump. With a body completely charred, he was in an extremely miserable state. Even though his mental fortitude had been breached, given how he was able to clear the test within 2 hours, his foundations are still quite strong. All right, you are qualified to enter the Inyang Lake. Glancing at the bit of incense still burning outside the room, Court Chief Wu nodded her head. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi had stayed inside for nearly 2 entire hours, he was still able to leave within the allotted time. On top of that, he still retained his consciousness. This showed that he possessed outstanding endurance and perseverance. With these, he was qualified to enter the Inyang Lake. Didn't Court Chief Wu say that the room of ice and fire is a test of one's mental resilience? Why would? Xianxia asked doubtfully. The room of ice and fire is indeed a trial on one's mental resilience. However, if one's mental fortitude is breached, one's physical body will incur injuries as well. Even so, to be able to walk out under such conditions, that person must possess outstanding endurance. After explaining, Court Chief Wu turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia, are you going in next? Or is Xiaoya going? Allow me. Xiaoya stepped forward. With the same procedures from before, Xiaoya entered the room. However, in just an hour later, she was already done. Seeing this sight, Ruohuan Gongzi fell into depression, and internally, he was shouting monster. One must know that Zhao Ya's age and cultivation was way beneath his. Of course, this trial didn't mean that Zhao Ya's capability was above that of Ruohuan Gongzi. Rather, the purine body granted Zhao Ya immunity to the cold and a form of defense against the heat. This trial might have been difficult for most cultivator, but for her it wasn't anything much. As such, even though Zhao Ya's condition was slightly unkempt when she walked out, she was in a much better state than Ruohuan Gongzi. It's my turn. Since the other two had cleared, Xianxia followed the same procedures as before and walked into the room. Seeing Xianxia walk into the room, Ruohuan Gongzi asked, Teacher, how long do you think Xianxia will take? Since you took around 2 hours and Zhao Ya around an hour, I think that Xianxia should be able to clear the challenge in less than 15 minutes. Pavilion Master Kong said. That fellow had created too many miracles. Since even his student was able to clear the trial in an hour, most probably, he wouldn't even take half of the time. 15 minutes? Ruohuan Gongzi shook his head. I think he would only take a maximum of 5 minutes. Ruohuan Gongzi had a very deep impression of the latter's monstrous capability. Every time he thought it was impossible for the other party to succeed, the other party would do so in a manner that exceeded their expectations. Taking this situation for example, in truth, he also shared his teacher's thoughts that the other party would be able to complete the challenge within 15 minutes. But, for some reason, his subconscious made him feel that the result would be even more frightening than his estimates. 5 minutes. Hearing the conversation between the duo, Court Chief Wu shook her head. That was the room of ice and fire, an extremely fearsome trial. Clearing it within 5 minutes? Surely you two must be dreaming. Court Chief Wu, you simply don't understand how fearsome Xianxia is. In truth, I'm thinking that 5 minutes might be an underestimation. Ruohuan Gongzi explained. Is he that incredible? Hearing this talented master teacher declaring the matter so confidently, Court Chief Wu's opinion wavered. That Xianxia did indeed see through a problem that escaped Pavilion Master Kang's eyes, and honestly speaking, there was something bizarre about him. Perhaps he really might be able to accomplish the unthinkable. Indeed. Let's wait and see then. Ruohuan Gongzi said so with a confidence even greater than that when he challenged the trial. 5 minutes have passed. It didn't take long for 5 minutes to pass, but the room didn't seem to be opening anytime soon. Perhaps 10 minutes. With an awkward expression, Ruohuan Gongzi changed his words. But after 10 minutes had passed, the room still remained sealed. Could it be 15 minutes? Having 2 of his guesses fail, Ruohuan Gongzi uttered doubtfully. But a pity it was. But after 15 minutes had passed, not a figure emerged from the shut doors. 30 minutes. 50 minutes. 80 minutes. Soon, 2 hours passed, but the room of ice and fire remained bizarrely quiet. The time has ended, but the other party isn't out yet. Seems like he failed to clear the trial. Court Chief Wu shook her head in lamentation. She thought that the young man would create a miracle just as the others had said. But from the situation, it seemed like they were overestimating him. Not only did the latter fail to create a miracle, he didn't even pass the trial. He failed. Ruohuan Gongzi muttered with a face warped as though it was suffering from constipation. Every time he doubted that fellow, the other party would immediately make a comeback and prove him wrong. This time, he announced his trust in the other party's ability to achieve an outstanding result. But in the end, he failed. Xianxia, Are you intentionally trying to oppose everything I've said? Clutching his chest, Ruohuan Gongzi felt a stifling sensation in his chest. Pavilion Master Kang's body also shuddered. He was on the verge of crying. Xianxia had fared so well in the Master-Teacher Hall. Why would he suddenly fail here? What in the world happened inside? Going back to 2 hours ago, when Zhang Xian just entered the room, beyond the room was a long passageway that seemingly stretched to the ends of the world. Hong Long. As soon as the door closed, Zhang Xian immediately felt stifling heat assaulting him from all directions. It was as if he had accidentally walked into an incinerator. Driving the heavens path Xianxia. He turned his gaze backward and frowned. The door, which had just shut on its own accord, actually disappeared from view, as though it had never existed from the start. Do I have to walk through the entire passageway to leave? Zhang Xian frowned. Could this room of ice and fire actually be a formidable formation? And the only way to leave it is to walk to the end of the passageway. Slightly doubtful, Zhang Xian proceeded forward. Xiong xiong. But right after taking a few steps, the heat seemed to intensify. A sea of flames appeared in the surroundings, and there was no way to avoid it if Zhang Xian wanted to proceed any further. Forget it. I should continue heading forward. Even after walking around the area, Zhang Xian was still unable to find the exit. Thus, he decided to proceed forward. The heavens path Xianxia was extraordinarily powerful. Despite the searing heat scorching his skin, it was unable to hurt him at all. Just as Zhang Xian was standing right before the flames, ready to step over it, his eyes suddenly blurred, and in an instant, it was as if he had stepped into a field of ice. Piercing chill penetrated his bones and spread across his body via his meridians, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He was on the verge of being reduced to an ice block. As a transcendent mortal expert, under normal circumstances, even if he were to sleep in an ice vault, as long as he had Xianxia to protect his body, he wouldn't feel cold in the least. But at the current moment, he was shivering involuntarily. This was an extremely eerie situation. Driving his Xianxia to ward off the cold, Zhang Xian thought. It's no wonder Ruohuan Gongzi was in such a terrible state when he exited. He probably suffered greatly under the torture of the alternating flames and ice. While transcendent mortal experts had the ability to ward off the effects of one's environment, but still, an abrupt, steep change in temperature would still be hard to tolerate. It was just like how one could tolerate having one's hand being plunged into a bowl of cold water, but if one were to put one's hand in a bowl of warm water before that, the huge contrast in the temperature would be difficult to bear. Just as Zhang Xian was able to proceed ahead, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Fire and ice. No, it can't be a formation. Even a 4-star pinnacle formation is incapable of such might. Even a 4-star pinnacle formation would be incapable of the abrupt steep change in temperature that occurred in this room of ice and fire. But if that was the case, how in the world was this trial created? Besides, I didn't sense the movement in spiritual energy before entering. If there's a formation here, I would have surely sensed it. As a 4-star formation master, if there was a formation here, even though he hadn't tried using the Eye of Insight, he would have noticed it. Given the alternating fire and ice despite the lack of formation, there must be something much deeper to the trial. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as simply walking through the corridor. Furthermore, Court Chief Wu had said previously that this was a test of one's mental fortitude, and that Ruohuan Gongzi's mental fortitude had been breached. This left him even more perplexed. I should see what's going on. Eye of Insight. With such doubts in mind, Zhang Xian activated the Eye of Insight. Who? A dazzling radiance glowed in the surroundings, and several lines of insight surfaced in his eyes. After taking a brief look, Zhang Xian shook his head. It's indeed a test of one's mental fortitude. My soul and consciousness has been brought into an illusion. Through the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian finally made sense of the happenings. The fire and ice that appeared before him weren't real. It was just an illusion. It was just like the crystals in the House of Trust through one's blood. It created illusions that made one feel as though one was braving through a land of flames and ice. Those who succumbed to it would be permanently trapped within it. No one could save them. The eye of insight had the ability to see through falsehood. Despite how realistic the illusion was, under Xianxia's sharp eyes, it still revealed its true nature. In truth, the exit from before was still at the same place, and his physical body was standing motionlessly at the center of the room. The interchanging heat and chill that he was experiencing at the moment wouldn't hurt him at all. That was to say, the pain and torture he had just felt was an assault on his consciousness. To possess such means without the use of a formation, the Glacier Plain Court is indeed impressive. After taking another look, he confirmed that this wasn't a formation. But still, to be able to generate effects similar to a formation, the Room of Ice and Fire wasn't as simple as it looked. It was just like the traps from Celestial Designer that he had seen in the Soul Oracle tomb back then. There were some non-formation master occupations that could create things that was in no way inferior to a formation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to create their own heritage and pass it on for innumerable years without declining. There must be something here that is affecting my consciousness, causing me to perceive the interchanging heat and chill. Even though it wasn't a formation, a lifelike illusion of this level that made one unable to discern one's soul from one's body definitely had to be powered by some powerful artifact or unique energy. Flaws. After understanding the situation, Xianxia brought his consciousness back into his physical body and went around touching the wall and the ground in the Room of Ice and Fire. Not too long later, a book surfaced in his mind. I see. After reading through the content, Xianxia smiled in understanding. Origin Flame Ice Plane. A bizarre phenomenon created by the overlapping of an origin fire and an ice plane. Going by the directions, it should be somewhere here. After measuring the room, Xianxia walked to a certain location and tapped on several parts. Gotcha! As the mechanical trap whirred into action, a huge hole appeared before Xianxia's view. It was like a pitch-black abyss, and its depth was inestimable. I should go down to take a look. Facing this hole of unknown depth, others might be hesitant to proceed downward. However, possessing the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia had no such worries. Leaping downward into the abyss, Xianxia's body fell swiftly. After a moment of freefall, Xianxia activated the heaven ascending steps momentarily to slow his falling speed. Repeating the process several times, Xianxia fell several thousand meters before stepping on solid ground once more. This underground cavern was extremely vast, and it was impossible to see its ends with just a single glance. A huge lake of a radius of 2 meters stood right before him. However, the lake had an extremely bizarre appearance. Half of it was flowing with lava, whereas the other half had ice floating on it. He thought that the liveliness of the spiritual energy was already amazing in the hall above. But here, under the effects of the lake, the spiritual energy in the surrounding was several times that of the hall. Could this be the Yinyang Lake? Xianxia thought. Couldn't be that this was the Yinyang Lake, could it? If that wasn't the case, how could there be such a bizarre thing? But if that was the case, why was it that small? With just a radius of 2 meters, it would already be extremely cramped for one to enter it. After all, cultivating wasn't bathing. There was no cultivator who would be willing to let their guards down before another at such proximity to cultivate. If the Yinyang Lake was only this big, there was no reason why the Glacier Plain Court would be so famous. Not to mention, it didn't match with how they had so many powerful disciples who were cultivating yin and yang cultivation techniques. I should take a look to see what's happening first. Walking forward, Xianxia touched the surface of the lake lightly. Who? A book appeared in his hand. Origin Flame Glacier Plain Seed Water. Created by members of Origin Flame Glacier Plain by fusing the origin flames created by sealing the earth veins with unique material, Glacier Plain. It is an extremely rare material. Flaws. 1. It requires specialists to sustain it or else it'll be damaged very easily. There were many things written in the book. Soon, Xianxia finished reading through the book. Turns out it isn't the Yinyang Lake. I thought that I'd found it. Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. From the looks of it, the Yinyang Lake probably couldn't be found that easily. After all, it was the most important resource of the Frigid Plain Court, so how could outsiders get access to it so easily? Not to mention, This underground chamber wasn't guarded at all. Based on the description from the Library of Heaven's Path, this Origin Flame Glacier Plane seedwater was made by the members of the Glacier Plane Court fusing Origin Flame with Ice Plane. Initially, Xianxia thought that Ice Plane referred to a land harnessing the power of ice. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed to be the name of a unique material just like the Origin Flame. Pavilion Master Kong said that this land used to be a volcano before it became a land of ice. This should probably be the reason behind it. On the way here, Pavilion Master Kong had told them some details regarding the Origin Flame Glacier Field. This place used to be a searing sea of flames, a place uninhabitable even to the most resilient of weeds. The members of the Glacier Plane Court had changed the entire landscape into a land of snow. And if Xianxia wasn't mistaken, it was most probably the doing of this small lake. The small lake had sealed the heat energy in the earth vein through the ice plane, resulting in the inability for heat to disperse in the region. Given the height of the mountain, it was just a matter of time before snow filled its entire terrain. It was just like if someone were to seal the heat of the burning lava through some means. As time passed, the temperature in the region would naturally fall. A thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. Given how this item is capable of creating illusions, it must have a certain degree of effect on one's soul. What if my soul were to enter the lake? Even though this wasn't the Inyang Lake, there was one thing he could confirm: this lake had an effect on a cultivator's soul. Given the huge amount of energy harnessed within the pool, was it possible for his soul to be tempered by the energy within? Let me give it a try. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately got down to business. In any case, this was part of the trial, so he wasn't really causing any trouble anyway. Sitting down on the ground, Zhang Xian immediately drew his soul out, and his soul headed for the lake. Tzzzzzz. As soon as he entered, the surge of cold and heat immediately assaulted him, making his soul feel as though it had been plunged into a pot of burning oil and a river of freezing water simultaneously, placing him under great agony. But at the same time, his soul became stronger and more tangible. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. The soul cultivation technique he was using was the Heaven's Path soul art. This made his soul exceptionally resilient, fearing neither yin or yang, thus allowing him to devour such overwhelming power. If it was any other soul oracle, their soul would have already dissipated from the heat in the water. In fact, this didn't just apply to soul oracles. Even bodies of consonant spirit realm expert would easily crumble before this simultaneous assault of heat and chill. Unlike the body, the soul is intangible. It wouldn't expand or contract when in contact with heat or chill, which would make a material very fragile. As such, Zhang Xian was the only one who could make use of this precious resource to train his soul. No one else in the world would be able to do the same. Absorb. Understanding this fact, Zhang Xian chuckled as his soul swallowed both the yin and yang energy in the water. Driving the Heaven's Path soul art to the maximum, Zhang Xian's cultivation soared furiously. Kacha! The sound of a wall breaking down sounded. In just a few breaths, Zhang Xian's soul cultivation had increased from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Pinnacle to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Primary Stage. But still, his cultivation showed no sign of stopping. On the contrary, he seemed to be absorbing the energy even faster. Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Primary Stage, 3 Dan Intermediate Stage, 3 Dan Advanced Stage. Absorbing the yin and yang energy in the lake, Zhang Xian's cultivation surged swiftly, a fold faster than the pace his Jinchi cultivation usually progressed. This lake is the amalgamation of yin and yang, the collision of heat and chill. This is slined with the Heaven's Path soul art, thus hastening the rate of my cultivation. Zhang Xian also understood the underlying principle behind this site. The single origin conceives two, two conceives three, and three conceives all. The Heaven's Path cultivation techniques were created by putting countless formulas together, and it contained the utmost truth of the world. On the other hand, the lake before him represented the amalgamation of yin and yang in the world. It was due to the two factors in harmony with one another that his cultivation speed had been boosted significantly. But in truth, this increase in rate of cultivation wasn't too useful to him. After all, the main problem he had at hand was the lack of spirit stone. Even if he were to absorb spiritual energy from a spirit stone instead, he could easily achieve a breakthrough within 2 hours. Cutting it down by half into 1 hour didn't make much of a difference. So, it wasn't as effective as it sounded. But still, this was due to his cultivation technique being too overpowered. If anyone else could raise their rate of cultivation by twofold, they would probably be smiling in their sleep. Hong Long. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia's soul trembled before he stopped his cultivation. Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. Reached. In less than 2 hours, his soul cultivation had increased by Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan Pinnacle to Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle. That was 2 whole realms. Upon making the breakthrough to Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm, one's strength would raise from 800,000 ding to 1 million ding. Every single tier would mean an increase of strength by 200,000 ding. In other words, having reached 4-Dan Pinnacle, the strength that Xianxia could derive from his soul added up to more than 1,600,000 ding. Factoring the 400,000 ding from his Jinqi, that would mean Xianxia's strength was currently standing at 2 million ding. Even Pavilion Master Kong wouldn't be a match for him. That was how powerful he was at the moment. Xianxia never expected that his cultivation would increase by so much in less than 2 hours. But still, given that the soul oracles had already disappeared from the face of the world, it was best for Xianxia to avoid using this power. Otherwise, all kinds of trouble might end up coming his way. This could prove to be extremely troublesome. Time to return. Now that Xianxia's soul cultivation had reached its cap, he stopped his cultivation and his soul dived back into the body. Then he stood up. Taking a look at the lake before him, the lake which showed a sight of the amalgamation of yin and yang before had disappeared altogether. At the current moment, it was no different from a normal lake. The yin and yang energy it harnessed before had been completely sapped dry by him. Xianxia's soul was twofold larger than that of an ordinary Transcendent Mortal 4-Dan Pinnacle Soul Oracle. As a soul, his height was more than a single zhang, 3.33 m, tall, and even 2 ordinary humans stacked together would be unable to match up to his size. 2 hours have already passed. I should leave the room now. Making a rough calculation, Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. For the Room of Ice and Fire trial, Xianxia had to leave the room within 2 hours to gain an opportunity to enter the Yin-Yang Lake. Given that the time had passed, it wasn't wrong to say that he had already failed the test. Pavilion Master Kong had worked so hard for him, going to the extent of even giving up on his student just so that he could get this opportunity. He wondered if the other party would faint in anger at his failure. Forget it. I'll just deal with it when it comes my way. In any case, Xianxia was content with his gains here. Executing the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia flew back to where he came from. Possessing a Jinqi cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan advanced stage now, Xianxia could now sustain his flight for at least more than a dozen seconds. Covering a distance of several thousand meters in this time period wasn't too hard of a task for him. In just 10 breaths, Xianxia returned to the Room of Ice and Fire, and tapping on a few spots on the wall, the trapdoor closed. After ensuring that everything was in place, Xianxia tidied his clothes before walking out. The moment he walked out, he saw Court Chief Wu, Pavilion Master Kong, and Ruohuan Gongzi standing anxiously in front of the door. From the looks of it, if he didn't appear soon, they would immediately barge into the room. Xianxia, are you okay? Pavilion Master Kong asked worriedly. I'm fine. Xianxia nodded his head. Then you. Ruohuan Gongzi was perplexed. Since the other party was fine, why didn't he come out earlier? In the end, he exceeded the timing and lost the opportunity to enter the Yin-Yang Lake. Court Chief Wu was also bewildered by the situation before her. Even though Ruohuan Gongzi and Xiaoya had left the room within the allocated time, their states were rather unkempt when they walked out. On the other hand, not only was Xianxia completely uninjured, his clothes were also completely intact as though they were new. He looked exactly the same as how he did when he first walked into the room. What was going on? This situation would normally only occur to geniuses who broke out of the illusion very quickly. Otherwise, under the effects of the illusion, one would suffer the assault of the power of yin and yang. Even if one's physical body was still fine, one's clothes would surely be tattered. Oh! I felt that the yin and yang energy in the room wasn't too bad, so I started cultivating. But due to my moment of excitement, I actually forgot about the time. Xianxia replied sheepishly. He couldn't reveal the matter about the soul oracle, so he replied with a half-truth instead. However, hearing those words, everyone staggered and nearly spurted blood. To cultivate, in a treacherous place like the room of ice and fire? Anyone else who entered the area would be thinking of how they could hold on. And yet, this fellow actually thought it was a good place and lost track of the time while cultivating. Are you serious? Court Chief Wu frowned. The room of ice and fire has a special mechanism that plunged one into illusions as soon as they entered. How did you cultivate under such a situation? I just happened to do so by sheer luck. Xianxia shook his head. Feeling that it might be dangerous for him to continue speaking of this matter, he changed the topic. If that's the case, could I be considered to have passed the trial? The conditions for passing the trial states that one must pass the room of ice and fire within 2 hours. Even though you missed the timing due to being immersed in your cultivation, rules are still rules. I can't make an exception and qualify you. Court Chief Wu shook her head. Even though she would have loved to see the young man before her succeed, the rules of the Glacier Plain Court were absolute. Regardless of the reason behind the young man's delay, he had failed the trial, and thus, he failed to earn the qualification to enter the Yin-Yang Lake. All right? Xianxia shook his head. He had already known this would be the result when he looked at the timing. In any case, he didn't bear much hope for the Yin-Yang Lake for the first place. Besides, his soul cultivation had increased tremendously within the last 2 hours. Thus, he wasn't too disappointed. I'm willing to pass my slot on to my teacher, Xiaoya offered anxiously. There's no need for that. Xianxia was touched by Xiaoya's thoughtfulness, but he shook his hands. The Yin-Yang Lake isn't of much use to me. Instead, you, as a cultivator possessing the pure yin body, should make full use of this chance to cultivate properly and metamorphose. But, why? Are you disobeying my words now? Xianxia frowned. No, just that. No, just that. Follow Court Chief Wu to the Yin-Yang Lake and cultivate properly. Try to awaken your unique constitution further during this period of time. Then, turning to Court Chief Wu, Xianxia said, Court Chief, since I failed to earn the qualification to enter the Yin-Yang Lake, please bring Xiaoya and Rohuan Gongzi over. I'll wait here with Pavilion Master Kong. Seeing that Xianxia didn't insist on tagging along, Court Chief Wu heaved a sigh of relief. She beckoned to the duo and said, The two of you follow me. Yes. Seeing the displeasure on her teacher's face, Xiaoya didn't dare to say much. Thus, she followed Court Chief Wu to the Yin-Yang Lake. Rohuan Gongzi also followed closely behind. Before leaving, he turned around to look at Xianxia with a look of awe. Despite losing such a precious opportunity, Xianxia didn't cause a fuss or leverage on the other party's weakness for the other party to make an exception for him. As expected of the person whom even his teacher was impressed with. He was indeed a true master teacher. Xianxia, this opportunity is so hard to come by. It's truly a pity. After the trio left, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but lamented. The nature of the Yin-Yang Lake made it extremely beneficial to the cultivation or origin energy realm and Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Otherwise, Pavilion Master Kong wouldn't have paid such a heavy price to bring the master teachers who passed the selection over. He thought that given Xianxia's ability, the latter would surely be able to pass the trial easily. Who could have expected that he would actually fail? If Xianxia could have entered the Yin-Yang Lake, the chances of him getting into the top 10 would be increased greatly. And now, with the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 2-dan primary stage cultivator, it would be nearly impossible for him to succeed. Before leaving the Myriad Kingdom City, Xianxia had already made a breakthrough to transcendent mortal 2-dan advanced stage. However, this sudden leap in cultivation would raise doubts in the mind of others. Xianxia chose to hide it. Thus, even Pavilion Master Kong was unaware that his cultivation had already increased by several tiers. Actually, it's nothing much. Xianxia shook his head. The Glacier Plain Court has its own rules as well. A failure means a failure. There's nothing much I can do about it. Speaking of which, I require middle-tier spirit stones for my cultivation. If Pavilion Master Kong has any of them, I am willing to exchange them with something of equivalent value. What Inyang Lake or Blessed Land, as the one who grasped the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Soul Art, nothing was more useful to him as middle-tier spirit stones. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, achieving breakthroughs was a walk in the park. Middle-tier spirit stones? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback by the request. I do have a few of them. If you need them for your cultivation, I can give them to you straight. As the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he had gathered quite a few middle-tier spirit stones over the years. However, as he required them for his own cultivation as well, he didn't have many of them left. Still, if Xianxia could get a better placing in the Master Teacher Tournament, he would have no regrets even if he were to go bankrupt because of this. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion was where he had devoted his effort to. As the Pavilion Master, naturally, he wished the best for it as well. If Xianxia could actually reach top 10, even if he were to die on the spot, he could at least face his predecessors proudly. Give them to me? Xianxia was taken aback. Knowing the other party's thoughts, he actually felt impressed by the other party's devotion. Pavilion Master Kong, there's no need to stand on ceremonies. I won't take your spirit stones for free. Even though the other party had his own motives as well, he was an upright person. Xianxia wasn't willing to take the item from such a person without giving something equivalent in exchange. Just as Xianxia was considering whether he should help the latter achieve a breakthrough to Consonant Spirit Realm when they returned back to Myriad Kingdom City, a savage aura suddenly burst in the air, gushing into the heavens. It seemed as though the rage of an incredible expert had erupted. Feeling the suddenly outburst of power, Pavilion Master Kong and Xianxia narrowed their eyes simultaneously. It's Court Chief Wu. Shit. This aura couldn't be any more familiar to them. It belonged to Court Chief Wu. What did this fellow intend to do by releasing such a powerful aura all of the sudden? Could it be that she means harm to Ruohuan Gongzi and Xiaoya? She was a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert. If she were to really harbor such thoughts, even if the two of them were to work together, they would still be unable to withstand a single blow from her. There was too huge of a difference between their cultivation. Let's go over and take a look. With a darkened complexion, the duo rushed toward the place where the aura was released from. Stepping against the ground, Pavilion Master Kong charged forward as though a leopard. He shook his arms, and Jinchi gushed frenziedly from his body, causing his speed to hasten once again. Spirit Intermediate Tier Battle Technique. Proud Eagle Soaring the Skies. This was a movement technique, and even if it wasn't the strongest one in the Myriad Kingdom City, it wasn't too far off from that. Executing it, Pavilion Master Kang's speed surged. Even an expert of Alliance Head Zhao's caliber would find it hard to keep up. Worried over the safety of his student, he even went to the extent of executing his ultimate move. Xianxia, I'll be going on ahead to take a look. Where's he? The heck? Continuing on forward, Pavilion Master Kong turned his head to speak to Xianxia. However, halfway through his words, his body stiffened, and he nearly fell to the ground. There was no one behind him at all. Instead, there was a figure, who was now only the size of a black dot, flitting swiftly in front of him, about to disappear at any moment. Who else could it be, other than Xianxia? He had used his strongest technique to move as fast as possible, and they thought that it would be impossible for the Transcendent Mortal 2-dan primary stage Xianxia to catch up. Who could have known that, before he could finish his words, the other party had already disappeared. The other party's speed was more than twofold faster than his. One had to know that he was a Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle expert, and on top of that, he had executed his strongest movement technique. And yet, he still nearly failed to even catch the other party's silhouette. Even though he had seen the sight for himself, He couldn't help but think that maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was that still a transcendent mortal 2-Dan cultivator? Even a 5-Dan wouldn't possess such speed. Wait a moment, he isn't 2-Dan primary stage but advanced stage. Pavilion Master Kong frowned. Rushing at full speed, Xianxia's true cultivation was fully revealed. That wasn't the level of a transcendent mortal 2-Dan primary stage but an advanced stage. How was that possible? He had seen the other party making a breakthrough to Origin Energy Realm right before him clearly. It couldn't possibly be faked. And yet, in just half a month, the other party actually advanced 2 small realms to reach 2-Dan advanced stage. No matter what, that was transcendent mortal 2-Dan. To progress from primary stage to advanced stage in such a short period of time. Not to mention, his cultivation had been reinforced and he seemed to be on the verge of making a breakthrough at any time. How did he do it? Wasn't that way too formidable? Besides, even if the other party was at Origin Energy Realm advanced stage, the other party was 2 huge cultivation realms weaker than a clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle expert like him. How could the other party be even faster than him given such? Not to mention, despite traveling at such speed, the other party's ability to make abrupt turns and leaps was absurd. At the very least, he knew that his spirit intermediate tier movement technique proud eagle soaring the skies was incapable of such a feat. Could it be that he had cultivated a spirit high tier movement technique, or even a spirit pinnacle battle technique? Pavilion Master Kong was shocked by his own thoughts. Only the more powerful empires had the qualification to access such techniques. Even though he was the head of Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, he was still unqualified to learn or even to access them. Yet Xianxia, who had come from an unranked kingdom, actually had learned a battle technique of such level. His background must have been incredible. Su Fan and Ling Yuheng probably didn't tell me the complete truth. Xianxia's background isn't simple at all. I'll have to ask them about it when I return, Pavilion Master Kong thought. Strength wasn't something that came from nowhere. Given how formidable Xianxia was, his teacher and background must be anything but ordinary. Given how Su Shi and Ling Shi vouched for him with all their might, they must know something about him. Xianxia, wait for me. Suppressing his shock, Pavilion Master Kong raised his gaze once more, only to see that Xianxia's figure had disappeared altogether. Thus, he quickly chased the other parties back. The Glacier Plain Court wasn't too big. The place where the savage aura was released was only several hundred meters away from them. After making a few turns, Zhang Xian arrived at a vast hall. Court Chief Wu, Ruohuan Gongzi, Zhao Ya, as well as several red-robed and white-robed female disciples were present in the room. Every single one of them was shaking in fear before the immense might Court Chief Wu was releasing. Before the group was an immense lake of around 20 meters wide. The lake was divided into 2 portions. It seemed like innumerable spirit stones had been embedded to it, creating a lake of pure spiritual energy. Could this be the Yinyang Lake? Even though Zhang Xian had heard of the name of Yinyang Lake, this was his first time seeing it. Something's wrong. I've heard that the water of the Yinyang Lake is divided by their attribute. One end should be searing hot while the other end should be icy cold. Even though the lake in front is filled with spiritual energy, it doesn't seem to carry such attributes. Zhang Xian frowned. The Yinyang Lake was famous across the world due to the yin and yang energy flowing within it. One end was bone-piercing cold while the other end was unendurable heat. The both of them met at the center, forming a mystical sight. Cultivating within the lake, one's zhenqi would be tempered by the power of hot and cold, yin and yang, thus making one's zhenqi even more dense. This would increase the speed of one's cultivation as well. Even though the lake before him was divided into 2, all Zhang Xian could sense from it was the flow of spiritual energy. There was no heat or coldness from it. Could this not be the Yinyang Lake? During that period of time, Pavilion Master Kong also arrived on the scene. Upon seeing that his student wasn't injured, he turned to Court Chief Wu and asked with a doubtful expression, "Court Chief Wu, what happened?" What in the world could have happened to send Court Chief Wu, a transcendent mortal 5-Dan, into such rage? "Something has cropped up with the Yinyang Lake," Court Chief Wu said. Then, Turning to the female disciples by the side, she bellowed, "Repeat what you said just now." "Yes." A female disciple stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, "Just as always, we came over here to clear up the seed water, but we realized that the power of yin and yang within the seed water had disappeared completely, just like the yin-yang lake. The seed water is buried deep within the ground, and the power of yin and yang within it originates from the earth vein and ice plane. How could it possibly disappear all of the sudden?" Court Chief Wu couldn't believe this matter. Reporting to Court Chief, "This is a sample that we brought up from below. Look." The female disciple flicked her wrist and a pail appeared in her hands. It was a pail of clear water. Spiritual energy was dancing vigorously in it, but the water didn't carry the slightest chill or heat at all. The yin and yang attribute has really disappeared from the seed water? What's going on? Court Chief Wu's eyes reddened. The yin-yang lake was the very basis of the Glacier Plain Court. If it was ruined, this branch would be as good as destroyed. While she was lashing out furiously, Xianxia's mouth was twitching vigorously. Initially, he wasn't too sure what the seed water the other party spoke of referred to, but after seeing the water in the pail the female disciple brought over, he immediately shuddered. Wasn't that what he absorbed just a moment ago? Could it be related to the yin-yang lake? Court Chief Wu, can you tell me what the seed water is? If there is any trouble, you could tell me about it. Perhaps we might find a solution to the problem by discussing it. Seeing the state of the court chief, Pavilion Master Kong suddenly got a bad premonition. This concerns the deepest secret of the Glacier Plain Court, so I didn't want to reveal it to you. However, given the current situation, it seems like I can't hide it any longer. Court Chief Wu hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Even though the group before her were all outsiders, they were also master teachers. This was a huge crisis and she had no choice but to pin her hopes on them. This is the yin-yang lake. Court Chief Wu gestured to the giant lake before them. Are you all curious why there is no collision between searing heat and frigid coldness in the lake, as is said in the rumors? Everyone nodded their heads. This was especially so for Pavilion Master Kong. He had noticed all of this as soon as he arrived, and this had left him perplexed. The spiritual energy from the yin-yang lake originates from spirit stones. I believe you all should be able to tell as much. However, the yin and yang energy within originates from the seed water. The seed water is created by the Glacier Plain Court by fusing the searing heat of the earth vein and the frigid coldness of the ice plane through a unique method. It is usually buried deep in the mountain vein, and only when it is required will we take a pail of water from it and pour it in this lake, Court Chief Wu explained. Even though it was just a brief introduction, it concerned the deepest secret and most fundamental secret behind the existence of the Glacier Plain Court. The supposed yin-yang lake wasn't naturally formed but man-made. Its very foundation was the seed water. Only by pouring a pail of seed water in the yin-yang lake would yin and yang energy be granted to the water, turning it into a blessed land for cultivators. It was just like a bottle of syrup and the cordial made of it. The most important part of it wasn't the cordial but the bottle of syrup, and at this moment, the yin and yang attribute of the seed water had actually disappeared altogether. Without the seed water, the yin-yang lake would be reduced to nothing more than a lake concentrated in spiritual energy. Even though it was still useful to one's cultivation, its effectiveness was significantly lower than before. This, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth twitched. He thought that it might be a simple problem, but from the looks of it, it was something way beyond his ability. The seed water was the most fundamental secret of the Glacier Plain Court. How could he possibly know how to fix something like that? Even Court Chief Wu, who had spent her entire life alongside it, was unable to solve it. What kind of solution could he possibly offer? Honestly speaking, he felt that his luck was truly bad. He'd gone through so much effort to get the slots in hope that the cultivation of their participants of the Master Teacher Tournament could increase significantly through this. Never in his dreams did he expect to stumble by such a problem. Right, Xianxia? Shaking his head, Pavilion Master Kong was just about to tell the other party that he was helpless before this issue when he remembered the miracle-making Xianxia. Thus, he turned his gaze to the ladder, but the sight he saw made him frown. At this moment, Xianxia had a bizarre look on his face. He looked as though he had done something wrong, and his face was red in guilt. Xianxia, what's wrong? It was bizarre for the active Xianxian to behave in such a manner instead of offering a solution. Court Chief Wu, also sensing that something was amiss, turned her gaze to the ladder. Everyone else also followed suit, and soon, all eyes were gathered on him. "I." Hearing the question, Zhang Xian's face reddened further. Scratching his head, he said, "That, Court Chief Wu, previously at the Room of Ice and Fire, didn't I tell you that I cultivated for a while?" Court Chief Wu and Pavilion Master Kong was surprised to hear Zhang Xian raise up this issue all of the sudden, but they still nodded their heads. The other party did indeed say such words. It was due to this matter that he failed to pass the trial. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Zhang Xian continued, "Cough, cough. While I was cultivating, I accidentally exerted too much force and sapped the yin and yang energy in your seed water dry." "Ah, exerted too much force?" Court Chief Wu, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others were stunned. Ruhuan Gongzi's mouth twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had been wondering why Xianxia would fail the trial despite the fact that even he could clear it. So this was the main reason behind it. The latter had already gone ahead and absorbed the seed water dry, rendering the Yin-Yang Lake obsolete. Under such circumstances, was there still a need for him to clear the trial? To think that he was even awed by the other party's openness in admitting his defeat. Looking at it now, the other party was truly shameless. What do we do now given that you have gone ahead to sap the seed water dry? Ruhuan Gongzi truly felt like crying now. Ever since he met this fellow, regardless of what he did, be it the selection round or the current trial, there was nothing that went his way. He seemed to be either getting slapped on the face or was on the way to be getting slapped on the face. If not for his strong mental resilience, he would have long gone mad from this. Why you? Actually sapped the power of yin and yang within the seed water dry. Court Chief Wu finally recovered from her shock and stared at the young man before her with a frenzied look. "Un," Zhang Xian replied sheepishly. Even though he knew the name of that small lake below through the Library of Heaven's Path, he had no idea that it would be so important to the Yin-Yang Lake. He had only wanted to temper his soul for a bit. He didn't think that something so important would turn out to be so fragile, breaking down when it had only boosted his soul cultivation from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan to 4 Dan. But thinking deeper into it, that was to be expected. After all, the seed water was only responsible for the production of yin and yang energy. The spiritual energy contained within it for Zhang Xian's cultivation was lacking. The bulk of the spiritual energy for the Yin-Yang Lake mainly came from the innumerable spirit stones embedded in the surroundings. As such, the yin and yang energy within the seed water was quickly sapped dry by him. Upon understanding all of this, Zhang Xian felt extremely stifled. If only he'd known how easily that thing broke down, as well as its importance, he would have never touched it. Just like his Xinchi cultivation, his soul cultivation could be raised as long as he had sufficient middle-tier spirit stones. He had no way to compensating for the seed water and Yin-Yang Lake. But still, the seed water wasn't completely useless. After all, its effects were different from that of the spirit stones. A soul that had absorbed the yin and yang energy would be similar to have undergone a lightning tribulation, making it even more tangible and purer. This was something that a spirit stone could never hope to achieve. The seed water is hidden deep underground, and the Room of Ice and Fire is only connected to it so that one would be exposed to the power of yin and yang. There's a distance of several thousand meters between both ends. Even at such a distance, you were still able to absorb it. Court Chief Wu found the matter too difficult to believe. Given the distance between the Room of Ice and Fire and the seed water, how did he manage to sap everything dry? Cough, cough. When I entered the Room of Ice and Fire, I found a mechanism that exposed a trapdoor, Zhang Xian said. Court Chief Wu trembled. That was a mechanism designed by a 5-star celestial designer. Even she could only open it with the token given to her as the court chief. Yet, this fellow was actually able to activate it. How in the world did he do it? More importantly, that was only a small ventilation pipe. It only had two purposes: the room of ice and fire trial, and to connect the seed water to the environment so as to nourish it. As such, the ventilation pipe was just a straight vertical opening with a height of several thousand meters. There was nothing there to break one's fall. Jumping down just like that would surely result in death. Besides, if he had really gone down, how in the world did he get back up? It's my fault for absorbing the yin and yang energy of your seed water dry. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. I've taken a good look at your battle technique just now, and the glacier plane quartz yin formula and yang formula possess a fatal flaw. If I'm not mistaken, all who cultivate those two formulae will die early. Xianxia felt guilty at destroying the centerpiece of the other party's court. It just so happened that he had taken a good look at the yin and yang attribute disciple just now, and he realized that there were some problems with their cultivation techniques. He hoped to make it up to the other party through this way. You! Court Chief Wu was stunned. The yin and yang formula disciples were usually groomed to take care of the seed water. As such, facing frequent immense pressure from the earth vein and the ice plane, their lifespans were severely limited. Even if they managed to make the breakthrough into transcendent mortal realm, 60 was still a huge hurdle for them. However, this was a secret of their glacier plane court. This Xianxia actually managed to see through this as well. I can modify your cultivation technique so as to get rid of this trauma in compensation for your loss, Xianxia said. Modify the cultivation technique? Court Chief Wu shuddered. This flaw had been existent in the heritage for the glacier plane court for innumerable years. If it could really be resolved, that person would really be a benefactor to all of the members of the Origin Flame glacier plane. Putting aside destroying a branch, even if he were to destroy 10 of them, the headquarters wouldn't even frown in the least. However, even if it could be modified, it was hard to believe that it could come from the hands of a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. The greatest flaw with those two cultivation techniques is that yang and yin energy will accumulate, causing one's meridians to be blocked. Even though yang and yin energy are the most original energy of the world, very few cultivators have a constitution compatible with it. If it were to accumulate for an extended period of time, it was very easy for one's foundation to be destroyed. This is similar to ginseng. Even though it brings many benefits to the human body, there are still some who are incompatible with it. As long as one's constitution is in conflict with it, even the best tonic could turn into lethal poison. Knowing the other party's concerns, Xianxia continued, if it can be solved at its very root, the compatibility between one's constitution and the yin and yang energy will increase. It won't be difficult for them to regain their lost lifespan. Court Chief Wu didn't cultivate the yin formula or yang formula, but the other disciples did. Furthermore, due to their lower cultivation, Xianxia's eye of insight was able to work perfectly on them. Through his observations, he realized that most of them were suffering from the same trauma, and if they weren't treated soon, their lifespan could be severely limited. A transcendent mortal realm cultivator's lifespan can usually reach 200 to 300 years. To live until only 60 was truly tragic in comparison. Court Chief Wu was hesitant, but soon, gritting her teeth, she took out 2 manuals and passed them over. Xianxia, I'll be troubling you for the cultivation techniques. Initially, she was still harboring some doubts, thinking that the other party was trying to make use of this opportunity to peek into their cultivation technique. Only after hearing the explanation did she realize that she was wrongly doubting the other party. The other party was even able to see through the essence and main flaws of their cultivation technique. This meant that the yin formula and yang formula probably didn't mean much to the other party at all. So how could he possibly resort to such underhanded tricks to attain their cultivation technique? Taking the cultivation technique manual, a corresponding book immediately appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Lowering his head to browse through the manual, it was exactly as what he perceived using his eye of insight previously. Those who cultivated these 2 manuals would suffer a serious trauma that would shorten their lifespans. But fortunately, the flaws of the cultivation techniques were clearly shown through the Library of Heaven's Path. Thus, modifying the cultivation technique wasn't too difficult. Soon, Xianxia picked up his brush and started changing the incorrect portions of the cultivation techniques that resulted in the shortening of lifespan before passing it back. This, grabbing hold of the cultivation technique, Court Chief Wu took a look and started trembling. As a transcendent mortal 5-dan expert who had governed over the Glacier Plain Court for many years, she could easily tell whether the modifications were effective or not. And based on her evaluation, she could foresee everyone in the Glacier Plain Court recovering from their trauma if they were to cultivate by this modified manual. To change a cultivation technique right after taking a look. How formidable was this young man? Even Pavilion Master Kong was incompatible of such a feat. Thank you, Xianxia, for saving countless members of our Glacier Plain Court. She knew that this cultivation technique would surely cause a huge uproar if she were to report it back the headquarters. Who knows how many current and future members would be saved by cultivating this modified technique. Unable to hold back her agitation any longer, Court Chief Wu kneeled to the floor and kowtowed. Ah! Court Chief Wu, what are you doing? Not expecting the other party to kowtow to him, Xianxia was alarmed. He hurried forward to pull the other party up. Court Chief Wu shook her hands and replied gravely, I am thanking you in the stead of our entire Glacier Plain Court. Please don't turn down our gratitude. Due to the limitations of their cultivation technique, there were more than 100,000 disciples who were unable to live past 60. Once this cultivation technique got out, they would be saved from the tragic fate of an early death. In other words, Xianxia, with this action, had saved the lives of more than several 100,000 people. Her bow represented the gratitude of all of these people. All right then. Since the other party was adamant, Xianxia could only concede. On the other hand, Pavilion Master Kong and Rohuan Gongzi's vision turned dark, and they nearly spurted blood. When they learned that Xianxia had devoured the yin and yang energy in the Seedwater Clean, they thought that Court Chief Wu would surely kill him. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, the latter would actually be kneeling to him. Xianxia, what other incredible feats are you capable of? To modify a cultivation technique and solve a problem that had plagued the members of the Origin Flame Glacier Plains for so long, that was no longer a feat that a master teacher was capable of. In fact, Pavilion Master Kong even thought that a 5-star master teacher couldn't possibly fare any better than him. After kowtowing grandly 3 times, Court Leader Wu finally stood up. Even though the other party had ruined the Seedwater, in exchange, he had saved countless lives of the Origin Flame Glacier Plain. His contributions had far exceeded his misdoings. The reason why we traveled here is to cultivate at the Yinyang Lake in preparation of a Master Teacher Tournament. Since I inadvertently ruined the Yinyang Lake, resulting in you being unable to advance your cultivation, how about this? I'll offer you some pointer, so that you can reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle within a month as compensation. After dealing with Court Chief Wu's matter, Xianxia turned his attention to Rohuan Gongzi. Initially, this fellow came excitedly in hopes of using the Yinyang Lake to boost his cultivation. Who could have known that the yin and yang energy contained within the lake would be sapped dry by him, resulting in his plans being messed up? Naturally, Xianxia should also compensate him as well. Reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle within a month? Rohuan Gongzi was taken aback. He was a master teacher himself, and his teacher was even the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Throughout his life, he had come into contact with all kinds of ingenious solutions to boost one's rate of cultivation. But even so, he knew that it was impossible for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle without at least a decade of hard work. To do so in a month, you must be dreaming. When you cultivate, do you feel your spirit sea is being blocked, as though you are trying to force through a narrow tunnel? Xianxia asked. Ah, yes. Rohuan Gongzi nodded his head. The main reason why the progress in his cultivation had been slow wasn't due to the lack of resources or his lack of knowledge on how to progress further. Rather, the Jinqi in his body seemed to have met with some kind of impetus, making it difficult for him to drive it around his body. The solution is simple. Eat this pill. I guarantee you that you will be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle within a month. Xianxia nonchalantly took out a fist-sized red pill. Rohuan Gongzi's body swayed and his face distorted. This is the Grade 2 libido pill that is fed to savage beasts. As a 4-star master teacher, Ruohuan Gongzi possessed outstanding eye of discernment. The pill in the other party's hand looked upright, but in truth, it was the libido pill that was fed to savage beasts. The more formidable a savage beast was, the lower the probability of survival of its offspring. Thus, in order to encourage reproduction, beast tamers would feed this pill to the other party. After consuming it, the savage beast would immediately become lively. It would go without rest for several days and nights, thus guaranteeing an offspring. This pill, which was even larger than a fist, should have been meant for just savage beasts. Yet, the other party was asking him to consume it. Ruohuan Gongzi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and at this moment he even felt like dying. That's right. This is indeed a medicine for the consumption of savage beasts. However, it happens to be effective for your condition, so hurry up and consume it. Oh, you have to swallow it whole. You mustn't chew it. Xianxia instructed. Swallow it whole? Ruohuan Gongzi staggered. How in the world am I supposed to swallow a fist-sized pill whole? Even if I can stuff it into my mouth, it surely won't go down my throat. Big brother, what kind of grudge do I have with you? You aren't trying to raise my cultivation but kill me, right? You have to swallow it whole. Otherwise, its effects will be reduced. Throwing the pill to Pavilion Master Kong, Xianxia instructed. Since you are his teacher, you should help him swallow it whole. Me? Seeing the libido pill meant for savage beasts in his hand, Pavilion Master Kang's mouth twitched. Raising his head, he asked, Can this really help Ruohuan's cultivation? Of course. Xianxia nodded. All right then. Gritting his teeth, Pavilion Master Kong walked up to Ruohuan Gongzi. Ruohuan, come here and eat your medicine. Ah, don't run. He rushed forward to grab Jun Ruohuan and pushed him down to the floor. Then, he forced this giant pill into the other party's mouth before using his zhenqi to force it down the other party's throat. Cough, cough. Ruohuan Gongzi kept coughing non-stop, and his saliva flew around the place. At this moment, he no longer bore the slightest resemblance to a gentleman. A beggar would be a more apt description for him. What dashing and refined disposition. It had all disappeared along with the wind at this current moment. Seeing that the latter still had the effort to allow his snot to run, Xianxia bellowed, Don't get distracted. Guard your vitals and drive your cultivation technique. Yes. Even though he was dismayed, he knew that if he didn't follow the other party's instructions, chances were that he might be forced to swallow yet another one. If he had to undergo that experience once more, he might really die. Thus, he hurriedly sat cross-legged and started cultivating. As soon as he sat down properly, he immediately felt an indescribable heat burning his body, causing his pores to widen. Hong Long, under the stimulation of medicine, his narrow meridians which had impeded his flow of zhenqi widened, and in an instant, his turbid zhenqi seemed to have turned clear, allowing it to smoothly circulate around his body. Kacha! Kacha! With a crisp sound, he broke through his transcendent mortal 4-dan primary stage bottleneck and advanced to intermediate stage. He really succeeded. Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. Even Court Chief Wu widened her eyes in shock. They thought that Xianxia's method was inconceivable and ridiculous. Thus, they were shocked to see that Ruohuan Gongzi actually made a breakthrough. Only then did they understand that the other party possessed true capability and saw through the root of the problem. There are two ways to solve the slow flow of zhenqi in his body. Firstly, expand his meridians, and secondly, purify his zhenqi. Seeing the shocked gazes of the duo, Xianxia chuckled. The libido pill has the effect of boosting a savage beast's blood circulation and widening their meridians. Naturally, it's useful for humans as well. When he was competing with Ruohuan Gongzi in the selection rounds, the latter had once used the ability of a master teacher, and thus, he had the flaws of the latter recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though it had been half a month since then, the other party's cultivation hadn't undergone much change, and thus the flaw still remained the same. That was why Xianxia was able to easily find a solution to the other party's problem. Other than that, more importantly, Xianxia had secretly infused a surge of Heaven's Path Jinqi into the pill. After the other party consumed it, not only did his meridians expand, his Jinqi also became purer. As such, it was much easier for him to achieve a breakthrough. Just that, the Heaven's Path Jinqi was too important to allow others to learn of it. If Ruohuan Gongzi were to chew on the pill slowly, there was a possibility that he might realize that something was amiss. That was why he had Pavilion Master Kong force it into the other party's mouth. This way, the medicine could dissolve in his stomach, and the Heaven's Path Jinqi would immediately fuse with the other party's own Jinqi, making it undetectable and untraceable. Pavilion Master Kong was stunned. He could sense that there was something deeper to it, but, other than the explanation Zhang Xian offered, there didn't seem to be any other plausible reason to it. Then, what about after this? Will he be afflicted by libido due to the pill? Pavilion Master Kong asked. This method did allow his student to achieve a breakthrough, but what about after this? Given the size of the pill, the medicinal property must be exceptionally strong. How were they supposed to deal with it? Oh, I didn't think that far. Zhang Xian shook his head nonchalantly. You didn't think that far? Pavilion Master Kong staggered. On the other hand, Ruohuan Gongzi felt a stifling sensation at his chest, and his cultivation nearly went berserk. What do you mean by you never thought about it? You made me consume such a huge libido pill, then you want me to deal with it myself? Don't worry, this is a libido pill aimed at savage beast. Given the inferior intelligence of savage beasts, it is natural for them to cave into them. Surely Ruohuan Gongzi isn't worse than a beast, right? Zhang Xian continued. In fact, this is a precious opportunity to assess his self-control. If a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert can't even do that much, he would truly be too weak-minded. Pavilion Master Kong nodded his head in agreement. Transcendent mortals have an extremely powerful control over their own body, and they could already control their own lust. Compared to achieving a breakthrough, this little bit of libido was indeed insignificant in contrast. Tears streamed down Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes. He thought that there was a solution to ease his urge, but it turned out that he indeed had to cope with it himself. For a moment he felt incomparably depressed. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the stifled sensation in his heart or his body's reaction. A moment later, after reinforcing his cultivation and suppressing the urge, Ruohuan Gongzi walked up to Zhang Xian and bowed. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Even though the process was lengthy and cruel, he was still awed by the other party's capability. His resentment toward the other party for devouring the yin and yang energy of the seed water dry had also vanished completely. Honestly speaking, even if the yin-yang lake was perfectly fine in a month's time, he could only progress from clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to intermediate stage. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had already made the breakthrough. This was already much better than his estimates. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Given your swift Jinqi flow, as long as you have sufficient middle-tier spirit stones, reaching transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle within a month shouldn't be a problem at all. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. The Heaven's Path Jinqi had been infused into the other party's body, turning the originally viscous Jinqi thinner. This should boost the other party's future speed of cultivation significantly. In a sense, it wasn't wrong to say that it was a blessing in disguise for the other party. Zhang Shi, I am grateful for you for helping my student. Please accept these 5 middle-tier spirit stones as compensation. Checking his student's physical condition, Pavilion Master Kong noticed the immense change in the other party. He knew that there was probably more than the libido pill, and grateful to Zhang Xian, he took out a jade box and passed it over to Zhang Xian respectfully. Conventions dictated that guidance from a master teacher warranted payment. The other party's means were profound even in his standards. In his view, it was already comparable to the ability of a 5-star master teacher. 5 middle-tier spirit stones weren't cheap, but it was probably insufficient to fully repay the Zhang Shi for his help. But this was already the full extent of his wealth. He couldn't take out any more money than that even if he wanted to. Pavilion Master Kong, you're being too courteous. Being unable to use the Yin-Yang Lake is a huge mistake on my part. After trading some pleasantries, Xianxia took the jade box, took out a middle-tier spirit stone, and passed it to Jun Ruohuan. Cultivate diligently during this period of time with this middle-tier spirit stone. It should be sufficient for you to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. After which, he passed one to Xiaoya, and turning to Court Chief Wu, he asked, Court Chief, since the seed water is already ruined, may I borrow the glacier plane of the glacier plane court to use? Even though Xianxia had absorbed the yin and yang energy from it dry, the earth vein and glacier plane were still intact. What do you intend to do? Court Chief Wu was alarmed. The glacier plane was one of the most important asset of their origin flame glacier plane. Outsiders were strictly forbidden from coming into contact with it. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, given Xiaoya's pure yin body, if she were to absorb the glacier plane, her cultivation should improve swiftly. Most likely, she should gain sufficient strength to solve your affliction within half a month. Otherwise, if she were to cultivate as per normal, it would be hard to reach the same level without half a year of effort. Initially, he intended to make use of the Yin-Yang Lake to boost Zhao Ya's cultivation. Since the plan was out of question now, he could only think of an alternative. It was fortunate that the glacier plane was still intact. If they were to make use of this, the effects should be much greater than the supposed Yin-Yang Lake. This, Court Chief Wu was stunned. She didn't expect the other party to still be thinking of her affliction. Suppressing her hastened breathing, Court Chief Wu replied, given that she possesses the pure yin body, she is of utmost importance to us members of the origin flame glacier plane. Putting aside one glacier plane, even if we had to give her our all, it wouldn't mean much at all. I'll bring the glacier plane over. Saying so, she turned around and left. Not too long later, she returned with a jade box in hand. Opening it slowly, an object similar to a spirit stone but exuding a dense aura of coldness diffused in the room. For an instant, it felt as though one would be turned into a block of ice. Others might only feel bone-piercing chill from it, but as soon as Xiaoya saw the item, her eyes immediately glowed, and she could feel the blood in her body flowing quicker. Passing the jade box to her, Xianxia instructed, Xiaoya, follow the cultivation technique I imparted to you a few days ago. If there's anything you are unsure of, feel free to ask me. Yes, Xiaoya nodded. After making all the arrangements, Xianxia said, all right, I need to go into seclusion to cultivate now too. Of the 5 middle-tier spirit stones that Pavilion Master Kong gave him, he'd given one to Ruohuan and one to Xiaoya, leaving him with 3. It should be more than sufficient for him to reach transcendent mortal 2-dan pinnacle already. Court Chief Wu had already sent a few people to tidy up the rooms for their lodging. Thus, in the next few days, Xianxia, Ruohuan, and Xiaoya devoted themselves to their cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With the help of the 3 middle-tier spirit stones, Xianxia managed to reach transcendent mortal 2-dan pinnacle on the very first day, and he spent the next few days reinforcing his cultivation. On the other hand, just 2 days ago, Ruohuan Gongzi had managed to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan advanced stage. But the one who improved the swiftest during this period of time wasn't him but Xiaoya. In half a month's time, through the help of the glacier plane, Xiaoya managed to awaken her unique constitution to 30%. At the same time, her cultivation leaped from half-transcension all the way to transcendent mortal 4-dan. At the current moment, her cultivation was even stronger than her own teachers. The further awakening of the pure yin body had also made her disposition much more refined. From afar, she looked like a sacred goddess from the heavens, unsullied by the dirt of the mortal world. Ruohuan Gongzi found feeling of admiration for the latter sprouting in his heart. But, recalling Zhang Shi's immense strength, he could only obediently retract such thoughts. He was already reduced to such a terrible state despite doing nothing out of hand. If he were to really set his sights on the other party students, he probably wouldn't survive to participate in the master-teacher tournament. After the huge improvement, there was no longer as big of a gap in the cultivation between Xiaoya and Court Chief Wu. Within a day, Xianxia successfully utilized the blood of the former to resolve the affliction that had plagued the latter for many years. thus winning him the latter's gratitude. Xianxia, the envoy from the headquarters, hopes to meet you. By this time, it wouldn't be too much longer before the start of the Master-Teacher tournament. Just as Pavilion Master Kong and the others intended to leave, Court Chief Wu walked over. She had reported the improvements in the Yin formula and Yang formula to the headquarters, and due to this matter, the envoy rushed all the way here. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian followed Court Chief Wu to the hall of the Glacier Plain Court. This was where Court Chief Wu had hosted them when they first arrived in the Glacier Plain Court. As soon as they arrived, they saw a middle-aged lady sitting at the very center. Noticing their arrival, she turned her head to look at them. Envoy, this is Xianxia. Court Chief Wu stepped forward and introduced. Xianxia, I am Lu Xian from the Origin Flame Glacier Plain headquarters. The envoy clasped her fist respectfully. Her eyes were filled with commendation for the young man before her. She was still doubtful when she first received the news, but after looking at the modifications made to the cultivation technique, she was immediately stunned. She thought that a person capable of modifying their cultivation technique would surely be an old elder, but contrary to her expectations, it turned out to be a young man who had yet to reach his 20s. Zhang Xian, Master Teacher. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and returned the greetings. At the same time, he began to assess the lady before him, and with just a single look, his eyes couldn't help but narrow in shock. The cultivation of the lady before him felt like the vast ocean unfathomable. Even with his current eye of discernment, he realized he couldn't gauge the full extent of the other party's strength. In fact, the power she harnessed felt even more fearsome than what Zhang Xian felt when facing Mo Hunching back in the Soul Oracle Tomb. Mo Hunching had already achieved the cultivation of Transcendent Mortal Realm 9 Dan. To be even stronger than him, how powerful was she? It was no wonder why she could rush here from the headquarters within half a month. Truly fearsome. Not bad. On the other hand, the middle-aged lady, upon seeing the young man's nonchalance despite noticing her fearsome cultivation, nodded her head in commendation. Then, with a chuckle, she said, There are 2 reasons why I made the journey here from the headquarters. Oh! Zhang Xian turned to look at her. Firstly, the modifications Xianxia made to the cultivation technique had saved innumerable members of our Origin Flame Glacier Plain. On behalf of the entire Glacier Plain Court, thank you. At the same time, we would like to extend our invitation to you to visit the headquarters as a guest. Our Glacier Plain Court is willing to honor you with the privileges equivalent to an elder. Elder. Listening into the conversation by the side, Court Chief Wu's body trembled. The Glacier Plain Court headquarters was one of the most famous and strongest powers across the entire Master-Teacher continent. As the court chief of a branch, she had a rough idea of the extent of its influence and strength. Even if she were to devote her entire life into it, it would still be impossible for her to become an elder of the headquarters. That was a position only granted to the strongest and most talented of their members. What are the conditions? Zhang Xian asked. Since the other party had pushed such an attractive offer in front of him, naturally, she had to have her own demands as well. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xianxia is indeed candid. Seeing how the young man before her didn't get blinded with joy by the offer, Lu Xian nodded her head in commendation. Simple. We hope that Xianxia can help us solve the problems regarding our cultivation technique and become a permanent resident of our Glacier Plain Court. A permanent resident? In other words, I'm not allowed to leave the premises. Zhang Xian frowned. The fundamental heritage to an occupation lay in its unique techniques. As such, they would never show it to an outsider easily. Since the other party had requested him to solve the other problems regarding their cultivation technique and become a permanent resident of the Glacier Plain Court, her intentions couldn't be any clearer. In order to prevent the cultivation technique from leaking out, Zhang Xian's movements would be tightly restricted. Without permission, he wouldn't be able to leave the premises. If that was the case, what difference was he from a prisoner? Xianxia, please don't misunderstand. Leaving isn't a problem, but you'll have to pass the loyalty test of the Glacier Plain Court first, so as to ensure that you won't betray us. After all, you should know how important the heritage of an occupation is. We also have to make precautions against having our cultivation techniques leaked out. Having her intentions pointed out directly, Envoy Lu Xian felt slightly awkward. I understand that you have your own considerations. However, I can't agree to your invitation. Zhang Xian shook his hands. Becoming a prisoner? You must be joking. I don't have such masochistic tendencies. Despite being rejected outright, Envoy Lu Xian had no intentions of giving up yet. Actually, our Glacier Plain Court isn't a bad place to be. All of our members are ladies, and as long as Xianxia desires for it, you can marry as many of them as you wish. The Glacier Plain Court was filled with incomparably beautiful ladies, and there were quite a few powerful male guests who decided to reside there permanently out of lust. Let's talk about the second matter instead. Zhang Xian shook his head. Restricted by his physical condition, he had no choice but to become a 9-star master teacher before 30 to ensure his survival. Compared to that, prestige and lust seemed negligible in comparison. This was also the reason why, even though he knew that Princess Mou, Shun Bairu, and a few other ladies were interested in him, he still remained unmoved. Given that his life was hanging by a thread, how could he possibly have the time and effort to be thinking about romance? Seeing the other party rejecting her offer, a hint of disappointment appeared on Envoy Lu Xian's face. However, she soon adjusted her mental state, turned to look at the young man before her, and spoke seriously. The second matter is regarding your student, Xiaoya. Zhang Xian frowned. The pure Yin body is extremely important to our origin flame glacier plane. I believe that Court Chief Wu should have told you that before, Envoy Lu Xian said. Court Chief Wu did say something along that line, but she didn't elaborate on the reason behind it. Previously, Court Chief Wu had only said that the fate of the Glacier Plain Court was reliant on the existence of a pure Yin body cultivator. The heritage of the origin flame glacier plane originated from an old ancestor possessing the pure Yin body. As such, there is a rule stating that the highest court chief of the Glacier Plain Court must possess the pure Yin body. It has been 1,000 years since the death of the previous court chief, but we have been unable to find a single person who possesses the pure Yin body. Left without a leader, many other powers began to exploit the weakness of the Glacier Plain Court, and to date, it's already on the verge of collapsing. Envoy Lu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If we could find a successor possessing the pure Yin body to take on the mantle, our Glacier Plain Court might be able to avert the dissolution and rise again once more. Highest court chief? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect this to be the reason why they wanted Xiaoya. Indeed, Envoy Lu Xian nodded. Thus, I hope to bring Xiaoya back to the headquarters and find a way to quickly awaken her unique constitution so that she could inherit the position of the court chief as soon as possible. I can also awaken her unique constitution myself. Zhang Xian shook his hands. Even though both his strength and the resources he possessed were lacking, he was still able to induce swift growth in Xiaoya. He had the confidence in awakening the latter's unique constitution eventually. I've heard of Xianxia's affairs, and I know that you're a capable person. It's indeed likely that Xiaoya's pure Yin body will be fully awakened one day if she were to stay by you. However, Xianxia, have you ever considered how long it would take for that to happen? 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Or perhaps, even a century? Envoy Lu Xian stared deeply at Zhang Xian. The awakening of a unique constitution only becomes harder the further one progresses. The resources required for it will grow exponentially. Even if Xianxia is willing to give in without any expectation for returns, do you think that Xiaoya is willing to quietly accept so much from you? This, Zhang Xian found himself unable to refute the other party's words. Indeed, similar to the cultivating, the awakening of a unique constitution would only grow harder and harder the further one progressed. Even if he was capable of obtaining the required resources to help Xiaoya, could she really bear accepting this much from him? Given Xiaoya's nature, this was something she wouldn't be able to accept. Furthermore, she couldn't spend her entire life living under Zhang Xian's protection. The purpose of a teacher was to guide one down the right path, not to give them everything that they required. Envoy Lu Xian continued. If she were to come to our Glacier Plain court, we can offer her the most perfect inheritance and the most generous cultivation resources. She would be able to awaken her unique constitution in the shortest time possible, thus becoming a figure able to shake the entire continent. Given how deeply you care for your student, you should also hope that she would become independent and accomplish something of her own as soon as possible. Xianxia fell silent. As a teacher, he had to think of the long-term benefit of his students. He had come to the same thoughts. While he could guarantee that he would be able to awaken Zhao Ye's unique constitution and groom her to become one of the strongest experts in the future, admittedly, he would be unable to do it as quickly as the Glacier Plain court could. After all, just the resources in itself had created an irreconcilable gap. Besides, given that the previous court chiefs all possessed purine body, they probably possessed a complete inheritance on the method to awakening the unique constitution. In a way, this was much more efficient and effective than him fumbling around for a solution. My opinions are of little importance. The ultimate decision is on her. Regardless of what her choice is, I'll support her. Xianxia shook his head. He was just a teacher. While he had the responsibility to guide his students down the right path, he didn't have the right to dictate their future. If Xiaoya intends to follow the envoy of the Glacier Court Plain, he would support her decision. And if she refuses, he wouldn't allow anyone to force her into the decision, not even the mighty Glacier Plain Court. Teacher, I'm willing to leave with her. After a moment of silence, Xiaoya walked over with a determined expression. You're willing to leave with her? That's right. I've seen everything that teacher has done for us, and I hope that one day, I'll be able to do something for you too. Walking forward, Xiaoya clenched her trembling fists tightly. And this is an opportunity for that. She had clearly seen everything her teacher had done for her throughout this difficult journey, and it distressed her that she was unable to do anything in return. But now, as long as she agreed to follow the envoy, she would gain control over the immense power known as the Glacier Plain Court. With such backing, she would gain the strength to support her teacher, standing side by side with him instead of just dragging him down. More importantly, she had some private interest in this matter as well. Perhaps, with the rise in her position, she might be able to fulfill this wish of hers. Xianxia sighed. You need not rush to a decision. I'll give you 3 days to consider it properly. No matter what you decide, you'll have my support. There's no need for that. I've already thought it through and this is my decision. With reddened eyes, Xiaoya kneeled onto the floor and kowtowed. Teacher, thank you for your grooming and your support. Regardless of where I go in the future, I'll forever remain as your student. Get up. Knowing that his student had already made up her mind, Xianxia nodded his head as he pulled her up. Eagles had to undergo tribulations before they could soar freely in the skies. Students were the same as well. No matter how reluctant he was, he still had to allow the harsh storms to temper her, so that she could mature and become a true expert. Yes. Xiaoya stood up. Since the decision was clear, there was nothing much for Xianxia to hesitate over. Thus, he turned over to the envoy with menacing threat gleaming in his eyes. Envoy Lu Xian, I hope that all you said is true. If I find there's any falsehood in your words and you mean my student harm, not only will I kill you, I'll eradicate the entire Glacier Plain court as well. He might be weak now, but if the other party meant his student harm, he didn't mind barging into the Glacier Plain court and wiping this power off the face of the world. Eradicate the Glacier Plain court? Envoy Lu Xian was stunned by those words. That's right. I mean what I say. Xianxia's gaze was indifferent, but there seemed to be some compelling authority behind it. This. If anyone else were to say such words, Envoy Lu Xian would have surely thought that the other party had a screw loose. After all, the overwhelming might of the Glacier Plain court was known even throughout the entire continent. Even 9-star master teachers would dare not utter such words, let alone some 4-star master teacher. For an insignificant figure which she could kill with a single pinch to actually utter such arrogant words, if it was under any other circumstances, she would surely mock the other party for his arrogance. But for some reason, looking into the determined gaze of this young man, Her heart couldn't help but beat with slight apprehension. It seemed as though a subconscious part of her was saying that the young man before her might just really do as he said. Don't worry, our Glacier Plain court values its words. Reneging on promises is something we despise. She instinctively gave her guarantee without much thought. Hearing the words of the other party, Xianxia felt a heavy burden weighing on his heart being released. Then, turning to Xiaoya, he said, if you find yourself unable to cope there, you can come to look for me at any master-teacher pavilion. Don't worry, even when following behind me, you'll still become one of the strongest experts in the world. Yes, Xiaoya nodded her head. All right, I'll be leaving then. Since everything was settled, there was no longer any reason for Xianxia to remain here. Thus, he began walking toward the entrance. Teacher. Seeing the back of her teacher slowly disappearing in the distance, Xiaoya kneeled down and kowtowed 8 times. Her determined gaze was free of any hesitation. Teacher, I won't let you down. I'll surely become one of the strongest experts in the world. You're a good student. Helping Xiaoya up, Envoy Lucian gazed at the silhouette in the distance and sighed. He's a good teacher as well. He's the good teacher, but I'm not a good student. Xiaoya shook her head. For her, he was willing to go through so much hardship. Yet, she had chosen to leave his side. Don't worry. Once you awaken your pure-in body fully and become the court chief, it won't be difficult for you to repay your debt to him. Rather, if you were to follow behind him, you would just impede his progress. There's no banquet in this world that doesn't end. All students have to leave their teacher's side eventually. This is the way of the world. After all, one can't possibly stay behind the protection of one's teacher forever. Envoy Lucian continued. If he had tried to forcefully keep you with him, he wouldn't have been a good teacher. Everyone had to grow up at some point. Even the strongest expert in the world couldn't possibly keep his student with him at all time. And even more so, the student shouldn't become completely reliant of the teacher. Only after undergoing storms could one truly become independent. I know that. Just that, I am reluctant to part with him. Xiaoya's eyes turned red. Turning around, she walked away. Envoy Lucian knew that she would be in low spirits for a short period of time. But as long as she could turn the pain of parting into her drive, she would grow swiftly in the time to come. Only through such experiences could she temper her mental resilience. While Xiaoya's departure wasn't planned, it wasn't beyond expectations. In truth, Xianxia had already been harboring some thoughts of having his own students train independently to temper themselves. Just that, he wasn't able to bring himself to do it. Since such an opportunity came by, it would be a waste if he were to restrain his student instead. Seated cross-legged in the room on top of the aerial spirit beast, Xianxia was motionless as if a statue. Ruohuan Gongzi couldn't help but ask, Teacher, it has been 5 days since Xianxia has been in this state. Is he all right? Ever since the trio left the Glacier Plain court, Xianxia had been seated on the same spot, not moving in the slightest. He couldn't help but feel perplexed as to what the other party was doing. I've no idea either. Pavilion Master Kong shook his head in worry. Knowing how much Xianxia cared for his students, could it be that he was in such a state due to his depression from Xiaoya's departure? Wait, could this be? He glanced at Xianxia doubtfully once more when his eyebrows suddenly shot up in disbelief. What's wrong, teacher? Noticing the peculiarity in his teacher, Ruohuan Gongzi hurriedly turned his gaze over. This isn't due to excessive sadness but soul enlightenment, Pavilion Master Kong exclaimed. Soul enlightenment? Ruohuan Gongzi was baffled. He had never heard of such a phrase before. Even though Xianxia is meditating, there isn't the slightest disturbance in the spiritual energy around him. In other words, he isn't cultivating his jinqi. But to remain seated for 5 days despite not cultivating, it could only mean that he managed to dive into a state of enlightenment. Pavilion Master Kong explained. Even though cultivation was an extremely mundane task, it wasn't easy for one to remain completely motionless for 5 days straight doing nothing at all. The more plausible reason was that the other party's mind had managed to reach a unique state that propelled the maturing of his state of mind. And this was known as soul enlightenment. Soul enlightenment is a mental state that only comes by chance. If a master teacher succeeds in reaching such a state, his soul depth will increase significantly. Pavilion Master Kong said in awe. Given how the young man before him was able to beguile him with his impartation of heaven's will, it could only mean that the other party's soul depth of at least the same level as his. It was difficult to imagine how powerful he would be once he broke out of this soul enlightenment. The more powerful he is, the better it'll be. It's about time for the rise of Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Pavilion Master Kang's eyes glowed in anticipation. The stronger Xianxia became, the more likely Myriad Kingdom Alliance would achieve outstanding results in the Master Teacher Tournament. As the head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion, having a Master Teacher under him achieve such astounding results could be considered as a huge honor. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance had been suppressed for too long. It was about time for them to cleanse away their previous shame and rise up above the other powers. Excited, Pavilion Master Kong turned to Ruohuan Gongzi and instructed, "Don't disturb Xianxia. You should focus on your cultivation as well. Before returning to Myriad Kingdom City, you must reach Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. Otherwise, don't bother calling me your teacher." What? Ruohuan Gongzi was dumbstruck. What did the other party undergoing soul enlightenment have to do with him? Why was his teacher suddenly urging him to cultivate? But knowing that his teacher was saying this for his own good, Ruohuan Gongzi obediently sat down, took out the middle-tier spirit stone that Xianxia gave him, and continued to cultivate. Unlike Xianxian, the significance of a middle-tier spirit stone was great to his cultivation. Just one was sufficient to raise his cultivation from Clarifying Turbidity Realm primary stage to pinnacle. As such, the spirit stone was still concentrated with spiritual energy. Pavilion Master Kang's guess was spot on. Xianxian was indeed in the midst of a soul enlightenment. While the separation with Xiaoya had left him slightly down, this experience had also given him a greater insight into the true essence, the responsibilities of a teacher. Memories of his past ever since his transmigration flashed through his head as though a movie screen. Slowly, as though a jade that was being tempered, excessive thoughts flowed out from his mind, bringing him tranquility. Only after a heavy storm would a rainbow emerge. While Xiaoya's departure was a trial for her, the same could be said for Xianxian as well. As his mind broadened, his soul depth began rising slowly from 14.1. Unlike the Book of Heaven's Path and soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy which induced an instantaneous surge in his soul depth, soul enlightenment was a gradual process. 14.1, 14.2, 14.3. In just 5 days, Xianxian's soul depth had increased by 2.0, reaching a total of 16.1. He finally opened his eyes. His gaze was composed and deep. It seemed to compel others to trust him. A soul depth of 16.1 was already comparable to that of a 5-star master teacher. Previously, to beguile Pavilion Master Kong, he had to utilize words to shake the mental resilience of the other party before he could succeed. But now, as long as he executed the impartation of heaven's will, the other party would be coaxed into doing anything instantaneously. On top of that, his eye of insight had also become more potent than before, allowing him to peer even deeper into all that his gaze fell upon. At the same time, he also managed to reinforce his cultivation in the past 5 days. As long as he willed it, he would be able to reach transcendent mortal 3-dan Inyang realm immediately. I should focus on my cultivation now. The rise in soul depth had given him a deeper insight into cultivation as a whole, thus boosting his rate of cultivation. Even though he didn't have any more middle-tier spirit stones at hand, his cultivation still rose quickly. The Master Teacher Tournament was about to begin. He had no time to waste. While Xianxian and the others were busy cultivating on top of an aerial savage beast, an elder wearing a bamboo hat approached the city gates of Myriad Kingdom City. Looking at the grand city walls, he clenched his fists tightly together. Myriad Kingdom City, I'm finally here. I must grasp onto this opportunity to get back what I lost and Exact my vengeance. A look of savagery appeared on the face of the elder as a malevolent aura shrouded him. Staring deep into his eyes, one could nearly see the frenzy and hatred that clouded his mind. A gust of wind blew, and the left sleeve of the black robe he was wearing fluttered freely in the wind, revealing his missing arm. If Xianxia were here, he would surely have recognized the other party. That elder was the old ancestor of Shenyuan Kingdom, Ding Hong. Back then, he had burned his essence blood to escape, and after 3 months of journey, he finally arrived at Myriad Kingdom City, the very core of the alliance. He desired for vengeance. The other party had actually killed his descendant and destroyed his kingdom, turning him into nothing more than a roaming vagrant now. How could he possibly simply let this grudge go? I mustn't go to the alliance head residence. Given how even the envoy was sided toward him, it would be suicidal if I were to head there. Even though hatred had filled his mind, he didn't allow it to cloud his judgment. He knew very clearly what his current plight was, and to exact vengeance, recklessness was something he couldn't risk. The envoy back then turned a blind eye to the downfall of the royal family, even going to the extent of supporting a female emperor. If he were to head to the alliance head residence in an attempt to redress his grievances, the odds were that he would only be silenced. Given that Xianxia is a master teacher, heading to the master teacher pavilion is out of question too. Within the past month, news about the young genius becoming a 4-star master teacher and becoming a representative of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for the Master Teacher Tournament had been spreading like wildfire. Naturally, Ding Hong had also caught wind of such news. As a 4-star master teacher who was going to represent the Master Teacher Pavilion in the Master Teacher Tournament, wasn't it clearly a futile attempt to report the other party to the Master Teacher Pavilion? There isn't anyone in Myriad Kingdom City that I can rely on. Seems like I can only depend on other powers. Viciousness flashed across his eyes. Even though the Alliance head residence and the Master Teacher Pavilion wouldn't stand up for him, wasn't the Master Teacher Tournament just around the corner? Since no one in the Alliance would redress his grievances, he could seek the Master Teacher Pavilions from other powers. Given the monstrous capability of that Xianxia, the other powers would surely be delighted to find a reason to lay their hands on him. Ding Hong didn't just want Xianxia to die, he wanted to rip the other party's reputation to shreds as well. There is a total of 28 powers involved in the tournament. Mingxia Empire and Hanghai Empire are of equal strength to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, so it might be difficult to render their assistance. Thus, I should approach the stronger Cascading Sand Sect and Frigid Gale Sect, or perhaps even the strongest Fleeting Cloud Sect. Ding Hong thought. As the previous emperor of a conferred kingdom, he had a clear picture on the various powers located in the vicinity of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Even though this Fleeting Cloud Sect was only a sect, it had a total of 5 half-5-star master teachers. Of the 77 master teacher tournaments held, it had been the champion 36 times. On the other hand, the best result the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had achieved so far was only 23rd place, 5th from the bottom. It was due to this that Ding Mu had wanted to be initiated into the Fleeting Cloud Sect back then. As long as I can render their assistance, it wouldn't be a problem for me to become the new alliance head. Needless to say, exact vengeance. A menacing gleam flickered across Ding Hong's eyes. Given the strength of the Fleeting Cloud Sect, there would be no one who would dare to oppose him in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. However, to them, I am no better than an ant. Without paying a suitable price, it'll be impossible to goad them into action. Naturally, it was impossible to render the help of those behemoths so easily. Without sufficient benefits on the table, it would be impossible to drive them into action. Not to mention, dealing with Xianxia meant making an enemy out of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Ding Hong knew that he held insufficient weight to get them to go that far. If he was still a transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator, they might still have spared him a glance. However, the burning of his blood essence had caused his cultivation to drop to the Jizuan realm. With his current level of cultivation, he was no better than an ant before those immense behemoths. He was an existence that they could easily crush to death. Unless I used that news as leverage to strike a deal with them. Ding Hong's eyes turned cold as he recalled what Ding Mu had said to him previously. His grandson had once talked to him about the matter after he got into trouble. The reason why he got into a fight with that Xianxia was due to a treasure the latter had in his possession, a treasure that would send any master teacher into a frenzy. Kong Shi's handwritten letter. There's no master teacher who wouldn't be moved by this artifact. If I were to reveal this news to the Fleeting Cloud sect, even if I don't say much about the matter, they would surely be driven into action. Ding Hong gritted his teeth tightly. Kong Shi's handwritten letter, one of the greatest treasures a master teacher could obtain. Ding Hong didn't think that anyone could resist its allure, not even those half-5-star master teachers of Fleeting Cloud sect. Xianxia would surely become a target for all of these powers if he were to leak the news. Just as Ding Hong was in the midst of looking for the Fleeting Cloud sect's dwelling place, a thought suddenly struck him. No, this won't do. Given the strength of the Fleeting Cloud sect, once they learn of the news, they would surely try to silence me so as to prevent any news from getting out. If the Fleeting Cloud sect decided to kill him so as to seal off the news, he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. After all, given the importance of Kong Shi's handwritten letter, it would be best if fewer people knew of it. Not to mention, a 4-star master teacher was involved in the matter as well. Actually, why don't I send a message each to Fleeting Cloud sect, Mingxia Empire, Hanghai Empire, Cascading Sand sect, Frigid Gale sect. If I were to send them letters simultaneously and invite all of their heads out at once, they could curb one another. If so, it would become difficult for them to kill me. Regardless, Ding Hong used to be the emperor of a conferred kingdom. Politics was like a second nature to him, and it didn't take him long to find a solution to the problem. After all, it doesn't matter to me who receives Kong Shi's handwritten letter eventually. His main goal was to kill Xianxia and take back his country. Even if he were to obtain Kong Shi's handwritten letter, it would be completely useless to him. Since that was the case, he might as well use it as a trading term. All right, I'll do just that then. After analyzing the matter carefully and confirming that there was no problem, he would be able to ensure his safety. While getting his vengeance, Ding Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. Walking into the streets, he soon vanished amidst the huge crowd. It was an ordinary-looking mansion sitting in the middle of Myriad Kingdom City, but all of the participating powers in the Master Teacher Tournament knew that it was currently resided by the most popular contender for the champion placing, Fleeting Cloud Sect. The Fleeting Cloud Sect was created by a half-5-star Master Teacher, Mo Luyun. While it was considered to be a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, it was also an independent entity that was no different from the other empires. Within the sect, only Master Teachers had the qualification to become the sect leader or take on high-standing roles. However, it was still densely populated by members of the other occupations as well. In fact, there were quite a handful of transcendent mortal 5-dan experts within their members. This was the reason why the Fleeting Cloud sect was considered to be the #1 power among the 28 in the region. Luo Xian, as the greatest genius of Fleeting Cloud sect, was the most popular contender for champion of this Master Teacher Tournament. He was only 29 this year, but his cultivation had already reached Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle. At the current moment, the person in question had just completed his cultivation. Stretching his back lazily, he walked out of the room. "Senior." But before he could get far, a young man suddenly rushed up to him. "What's wrong?" Luo Xian frowned. "Reporting to Senior, someone has just delivered a letter, saying to deliver it to the sect leader," the young man said. "Is my teacher a person whom anyone could just send a letter to?" Luo Xian flung his sleeves. The leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, Luo Huang, happened to be his teacher. As a half-5-star master teacher possessing a cultivation of transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm pinnacle, it was beneath him to allow just anyone to send him a letter. "Where's the letter?" After harumphing, Luo Xian stretched out his hand. "Here it is." The young man passed it over. Luo Xian was just about to tear it open when the young man hurriedly said, "The person who delivered the letter said that there's a special seal on the letter. If it isn't the sect leader who opens it, it will be destroyed immediately." "You actually believe this kind of nonsense?" If there's truly a seal, do you think that I, as a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, wouldn't notice it? Luo Xian harumphed. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, he possessed exceptionally sharp eyes. If the other party had truly left something of that sort on the letter, there was no reason why he wouldn't notice it. But it was clear that there was nothing at all. The other party was just trying to hoodwink the ignorant. Sla. Tearing the letter open, Luo Xian saw a card in it. Lowering his head to take a glance, a frown crept onto Luo Xian's forehead. There was only a line of word written on the card. In 3 days' time at Sea Gazing Gazebo. News regarding Kong Shi's relic. There was no signing off and there was no name either. Even the handwriting looked messy. Clearly, the other party had found someone to write in his place. Keeping the card, Luo Xian asked with a frown, "Who is the one who delivered the letter?" "It's a man dressed in black robe. I didn't catch a good look at his appearance," the young man quickly replied. "Where is he?" "He has already left," the young man answered. "All right, don't speak of this matter to anyone else. I'll go look for teacher right now," Luo Xian instructed before heading to the centermost residence in the residence. It didn't take too long for him to arrive at his destination. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man was currently in the midst of executing a fist art. His movements were slow, but the powerful wind generated with every single punch of his created a huge pressure on those looking at it. The leader of the Fleeting Cloud sect, Luo Huang, the strongest expert of the 27 powers neighboring the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Upon seeing the other party's arrival, sect leader Luo Huang retracted his fist and smiled. "You're here, teacher." Luo Xian clasped his fist and said, "Someone has just delivered a letter." "A letter." Wiping his sweat with a towel, Luo Huang turned to look at Luo Xian. He knew this disciple of his very well. If it wasn't for something important, it was impossible for the latter to pay him such an abrupt visit. To interrupt his cultivation for a single letter, the letter had to be of the utmost importance. "Yes." Luo Xian passed the card over. "Kong Shi's relic?" Taking a look, sect leader Luo Huang frowned. "What's your view on it?" "Given that this matter concerns Kong Shi, I think that it is unlikely to be a lie. Besides, it's better to be safe than sorry for such matters," Luo Xian replied. Emperor Kong Shi didn't leave behind too many personal possessions when he departed. If what that is written on the note is true, then regardless of what the relic is, its value will be, in the truest sense, priceless. Becoming a 5-star master teacher wouldn't be a problem at all if I can obtain it. Sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head. Kong Shi was the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the very first master teacher in the world. No matter how insignificant the relic he left behind was, just the essence that it harnessed could bring unimaginable benefits to those in possession of it. Regardless of whether the content of the note was true or not, this was an opportunity they couldn't pass up. "This means that..." Luo Xian gazed at his teacher to confirm his intention. "Of course, we have to take a look." Sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head. "Right. Where is this Sea Gazing Gazebo?" "It's the most famous and bustling tavern in Myriad Kingdom City. Most probably, the other party is hoping to make use of the crowd to protect himself," Luo Xian replied. As a 4-star master teacher, how could he possibly be unable to discern the little schemes the other party had in mind? "That probably isn't just it." Sect leader Luo Huang contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "Not just it? What does teacher mean?" Luo Xian was bewildered. "Simple. Since the other party delivered the letter to us, the chances are that they delivered it to others as well. Most probably, he intends to gather all of us at the Sea Gazing Gazebo in hopes of jacking up the price for his information," sect leader Luo Huang said. "Jacking up the prices? Damn it. I'll send someone to capture that fellow immediately." Narrowing his eyes, Luo Xian came to a realization and immediately prepared to rush out of the room. As one of the strongest powers in the region, wealth was not something the Fleeting Cloud sect was lacking. The only fear they had was that this news wasn't exclusive. If the other powers were to learn of the existence of Kong Shi's relic and vied with them over it, they would be forced into a very troublesome position. In fact, out of bitterness of failing to obtain the relic, some might even leak the news to the headquarters. If so, all of the efforts spent on vying for the relic would have ended in vain. There's no need for that. It's already too late. Sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. Putting aside how the one who delivered the letter is unlikely to be the one spearheading the entire matter, even if he is, you can't guarantee that we're the first one that he visited. Perhaps, the other powers might have already learnt of the matter. Then, what do we do? Luo Xian asked in a panic. Sect leader Luo Huang waved his hands. Suppress the news. Don't let anyone learn of it. In 3 days, you will accompany me to the sea-gazing gazebo. I would like to see who that person is personally, and which of Kongshi's relics he possesses information of. If it turns out to be a farce, even if we remain idle, I believe the other powers would be more than willing to make the other party understand what living hell is like. Yes, Luo Xian nodded. The same sight was also occurring in the dwelling of the other powers. Mingxia Empire, Hanghai Empire, Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, White Helios Sect, Spiraling Cosmos Sect. The top few powers who had come to attend the Master Teacher Tournament had received the same letter, and the leaders of the respective groups had seen the content on the card. All of the powers immediately became restless. The experts of the various powers were waiting expectantly for what that was to come in 3 days. They wanted to see what kind of incredible person had delivered them the letter, and what news of Kongshi's relic he had with him. While all of this was happening, Zhang Xian was sitting by the side of the window in the room on top of the aerial spirit beast. He was looking at the fleeting white clouds and mountains with a depressed look. Since they have taken away my student, I should have asked them for some spirit stones as compensation. Even if not that, if I had offered that envoy Lu Xian some pointers, I could have probably earned a hefty sum as well. How could I have been so dumb? Offer envoy Lu Xian some pointers? Looking at the regretful expression on the other party's face and the mutterings that came out from his mouth, Pavilion Master Kang's body stiffened. Zhang Xian felt deep regret. To him, every single middle-tier spirit stone was an extraordinarily valuable commodity. However, to that envoy Lu Xian, given how powerful she was and that she came from the headquarters, it could very well be no different from spare change. It was a pity that when Xiaoya left, Zhang Xian was a little overwhelmed by self-reproach. On top of that, his pride also didn't allow him to lower his head. He didn't want others to think that he was selling his student off for spirit stones, but still, he couldn't help but feel that it was a great pity given his current plight. Even if not for his student, he could request for spirit stones just by offering the other party pointers. There was no flaw which was beyond the heavens. Through the Library of Heaven's path, Zhang Xian was confident that he would be able to offer invaluable advice to the other party on her cultivation and receive some compensation in exchange. With this compensation, his cultivation from there onward would be smooth sailing. He wouldn't have to worry about the lack in resources anymore. His students would also be entitled to the best training resources as well. But to miss the opportunity by like that, forget it. There's no use crying over spilt milk. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to meet another expert of envoy Lu Xian's caliber once more, Zhang Xian decided to let the matter go. He then turned to Pavilion Master Kong and asked, Pavilion Master, may I know who possesses the most middle-tier spirit stones in Myriad Kingdom City? Middle-tier spirit stones? Pavilion Master Kong was taken aback. These items are cultivation necessities. Every prestigious clan would at least have 1 or 2 in their possession. But if you're talking about who possesses the most middle-tier spirit stones, it could only be those powers who have traveled here to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. Powers? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Pavilion Master Kong contemplated for a moment before saying, Indeed, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance is considered weak even among its own tier. As such, the quantity of middle-tier spirit stones it can obtain from Huanyu Empire is severely limited. On the other hand, the Fleeting Cloud Sect, White Helios Sect, and Spiraling Cosmos Sect, due to their overwhelming strength and the backing of half 5-star master teachers, obtain the most middle-tier spirit stones each time. While it would be difficult for me to even take out 3 of them, their pavilion masters or sect leaders would be able to easily take out a dozen or even more. So many. Xianxia's eyes lit up. If he could obtain a dozen or so, he would surely be able to reach transcendent mortal 3-dan yin-yang realm pinnacle easily. Complementing such strength with his soul cultivation, he would be a match for even transcendent mortal 5-dan experts. Cupping his lower jaw, Xianxia thought, "It seems like I must find an opportunity to plunder some from them." Looking at the other party's expression, the edges of Pavilion Master Kang's lips twitched. Those are powerful sects and empires. It is already a huge blessing that they aren't plundering from us, and yet you still hope to steal spirit stones from them? Cough cough. Xianxia, the minimum cultivation required for a half 5-star master teacher is the consonant spirit realm. Such experts possess astounding strength that we can't hope to match up to. Furthermore, our Myriad Kingdom alliance can't be said to be in friendly relations with them. Afraid that this fellow might really do something insane, Pavilion Master Kong couldn't help but advise him from the side. In the consonant spirit realm, through the nurturing of one's soul and its harmonization with the flesh, one's fighting prowess would be multiplied. It is one thing for them to not cause trouble in Myriad Kingdom City, and yet you still dare to set your gaze on their spirit stones. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Don't worry, I won't go overboard. Xianxia nodded his head before falling into deep thought. It would be clearly impossible for him to steal the spirit stones from them. While his cultivation did advance greatly recently, he was still a way off from being able to match a consonant spirit realm cultivator. If he were to utilize all of his means, he might still be able to match a consonant spirit realm primary stage cultivator. However, against an intermediate stage or even higher, the only course of action he could take was to escape as far as he could. From Pavilion Master Kang's words, it seemed like these sects had plenty of consonant spirit realm intermediate stage and advanced stage cultivators. But while Xianxia couldn't fight them squarely, hoodwinking them shouldn't be a problem. Back then, in Tianxian Kingdom, when his pockets were completely empty and his cultivation was low, didn't he still manage to convince innumerable experts to bow down willingly to Xianxia? Seems like I have to find a way to get to them and offer them guidance or cure their illnesses, so as to earn some middle-tier spirit stones. Zhao Yu's departure had given him a drive like never before. If he was sufficiently strong, he would be able to easily obtain the cultivation resources his students needed. There would be no need for his own students to follow behind others. In the end, it all boiled down to him being weak. Without sufficient strength, everything else was just empty talk. Thus, his priority at hand was to gather as many middle-tier spirit stones as possible and raise his cultivation. While Xianxia was planning to sweep away the spirit stones of those sects and empires, sect leader Luo Huang and Luo Xin arrived at the sea-gazing gazebo. Sect leader Luo, why are you here too? Before they could walk into the tavern, they heard a surprised exclaim. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged man standing not too far away. It was the leader of White Helios sect, Bai Kaiji, a consonant spirit realm advanced stage expert, half 5-star master teacher. Sect leader Bai, you're here too. Having guessed this much, sect leader Luo Huang wasn't surprised in the least. On the contrary, he chuckled softly. You were the one who sent the letter to me? Seeing the other party's confident expression, sect leader Bai was perplexed. I am not so bored as to waste my time with this. If I really managed to obtain news of Kongshi's relic, I would have surely claimed it for my own already. Do you think I would waste my words with you? Sect leader Luo Huang shook his head. Most probably, we aren't the only ones that he contacted. I wonder who is the mastermind behind this matter. In any case, let's head in first. Sect leader Bai was stunned for a moment before comprehending the situation. He nodded his head, and the duo walked into the tavern side by side. As soon as they walked in, they immediately saw several familiar silhouettes. Of the 27 powers that came to Myriad Kingdom City, 14 were gathered here. Furthermore, the mastermind clearly did his homework. These 14 powers were ranked at the front among the 28 powers in the region. Asking around, they realized that everyone that had gathered here had received the same letter that spoke of Kongshi's relic. To sect leader Luo Huang's disappointment, No one seemed to know any more than that. The mastermind who sent the letters to the all of them and the relic mentioned within the card remained a mystery to everyone. Could this be a hoax? Someone expressed their doubt. Unlikely. Even though we aren't based in Myriad Kingdom City, given our combined influence, it would just be a matter of time before we catch onto the traces of that person. A sect leader harumphed. Thus, it's impossible unless he's tired of living. Given how even the Lin clan from the Tianwu Kingdom could easily bring out search tools such as the Seeking Mouse, it wouldn't be too hard for powerful influences like them to trace down a person. The only reason why they hadn't done so was because they didn't wish to take any risks after all. Kongsher relic was at stake here. That's true. Let's continue waiting then. Finding those words logical, the crowd decided to wait a while longer. Those that had gathered here were all master teachers, and even the weakest of them was at 4-star pinnacle. Patience was one thing that they didn't lack. Greetings. I am the one who gathered all of you here today. Soon, a deep voice echoed, and a one-armed elder walked into the tavern. Ding Hong didn't try to conceal anything at all. An appearance of an elder in his 60s, a cultivation of Jizuan realm, and a face that looked incredibly ragged. With a look, one could easily tell that he had suffered grievous injuries and had yet to recover from them. Everyone turned their eyes over. They thought that a person who dared to gather all of them here would have to be at least a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert or even higher, to think that it would only be an insignificant Jizuan realm cultivator. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Pardon me for inviting all of you here so abruptly. Just as what was written in the card, I'm here to offer you news on Kongsher's relic. Ding Hong surveyed the crowd as he said those words. He knew that there was no disguise he could don nor lie he could spout that would fool a half 5-star master teacher. Since that was the case, he might as well come out clean. In any case, with the secret he held, he need not fear being silenced. Kongsher's relic? Before you go on any further, I would you to take note of who you are standing before. If there's any falsehood in your words, I believe little has to be said of your plight. Flinging his sleeves, sect leader Luo Huang harumphed. I understand, and I can assure you that there are no lies in my words. The relic I am speaking of refers to Kongsher's handwritten letter. Ding Hong clasped his fist and reported. Kongsher's handwritten letter? Everyone jolted in shock. There were many incredible weapons among Kongsher's relic, but to a master teacher, there was nothing that could be more valuable than his handwritten letter. Such letters usually harnessed the essence, spirit, and soul of the writer. By studying the characters in it often, one's soul depth could rise quickly. No treasure could possibly rival that. Indeed, back then, the ancestor of a small clan once saved the life of Sage Min, and in gratitude to that small clan, Kongsher personally wrote a letter to them. Ever since then, the letter had been passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. Ding Hong said. Sage Min? You mean one of the 72 sages of Kongsher's disciples? He's one of the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and very few know not of his name. If what you said is true, the value of that handwritten letter is indeed priceless. Putting everything aside, if one were to seek Sage Min's descendants with that letter in hand, the latter would surely honor one as an esteemed guest. Indeed. Hearing those words, everyone's breathing hastened. Of Kongsher's 3,000 known disciples, the most formidable of them were known as the 72 sages. As one of the 72 sages, Sage Min had participated in the founding of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and he was honored by all master teachers for such. To have saved such a person and obtained Kongsher's handwritten letter, disregarding the value of the handwritten letter in itself, just the story behind it would make countless experts wrestle with one another over it. Suppressing his hastened breathing, sect leader Luo Huang lifted his head and asked, All right, what are your conditions? Hearing those words, everyone in the room fell silent. Indeed, since the other party went through so much effort to gather all of them here, surely, he must have his own motives. In fact, they would feel unnerved if he didn't. Sect leader Luo is indeed a candid person. Ding Hong chuckled lightly. My conditions are simple. Firstly, I wish to become the alliance head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Secondly, I want my cultivation to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. Last but not least, I want you to kill a person for me. Don't worry, the strength of this person isn't too high, just a transcendent mortal 2-dan primary stage cultivator. Whoever promises me these 3 matters, I'll tell you the whereabouts of Kong Shi's relic. The Alliance head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance is supported by the Myriad Kingdom City Master Teacher Pavilion. Even though I can't interfere in the matters of Myriad Kingdom Alliance directly, Pavilion Master Kong should still defer to me on this matter. After all, changing an Alliance head wouldn't harm the foundations of the Empire. It shouldn't be too difficult to achieve this, Sect Leader Luo Huang said. As for your cultivation, as long as you follow my guidance strictly, there's an 80% chance that you can reach Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle. As for the assassination, I can agree to it too. Sect Leader Luo, there's no need to be so hasty. We possess the capability to do as much as well. I believe no one here intends to give up on Kong Shi's relic. Indeed, this friend here, on top of becoming the Alliance head of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, our spiraling Cosmos sect can make you an honorary elder. You'll be entitled to equivalent privileges as them. Our Frigid Gale sect also agrees to your conditions. On top of that, we can offer you 5 middle-tier spirit stones and 15 transcendent mortal 2-dan female disciples. An uproar immediately burst within the sea-gazing gazebo. No one expected the other party's conditions to be so simple. The position of Alliance head in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, raising the cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 4-dan Pinnacle, and killing a Transcendent Mortal 2-dan primary stage cultivator. There was no rational person who would turn down such terms. Compared to Kong Shi's handwritten letter, those were nothing at all. Everyone, calm down. Just as everyone was speaking excitedly, vying with one another for the slot, Ding Hong surveyed the crowd and said, "Allow me to finish my words first before making your decisions." In an instant, the room fell silent. Even though the person I want you to kill isn't too strong, his identity is a little unique. He's a master teacher and he's representing the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for the Master Teacher Tournament as well, Ding Hong said. A master teacher representing Myriad Kingdom Alliance? You mean Master Teacher Xianxia, whose name has been going around recently? Everyone was taken aback. While they didn't pay much attention to the candidates of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, they did happen to hear of Xianxia's name. Despite being under 20, he triumphed in the selection round and became a 4-star master teacher on the spot. This had caused quite a commotion in Myriad Kingdom City. To kill a public figure, not to mention a 4-star master teacher at that, those who were still smiling a moment ago immediately turned grim. Master teachers were forbidden from killing one another. If the headquarters were to learn of it, the consequences would be disastrous. Not to mention, this fellow's name had been on the rise recently. If any harm were to come to him at this moment, the most likely suspects would be them. Frowning, Sect Leader Luo Huang asked, "What grudge do you have with Xianxia?" While master teachers were forbidden from killing one another, there were exceptions to the rule. It had to meet at least one of the following criteria. 1. The grudge between both sides had reached an irreconcilable stage. 2. The master teacher had committed a deed against the master teacher moral code. 3. The master teacher had shown severe disrespect toward a higher-ranked master teacher through their words or actions. These were also the fundamental rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Devoid of camaraderie kill. Devoid of morals kill. Devoid of respect kill. As role models, master teachers were expected to conduct themselves with the highest of values. It was also for this reason that the Master Teacher Pavilion was so respected throughout the continent. Gritting his teeth, Ding Hong roared furiously. "He killed my kin and destroyed my country. Unless he dies, my hatred will never be quelled." For an esteemed elder of a country like him to end up wandering around as though a lost vagrant, not daring to return back to his homeland, it was all that fellow's fault. Your hatred will never be quelled unless he dies? Good. Seeing the lack of falsehood in the old man's expression, Sect Leader Luo Huang heaved a sigh of relief. I can help you raise your cultivation to transcendent mortal 3 Dan swiftly, so that you could exact your vengeance personally. What do you think of it? Since the other party had an irreconcilable grudge against Xianxia, under the first condition to killing a master teacher, he was allowed to raise the other party's cultivation so that the other party could exact his vengeance. After all, given the grudge between the two, as long as it was a fair duel, the master-teacher pavilion wouldn't be able to object to it. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? Sect leader Luo is indeed sharp. Hearing those words, everyone slapped their foreheads. As long as they didn't make a move themselves, they wouldn't have to take responsibility for this matter. Even if the headquarters wished to punish someone for the matter, the blame wouldn't fall on them. This is a good idea, however. There is something very bizarre about that fellow. I fear that I won't be a match for him. Ding Hong shook his head. The other party's offer was extremely tempting, but having fought with the other party himself, he knew that the other party possessed incredible means. Despite possessing the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 1 Dan, he actually lost to a half-transcension lad. From that experience, he felt that he wouldn't be a match for the other party even if he were to reach Yinyang realm. And once that happened, he would be a goner. You fear that you won't be a match? In other words, you want us to kill him in your stead. Luo Huang frowned. That's right. Ding Hong nodded in affirmation. The crowd fell silent. If the other party was just an insignificant figure, killing him wouldn't result in any repercussions. However, the other party just had to be a participant of the master-teacher tournament, not to mention a famous one. If they were to make a move, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion would surely retaliate. Once this matter reaches the headquarters, even the strongest fleeting cloud sect would be unable to bear the consequences. I'll be honest, Kong Shi's handwritten letter isn't in my hands now. No matter who he is, as long as he promises me to accomplish these 2 matters for me after obtaining the handwritten letter, I'll tell him where it is now. Seeing the hesitation in everyone's eyes, Ding Hong pushed on. It isn't difficult for us to make you the new alliance head and raise your cultivation. However, the matter regarding Xianxia has huge repercussions. Even our fleeting cloud sect would have to give this matter some serious consideration. Sect leader Luo Huang contemplated for a moment before replying. Since that's the case, why don't you tell us where the handwritten letter is first? We will discuss our next course of action after that. If we deem it to be worth the risk, you can count on us for it. Even if it isn't, we'll still fulfill the other 2 conditions you asked for. Killing a 4-star master teacher was no joke. Such a matter couldn't be decided on a whim. Thus, they decided to put the matter aside for now and focus on the location of the handwritten letter first. Indeed. Don't worry. There are so many of us here. We won't risk damaging our credibility over a small matter like this. Another sect leader said. Besides, the handwritten letter isn't in your hands. That lowers the value of your information. Another added. If Kong Shi's handwritten were really in the old man's hands, then even if they had to face the wrath of the headquarters, it would still be worth the risk. But given that the letter was in the hands of another, just a piece of information couldn't guarantee that they would be able to obtain the handwritten letter. Since that was the case, they had to give the matter some more thoughts. After all, it was one thing if they were the only ones to know of the information. However, given that so many people knew of the matter, if something were to happen to Xianxia, there was a high chance that an information leak might occur. If so, not only would they be unable to keep Kong Shi's handwritten letter, it might even bring about a great disaster for their sect. I believe the honor of all of the master teachers here. To speak of the truth, Kong Shi's handwritten letter is with Xianxia at this very moment. He stole it away from me, cutting my arm off in the process even. As long as you kill him, you'll be able to obtain the handwritten letter. Ding Hong spoke of the words that he had prepared beforehand. Xianxia stole the handwritten letter from you? He was the one who cut off your arm? Everyone was stunned for a moment before frenzied joy gushed into them. As master teachers, they could tell that Ding Hong wasn't being completely honest here. But all of that didn't matter to them at this moment. The important matter at hand was him admitting that the handwritten letter was stolen by Xianxia. That, in itself, was a breach of the moral code of master teachers. This was sufficient to warrant his death. Tell us more about the matter. If it's indeed true, Xianxia would have breached the master teacher moral code. As master teachers, we have the responsibility to purge black sheep like him, sect leader Luo Huang declared righteously. Indeed, if you have any grievances, feel free to speak. All of those here today are the noblest of master teachers. If the other party had truly exploited his own identity to oppress you, we will definitely redress your grievances. Such a person mustn't be allowed to remain in the master teacher pavilion. Another 2 master teachers bellowed out. Most of those seated knew that the matter wasn't that simple. However, seeing the look of determination in the eyes of the various sect leaders, they could only sigh and shake their heads. Even they themselves found it hard to resist the allure of Xianxia's handwritten letter. Since everyone is interested in the matter, allow me to speak of it then. With reddened eyes, Ding Hong began recounting the matter. The relic belongs to Chu clan, and our Ding clan has been close friends with the Chu clan for many generations now. In fact, we even once co-governed Shenyuan Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Chu clan couldn't withstand the trial of time and slowly went into decline. Just 3 years ago, the final successor of the Chu clan came and entrusted the relic to us before passing away. At which, Ding Hong's eyes suddenly burned in fury. But who could have known that Zhang Xian would learn of it? He barged into my great-grandson's inauguration ceremony, killed him, and stole the handwritten letter. He even tried to silence me. If not for an escaping art that I practiced, I might have died then. Clenching his jaws tightly together, Ding Hong roared furiously in anger. To conceal the vile deeds he committed for Xianxia's handwritten letter, he created all kinds of excuses to justify his actions. It's fortunate that the heavens took pity on me and I managed to survive the ordeal. Otherwise, the truth would have never seen the light of the day. Given that the target he was hoping to have killed was a master teacher, he knew that he had to come up with a sufficient reason for the others to justify their actions. Thus, he crafted this story. It was their Ding clan who tried to snatch the handwritten letter from Lu Chong, but he twisted the story to blame Zhang Xian for all that happened instead. Only this way would these master teachers be willing to kill Zhang Xian in his stead. Atrocious! How could there be such a person among us? How in the world did such an immoral person become a master teacher? He must be taught a lesson. We must instill in him the dignity a teacher should have. That explains why the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion had always ranked at the bottom. It's time to do some reorganizing to clear up such degenerating culture. Hearing Ding Hong's words, the master teachers were infuriated. Sect leader Luo, I suggest that we confront Zhang Xian at this instant to have him explain this matter. That's right. We should have him hand over the handwritten letter as well. It's an insult to Xianxia to have such an immoral person to hold onto his relic. Indeed, I share your thoughts as well. Everyone turned their eyes to sect leader Luo Huang. All of your words make sense. A master teacher must be upright to guide others. But of course, we can't only listen to one side of the story. We should also hear Xianxia's defense. If it is true that he breached the master teacher moral code, we mustn't let him off the hook even if the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion sides with him. Sect leader Luo announced righteously as he flung his sleeves. All right, let's go over to confront him now. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing that he had everyone's support, sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Ding Hong and asked, "This friend over here? Why don't you follow us there? Until the truth of this matter is revealed, you shall be the most esteemed guest of our fleeting cloud sect. No one will dare to do you any harm." All right. A savage gleam flashed across Ding Hong's eyes. Xianxia lives in a residence in the vicinity of the Alliance head residence. I know where it is, allow me to lead the way. One of the master teachers shouted before walking at the front. Since they had already come to a decision, the crowd followed behind him and walked out of the sea-gazing gazebo, headed for Zhang Xian's residence. Seeing the grand line-up here, Luo Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Given that everyone knew that Kong Shi's handwritten letter was with Xianxia, how could this trial be fair? Regardless of whether Xianxia admits to it or not, one thing was for sure: he would surely be unable to keep the handwritten letter.